Chapter 1229. After waking up from his seclusion, Zichun looked at Black Eagle. For years had passed. Black Eagle's aura had become even more vigorous, but it still hadn't made a breakthrough. Cultivating in an extremely dense environment had caused Zichun to consume a lot of energy in the past 4 years. Moreover, 4 years had passed, and it seemed that the rumors had died down. It was time to find another target. Zichun woke up Black Eagle, who was in seclusion. Black Eagle opened its eyes. Its eyes were sharp, and its body naturally emitted a pressure. It could be seen that it had made great progress after 4 years of seclusion. Zichun said, "For years have passed. It's time for us to depart." Black Eagle naturally knew what depart meant. Its already bright eyes shone even brighter. Black Eagle's progress in the past 4 years had even surpassed the original 30 years. This was mainly because Zichun had provided an unlimited amount of emptiness realm fragments. They had only spent 3 months to snatch the fragments, but it had cultivated for 4 years. Even Black Eagle felt that this was a good deal. Not only did Black Eagle agree, but it was also somewhat impatient. Zichun had already decided on their next target 4 years ago. It was the Jiasi tribe. It was an existence close to the Hearthstone tribe. Its foundation wasn't any weaker than the Hearthstone tribe, and it also had 3 realms. To reach the Jiasi tribe, Zichun and Black Eagle needed to take a flying boat. Although Black Eagle was fast, even faster than Zichun's flying boat, it couldn't fly forever. It needed to rest. Zichun spent a total of 18 days flying from his seclusion to the Jiasi tribe. According to the map on Wamang and Chaz, Zichun stopped when he was about to reach the Jiasi tribe. Then, Black Eagle led the way, overlooking the entire Jiasi tribe from high up in the sky. Zichun's purpose this time was naturally to make a normal transaction. He didn't have the intention to harm others, but he also had to be on guard against others. Therefore, before the transaction, Zichun had to take a good look at the terrain of the Jiasi tribe. This was so that if anything unexpected happened during the transaction, he would be able to respond immediately. Of course, when he was observing, Zichun did not forget the place where the fruit trees of law and the void boundary fruit trees were planted. After more than 10 days of investigation, Zichun felt that the time was right. He descended from the sky and began to contact the people of Jiasi's tribe. Just like what had happened in the Hearthstone tribe, when they saw that Zichun was an earth elemental and had come to make a trade, their gazes turned hostile. However, Zichun's slightly arrogant attitude and unyielding tone made it so that no one dared to touch him. They went back to inform the important people. When they found out that Zichun's transaction amount was actually in the millions, they were immediately shocked and quickly went to find the important people. Just like Matthew, the Jiasi tribe also had such a chief. However, because the chief couldn't see through Zichun, he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he threatened to go back and discuss it with the chief. If the discussion was successful, he would naturally buy all of them. Zichun nodded and quietly waited for the chief to arrive. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, a group of cultivators arrived and instantly surrounded Zichun. Their expressions were fierce and gave Zichun a lot of pressure. Among these cultivators, there were 3 Reality Realm cultivators. The 3 Reality Realm cultivators didn't sense any danger from Zichun. After informing the chief, they flashed and flew into the distance. Obviously, they were going to find the existence that was protecting Zichun. After the 3 Reality Realm cultivators left, the group of cultivators began to put pressure on Zichun, threatening to buy them by force. Of course, this so-called transaction was not for money. The transaction completely collapsed after Black Eagle gave the signal. Zichun took out his scimitar and slashed. Heads fell one after another, and corpses fell one after another. Zichun's slash had stunned the people of the Jiasi tribe. One had to know that they were the ones who were robbing, but why did it look like the other party was the one who was robbing? In the sky, Black Eagle, who was watching Zichun slash people, was very excited. This was because every person Zichun killed represented a virtual realm law. This thing was very useful to him. Zichun slashed like a demon, killing 1 person with each slash. The other people of Jiasi tribe finally came to their senses. Signals flew into the sky, summoning the 3 Reality Realm cultivators. As Zichun slashed, his attitude, expression, and powerful strength made everyone feel like they were in a trance. It was as if he had come with the intention of robbing them. Sure enough, he wasn't satisfied with the killing here. So Zichun rushed into Jiaxi's tribe. There were many virtual realm cultivators in the tribe. They were still in a state of shock and confusion. Zichun rushed in and slashed with his scimitar. He slashed until people were thrown off their horses. The killing caused their hearts to tremble. Screams, wails, and all kinds of sounds resounded in the sky. A perfectly fine tribe instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. At this moment, the powerful emptiness realm beings were like beasts waiting to be slaughtered. The 3 reality realm cultivators returned. Black Eagle sent a signal in advance. After Zichun killed 2 more people, he began to flee. When the reality realm cultivators returned and saw the bloodstains on the ground but no corpses, they naturally understood what had happened. They flew into a rage and chased after Zichun. After refining the virtual realm fragments for 4 years, Black Eagle's speed had become even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the horizon with Zichun. The 3 reality realm cultivators roared in anger. However, they could only watch as Zichun left. Just like the situation with the Hearthstone tribe, no one believed that Zichun would dare to return after escaping. Coincidentally, Zichun had chosen this moment to return, and his target was none other than the Law Fruit Tree. The resources he obtained from killing people were only enough for normal cultivation. However, if he wanted to live a good life in this world, he could only snatch more valuable things. Late at night, Zichun directly snuck into the residence of the virtual realm cultivator in charge of the orchard. However, this time, Zichun did not kill him. Instead, he stopped him as quickly as possible. Then, he used the soul seed technique that Longhu had taught him. Bu Li greets master. Bu Li, the manager of the orchard, bowed to Zichun. Zichun nodded and said, "Take all the tokens and follow me to the orchard." "Yes, master." Bu Li nodded and prepared to leave. "Wait, we'll go during the day," Zichun suddenly said. Since he now controlled Bu Li, there was no need for him to be sneaky. He had to act openly. Zichun hid in the purple gold gourd. When the sky was bright, Bu Li led Zichun to the law orchard. Along the way, the cultivators they met all respectfully bowed to Bu Li and greeted him. When Bu Li arrived outside the orchard, the cultivators in charge of guarding saw him and bowed to him again. Bu Li nodded and said, "Continue to monitor and be vigilant. I'll go take a look at the law fruits." "Master Bu Li is really dedicated," a virtual realm cultivator said. Bu Li took out the token and entered the law orchard. Then, he said respectfully, "Master, we're here." Zichun appeared in a flash. He looked at the fruit trees in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then, Zichun set up a formation and expanded the virtual realm space. Then, he took out the purple gold gourd and began to collect the fruits. Bu Li was obviously shocked when he saw the fruit trees being collected one by one. In the eyes of outsiders, Bu Li came out quickly after entering the law orchard and did a simple check. After coming out, Bu Li entered the second law orchard, then the third, the fourth. When he encountered cultivators cultivating inside, Bu Li would wake them up through the restriction and then go in to take a look. When he entered, Zichun would immediately kill Earth Prime cultivators. When he came out, Zichun would continue to set up an illusion formation. With Bu Li as a shield, no one would suspect Zichun. During the day, Bu Li inspected the fruit trees and went back at night. While everyone was admiring Bu Li's seriousness, there were also some who had vaguely guessed Bu Li's true intentions. It was obvious that the chief was dead, and now the tribe had one less leader. Bu Li had been so diligent recently, everyone guessed that he had set his sights on the position of chief. In the next few days, Bu Li came to inspect the fruit trees during the day. He carefully inspected all the law orchards from the beginning to the end and did not miss a single one. When he left, Bu Li would also instruct the Earth Prime cultivators to cultivate diligently. Therefore, no cultivators came out in the next few days. Everyone was seizing the time to go into seclusion. After inspecting the law orchard, Bu Li went to the virtual realm fruit trees. Compared to the Hearthstone tribe, there were only about 200 virtual realm fruit trees here. Bu Li had one of the tokens and walked in. Zichun swaggered in and collected the virtual realm fruit trees. After controlling Bu Li, it was much easier for Zichun to do things. Moreover, he did not need to be sneaky. He appeared very generous, as if he was collecting something that belonged to him. Immediately after, Buli went to the second restriction. He woke up the virtual realm cultivator who was in seclusion and walked in. Lord Buli, the virtual realm cultivator who was in seclusion, was only at the early stage. He bowed to Buli, who was at the late stage. Buli nodded indifferently. The restriction behind him slowly closed. Swoosh! Just as the restriction closed, a shining saber light slashed across the neck of the virtual realm cultivator. Zichun appeared. The virtual realm cultivator was dead. Buli turned sideways and stood respectfully at the side. The rumbling sound was heard again, but it was isolated by the void space. Zichun suddenly glanced at Buli and said, "When I collect the last virtual realm fruit tree, you will leave on your own?" Buli said respectfully, "Yes." Zichun took out some nomological fragments and a few virtual weapons from his spirit ring. He said, "You should have a flying boat, right? These are for you. Remember, run as far as you can. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck." "Yes," Buli said again. He would not disobey Zichun's words. Naturally, he would not question it either. There were a total of 4 virtual realm fruit orchards. After Zichun collected the second virtual realm fruit tree, he entered the third virtual realm fruit tree. Soon, he finished collecting the fruits and entered the fourth virtual realm fruit tree. After Zichun entered, Buli came out after a few breaths of time. After coming out, Buli left the virtual realm fruit tree for a distance and quickly left. After flying for a few hundred meters, he took out a flying boat and left in it. Zichun did not care whether Buli was alive or dead. Compared to the cultivators who were killed by his saber, Buli had lived for a long time. However, Buli had helped him. Zichun deliberately waited for 15 minutes in the restriction before walking out of the orchard. Chapter 12:30. Zichun walked toward a virtual realm expert. When the latter saw Zichun, surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, he bowed respectfully to Zichun and said, "My lord." Zichun transformed into Buli and nodded at the virtual realm expert in front of him. Then, he glanced at the virtual realm experts in the distance and said indifferently, "All of you, come here." His indifferent tone puzzled everyone. Moreover, the group of cultivators felt very strange. They seemed to have seen Buli leave just now. Why would he be here? Could it be that they were seeing things? Or was Buli deliberately testing them? They came forward with doubts. More than a dozen virtual realm experts came forward and stood opposite Zichun. A satisfied smile appeared on Zichun's face. He nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber began to flash like a waterfall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zichun slashed 3 times and killed more than a dozen virtual realm experts who did not react at all. "Buli, what are you doing?" "He's not Buli, Buli just left." As soon as Zichun killed people, the virtual realm experts in the distance sensed it and shouted loudly. Zichun held the scimitar, shook the thunder wings on his back, and charged toward the group of virtual realm experts. What followed was a frenzied slaughter. Saber light flashed, heads fell, and the fire dragon behind him rushed out and swept these corpses. Seeing Zichun so fierce, the crowd could only send signals for help. The urgent signal sounded, and many virtual realm experts immediately rushed over. When they saw Zichun, their expressions changed dramatically and their hearts were filled with fear. A moment later, 3 reality realm experts arrived. When they saw Zichun, the 3 of them were furious. Roar! An eagle's cry sounded in the sky. The gale eagle turned into a black light and disappeared with Zichun. Chase! Naturally, the 3 reality realm experts would not give up. The 3 of them summoned a flying ship and chased in the direction Zichun escaped. However, the Gale Eagle's extreme speed was not something an ordinary person could catch up with, even if it was a flying ship. The 3 of them quickly lost track of the Black Eagle. Even the aura left behind by the Black Eagle gradually disappeared. Damn it! After chasing for thousands of miles, they could only accept the fact that Zichun had escaped. Let's go back and see what we've lost. The 3 of them began to turn back. Then, they saw the empty Void Realm Orchard and the empty Law Realm Orchard. It was the same as the Hearthstone clan situation. Their losses were close to 10 million. The three of them were silent, but the chaotic chi of heaven and earth around them showed that they were not calm at all. However, the three of them completely restrained themselves. Jia asked what had happened during this period of time. During this period of time, Lord Buli has been investigating the fruit orchards of laws. He has visited every single one of them. After a short pause, the cultivator continued, "As for whether or not it is Lord Buli, we cannot be certain," Jia said indifferently. "It doesn't matter whether he is or not. Send someone to find Buli first. Capture him and bring him back to me." Yes. The cultivator immediately retreated. Jia's gaze landed on the ground again. Looking at the deep pits, his eyes flashed with flames of anger. However, he had been restraining himself the entire time and did not explode. After a while, he said indifferently, "If the Hearthstone clan's clan chief comes looking for me, tell him that I'm not here and have him wait for a month." After saying that, Jia left. During this period of time, he actually did not send anyone to search for Zichen's whereabouts. Jia's order puzzled the two corporeal realm experts behind him. One of them asked, "Second brother, what did Big Brother mean just now? Why would the Hearthstone clan's clan chief come here?" The other corporeal realm expert shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Could it be that the unforeseen event that happened to the Hearthstone clan a few years ago is related to Zichen?" "What?" 4 years ago, the Hearthstone clan made a huge move. We sent people to investigate, but were unable to find anything. Perhaps the same thing happened 4 years ago. Then, second brother, you mean to say that 4 years ago, Zichen went to the Hearthstone clan and stole their things under the guise of a trade? Zichen originally had the rich Python clan's fruit tree of laws. If he used it as bait, Ironforge would definitely fall for it. As a result, Zichen must have taken away their fruit tree of laws and emptiness boundary fruit tree. If that's the case, then why didn't Ironforge warn us? Warn? Humph. Would you be so kind as to warn Lewin? Of course not. The two of them flew towards their residence. As for chasing after Zichen, since the Hearthstone clan was unable to capture him, they would not send anyone out. Moreover, Zichen was so powerful that only death awaited them if they found him. Zichen did not know that after successfully robbing Jia's fruit tree of laws, no one came to kill him. However, with the intention of cultivating after robbing it once, he and Blackhawk found a safe place to continue their seclusion. Half a month had passed. The news of what happened to the Jia clan had spread. The people of the Lewin clan, a neighboring clan, came to inquire about it. However, they were unable to find anything. Several days later, the Hearthstone clan's clan chief, Ironforge, came and requested to see Jia. Ironforge's appearance confirmed Jia's guess. Jia did not come out. The second brother, Jia Ming, came to see Ironforge. In the main hall, Jia Ming said in a strange tone, "Oh, if it isn't Clan Chief Ironforge, what wind blew you here?" Ironforge turned around and looked at Jia Ming. He asked, "Jia Ming, where's your elder brother?" "He's not here." Jia Ming said, "He's not here." Ironforge frowned. He asked again, "I heard something happened to your clan." Jia Ming sneered, "I don't know where you heard it from. We're fine." Ironforge did not believe him. He stared at Jia Ming and asked, "Is Zichen here?" "What do you mean by Zichen?" "I don't understand." "It's not that you don't understand. You're just pretending to understand." Jia Ming was very disgusted by Ironforge's secrecy. If he had kindly warned them, they would not have suffered such a great loss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He said angrily, "My elder brother is not here. See him out." Ironforge was startled. He said, "Jia Ming, what is the meaning of this? I came here with good intentions to discuss a big business with you. What is the meaning of this?" Jia Ming said disdainfully, "I don't care about big business." Ironforge vaguely guessed why Jia Ming had such an attitude. He was not angry. He only said, "Aren't you going to ask me what kind of big business it is?" Jia Ming's face was still cold. Ironforge continued, "This business is to get back the law fruit trees and the void boundary fruit trees that you lost. In addition, there are 1,000 law fruit trees and 200 void boundary fruit trees. There is also a great treasure." "What do you mean?" Jiaming stared at Ironforge again. His eyes flashed. Ironforge smiled faintly. He walked to the side and sat down. He chose to remain silent. Jiaming took 2 steps forward and asked anxiously, "What did you mean just now?" Ironforge snorted and said, "Ask Jiasi to come out and talk to me. You're still lacking something." "You." Jiaming was furious. Ironforge looked at him disdainfully and did not speak again. "Okay, you wait." In the end, Jiaming compromised and left. A moment later, Jiasi arrived. The two looked at each other with tacit understanding. Jiasi went straight to the point and said, "What kind of business?" "Zichun stole something from you, and also stole something from me. After killing Zichun, those things will be returned to their rightful owners," Ironforge said. "Then what do you mean by extra just now?" Jiasi asked. "The rich Python tribe and the Lwin tribe have more than 3,000 law fruit trees and more than 400 void boundary fruit trees. After killing him, we will divide them equally. Of course, if you want to inform the Lwin tribe, I have no objection," Ironforge said indifferently. Informing the Lwin tribe was simply unrealistic. There was no friendship between the two sides. In this world, the only friendship was benefits. Then what about the great treasure? Jiasi asked again. "Zichun has 2 great treasures. After killing him, we will each get one." Jiasi pondered for a moment and said, "We agree to this deal, but what guarantee do you have that we can capture Zichun, let alone kill him?" Ironforge said, "We can definitely capture him as long as we are patient. The last time he attacked was 4 years ago. Since he attacked again 4 years later, I guess he will also hide this time. As for how long, I guess it will be at least 2 years. The next time he appears, he will definitely attack the Lwin tribe. At that time, we will keep an eye on him. Of course, we will ignore him until he steals the item. Then, we will block him from the direction he escaped. I believe that with the 6 of us working together, capturing Zichun won't be much of a problem." Jiasi nodded. If the 6 of them surrounded him, he would naturally not be able to escape. "Okay, when are we going to block him?" Jiasi asked. "There is no hurry. We will go in 2 years. But before that, we can't let down our guard. Send someone to the Lwin tribe to keep an eye on Zichun. Who knows if he will make another deal. But be careful and find a few people who are good at hiding." Okay. The initial agreement was reached. The next step was to wait for Zichun to attack again and then surround Zichun. The harvest this time was great. Blackhawk was even more excited than Zichun. Moreover, he stayed beside Zichun and stared at Zichun counting his wealth. He seemed to feel a sense of accomplishment. The next step was to continue his closed-door training. Zichun couldn't make a breakthrough in a short period of time, but he hoped that Blackhawk could. Obviously, as they slowly got to know each other, Zichun and Blackhawk had built up trust. 3 years later, Zichun woke up again and took Blackhawk to his next target, the Lwin tribe. This time, Zichun was very careful and cautious. Not only did he check the Lwin tribe, he even checked the surroundings. However, he didn't find anything unusual. However, Zichun had a bad feeling in his heart. He had succeeded twice in the previous 7 years. As the saying went, if there was 1, there would be 2, but there might not be 3 or 4 more. Not sensing any danger didn't mean that it didn't exist. After thinking for several days, Zichun decisively made up his mind and turned back. When Zichun came, he was very careful and cautious. No one noticed him, not even the 6 corporeal realm experts hiding in the dark. In addition to Zichun's brilliant methods, the 6 corporeal realm experts didn't approach the Lwin tribe. Therefore, whether Zichun came or went, he didn't attract their attention. Chapter 1231. Zichun was too familiar with the Hearthstone tribe. After flying for more than a month, he arrived at his destination. Because of his vigilance, Zichun came here to verify his guess. Therefore, he swaggered over. Moreover, he headed straight for the remaining emptiness boundary fruit trees of the Hearthstone tribe. "Who are you? Leave immediately." Scram. Unrelated people are not allowed to come near. Following Zichun's arrival, the cultivators guarding the emptiness boundary fruit tree shouted. At the same time, 2 emptiness realm experts rushed towards Zichun. As they rushed forward, they found this person familiar. However, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. However, when the scimitar appeared in Zichen's hand, the two Emptiness Realm experts' expressions changed drastically. They instantly remembered who this person was. Zichen. It's Zichen. The two recognized Zichen. Their hearts trembled, and they prepared to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Puff. Puff. With 2 slashes, Zichen easily killed the 2 people. Holding the scimitar, he continued forward. Damn it! It's Zichen. Why is he here again? Hurry up and send the signal. Gather the experts. Get the chief here. The other Emptiness Realm experts shouted. Powerful auras surged around them. However, none of them dared to approach Zichen. Hearing that they were looking for the chief, Zichen frowned slightly. However, he continued to kill. Many urgent signals soared into the sky. Sounds of tremors could be heard. Many cultivators of the tribe rushed over. However, when they saw Zichen, their expressions changed drastically. Zichen was only at the Earth Prime realm. However, with the lightning wings, his cultivation level was equivalent to the late stage of the Emptiness Realm. In addition, Zichen's speed was very fast. He shuttled back and forth among the many attacks. Very few attacks could hit him. Even if they were lucky enough to hit him, Zichen's super strong defense was not something ordinary people could break. Therefore, such a situation created a phenomenon of invincibility. Invincible in the Emptiness Realm. Now, facing the invincible Zichen, how should they fight? How should they kill? A miserable scream. Help. A cry for help. Patriarch, Patriarch. He was looking for reinforcements. Zichen was like an Azura. Wherever he went, he killed. As long as he set his eyes on someone, no one could escape from his blade. The slaughter continued, but the 3 patriarchs still did not appear. This confirmed Zichen's guess. The other party had indeed left. If he was not mistaken, the other party should be hiding outside the Wind tribe, hiding on his escape route. The other party had already made preparations. The patriarch is not here. As the slaughter continued, a loud shout rang out. Some of the cultivators who still held on to hope instantly fell into despair. The resistance that was already rare to begin with disappeared at this moment. Everyone began to flee. Kill. Zichen shouted and chased after him. Roar. The cry of an eagle rang out in the sky. The wind eagle finally couldn't hold back and swooped down, joining the slaughter of the army. Pucci, the fleeing virtual realm expert, had his head crushed by the black eagle. Even his soul was destroyed. Pooh. Another person's heart was pierced by the sharp claws. The black eagle could also kill virtual realm experts. The black eagle was still in pursuit. Zichen returned after chasing for several li. He wanted to collect the remaining virtual realm fruit trees. Boom. After 2 attacks, the restriction was shattered. Zichen took out the purple gold gourd and began collecting the fruits. Miserable screams rang out from afar. A tribe with tens of thousands of years of history was defeated by a man and an eagle because they had lost 3 corporeal realm experts. Everyone in the tribe had fled. Those who did not flee, or those who fled too slowly, became corpses. The Hearthstone tribe had more than 10,000 people. The pursuit was undoubtedly difficult. Zichen decisively gave up after chasing for several hundred li. On the other hand, the Black Eagle continued the pursuit for the sake of the virtual realm fragments. This was a rare opportunity. One must know that there were usually corporeal realm experts in the tribe. If 3 corporeal realm experts joined forces, the Black Eagle might die. Zichen stood in the sky and looked down at the empty tribe. He was filled with emotions. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he was still restrained. However, in this world where there were no rules, he had become bloodthirsty. After a long time, the cry of an eagle rang out in the sky. The Black Eagle had returned with the pill cauldron. Zichen shook his hand and a flying boat appeared. He jumped onto it. After a while, the Black Eagle landed on the flying boat. The next place was Jia Si's tribe. Although there was nothing valuable there were still many virtual realm experts. Killing them would be a fortune. The situation was the same when he arrived at Jia Si's tribe. Zichen did not say anything. He rushed forward and began killing. As he killed, he gradually grew tired. However, in order to increase his strength and not be killed by others, Zichen could only kill seize resources, and cultivate. Zichun had become numb from killing. On the other hand, the Black Eagle was in high spirits and killed to his heart's content. Mournful screams rang out continuously. Soon, everyone was scared out of their wits and began to flee. Not long after, the situation was the same as the Hearthstone tribe. All the cultivators in the tribe fled. As the cry of an eagle came from afar, Zichun took out the flying boat again and left with the Black Eagle. This time, Zichun did not go into seclusion. Instead, he went straight to the Lwin tribe. Through special means, the news quickly reached Tyloo and Jiasi. What? Jiasi trembled when he saw the message on the communication bead. His face instantly turned ashen. Tyloo's reaction was even worse than Jiasi's. When he learned that the remaining virtual realm fruit trees had been stolen, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Big brother, what happened? Hey sure, and Hu-Fo looked at Tyloo. Tyloo's expression was extremely ugly. After a long time, he said, Zichun killed his way back and stole the remaining virtual realm fruit trees. What? Damn it. I'll go back and kill him. The two were furious. When Jiaming and the other corporeal realm expert heard that Zichun had gone to the tribe to kill, they were furious. However, when they heard about Tyloo's situation, the anger in their hearts lessened, although their faces remained angry. Evidently, compared to him, the Hearthstone tribe was even more miserable. And in this sort of situation, for others to suffer even more miserably than him, he was able to feel some consolation. In fact, he even felt a bit of schadenfreude. Of course, the three of them would not show it. They only condemned and cursed Zichun with righteous indignation. Haysher said angrily, Go back. We'll go back and kill him. The angry Tyloo still had some rationality left. He waved his hand and said, If we go back now, we'll fall into his trap. Zichun is waiting for us to go back so that he can come and steal the fruits. We won't leave. We'll wait for Zichun to come. At the side, Jiasi nodded and said, That's right. Since the fruits are gone, let's wait for Zichun here. The six of them quickly reached an agreement and began to wait patiently. As for the casualties of the emptiness realm experts in the tribe, they did not seem to care much. Time passed as they waited. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. They were not sure when Zichun would come and when he would make his move. They could only wait patiently. Recently, there were no abnormalities in the Lwin tribe. If there was something wrong, it would be the emptiness realm expert who was in charge of the fruit of law. Recently, he had suddenly become diligent and began to investigate the fruit of law. He seemed to have discovered something unusual and began to investigate the fruit orchards one by one. It was said that he wanted to see how the fruits were growing, when they would ripen, and whether anyone had stolen the fruits. After the steward finished investigating all the fruit of law, he turned and headed to the fruit of law. When he arrived at an orchard, he shook the restriction. After attracting the attention of the emptiness realm expert inside, he said indifferently, Open the restriction. I want to see how the fruits are growing. The restriction was quickly opened. An emptiness realm expert inside saluted the steward. The steward walked in, looked at the fruit of law in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, he praised, Not bad, not bad. When the restriction behind him was closed, a chill appeared on the steward's face. Then, he took out a scimitar and chopped off the emptiness realm expert's head. Then, the steward took out a purple gold gourd and began to collect these fruit of law. The steward was naturally Zichun. After transforming, his aura was the same as the original steward. No one could detect the abnormality at all. Just like this, Zichun took away all the fruit of law. After he walked out of the fastest restriction, he found an excuse and walked out of the tribe. He did not reveal his true body. It was not until he completely left the Lwin tribe that he took a flying boat and left. The steward's sudden departure did not attract the attention of others. However, as he did not return for a long time, everyone gradually noticed that something was wrong. Soon, this matter was known by Sect Master Lwin. After hearing the whole story, Lwin's expression suddenly changed. Then, he walked towards the fruit of law. As the restriction was blasted open, a bumpy ground was revealed. It was empty. As the other restrictions were blasted open, not a single fruit of law was left. Not only was the fruit of law gone, But the fruit of law was also gone. This discovery caused everyone's expression to change drastically. They were shocked. They never thought that the steward would be so bold. Lewin was mad with anger. He took the 3 realms and flew outside. Because of their own realm and deliberately probing, they quickly found the 6 realms hiding in the dark. At a glance, Lewin found Jiaxi and Tai Lu. He shouted angrily, "How dare you join hands to make trouble for my tribe? Die!" Without saying anything, Lewin took the 3 realms and attacked the 6 realms. However, for against 6, the Lewin tribe was obviously at a disadvantage. But now, the 4 realms were burning with anger. They did not care so much. It would be best if they could kill 1 or 2. "Lewin, what's going on?" Tai Lu shouted. "What's going on? What are the 6 of you doing here?" Lewin was furious. A powerful aura surged around him and attacked Tai Lu. Hearing this, Tai Lu's expression changed. He asked, "What's going on? Don't play dumb here. Give me your life." A series of powerful attacks hit Tai Lu. Tai Lu retreated and did not fight back. After dodging several attacks, he said, "Is your fruit of law and fruit of law also gone?" Chapter 1232. A high-pitched eagle cry came from the sky. The gale eagle turned into a ray of black light and flew into the distance. On its back, Zichun looked very proud. It had been 10 years since he robbed the Lewin tribe. In these 10 years, Zichun had committed several crimes. Now, he was like a rat crossing the street, being chased and killed. "Stop. Little thief, stop right there. You bastard who deserves to die by 1,000 cuts. Bastard." Just as the gale eagle left, streaks of light appeared in the sky once again, followed by shouts and curses. Every streak of light was a flying boat. There were a total of 9 flying boats, each with 2 to 3 corporeal realm experts on board. In these 18 years, Zichun had robbed a total of 8 tribes through various means. At this moment, the pursuers behind him were from these 8 tribes. Because of some selfishness, they had not notified the other party in advance, leading to heavy losses. After that, they had no choice but to join forces. "Black Eagle, hurry up and leave." Zichun looked relaxed, but he was still somewhat vigilant and worried. He had robbed a total of 8 tribes in these 18 years, but it was getting more and more difficult. There were several times when he was surrounded while escaping, and then fierce battles broke out. Zichun's flying boat had been damaged a lot, and it was impossible to escape with a flying boat. He could only rely on the Black Eagle's extreme speed. In these 10 years, Zichun and the Black Eagle were either fighting or cultivating in seclusion. Although their realms had increased, they had not broken through. Therefore, the 2 of them were no match for a group of realms. They were lucky to be able to escape. Behind them, the pursuers obviously did not want to let him go and were still desperately chasing. And now, Zichun was destined to spend the rest of his life in pursuit. A few days later, Zichun rushed out of the jungle covered in blood. He then summoned the Black Eagle and said, "Go to the place with the most war beasts. I don't believe they will dare to rush in." The Black Eagle nodded and stopped chirping. It rushed towards the place where the most powerful war beasts were. In the Zhanwu continent, there were many war beasts. There were also many famous dangerous places. There were spirit-level war beasts and king-level war beasts. Ordinary humans would not dare to approach those places casually. This time, it was obvious that Zichun, who had nowhere else to go, was planning to go there to lie low for a while. Sure enough, many of the realms frowned when they arrived at the outer regions. "He went in," Lewin said indifferently. "Damned cunning brat." Blackstone was furious. They had a large number of people and powerful auras. Once they stepped into that place, they would naturally attract the attention of spirit-ranked beasts. They were not afraid of a single spirit-ranked beast, but what if they met a king-ranked beast? In front of a king-level battle beast, which was equivalent to the human domain, there was only one way out for them. What should we do? The group of reality realm experts had no idea what to do at this moment. After a moment of silence, Tai Lu said resolutely, "Let's go back." "Go back? Are we just going to let him off like that?" Jiaxi asked. "Of course not. Let's go find Ito-O," Ironforge said. "What? Looking for Ito-O?" Everyone's expression changed. Ito, O was a reality realm expert. He had created his own tribe called the Edo tribe. The Edo tribe was not large, but it had a lot of resources. Edo was the only reality realm expert in the tribe, but even so, the nearby tribes did not dare to have any ideas about the Edo tribe. This was because Edo was a mid-reality realm expert, stronger than any of them. The Edo tribe was the only one among the nearby tribes that had not been robbed by Zichun. If they went to find Edo now, they would undoubtedly have to tell him the truth. This way, the Edo tribe would not suffer any losses. This was not what they had done before. However, they had not been able to capture Zichun for 10 years. It seemed that this last tribe would be their last fight. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they boarded the airship and left, heading straight for the Edo tribe. Edo was a short butterball. He did not look very dignified, but the other realms in the hall were very reserved in front of him. Edo glanced at everyone indifferently. A slightly mocking expression flashed across his eyes. He said, "Your things have all been robbed." Everyone's expression was somewhat unnatural. It was obvious that Edo's words contained a hint of mockery. An Earth Prime took it. It's worth tens of millions. Edo asked again. Beside him, Heisher explained, "It's not an ordinary Earth Prime. He has a magic treasure that can raise his cultivation level. Also, he has a storm eagle with him. It's very fast." The mockery in Edo's eyes deepened. Everyone's expression was somewhat ugly. After all, they had come with good intentions to warn him. Now, they had been looked down upon. After a moment of silence, Edo said, "All right, tell me your plan." The group of reality realm experts looked at Tai Lu. The latter stood up and said, "The plan is very simple. We will use your resources as bait and lure him in. Then, we will kill him in one fell swoop." "All right." Edo nodded indifferently. However, it was obvious that he did not take this matter to heart. After all, he was just a puny Earth Prime. Even if he had extraordinary means, he was still an Earth Prime. In the dense forest, Zichun and Hei Ying did not dare to venture too deep. After all, their cultivation levels were too low. If they ventured too deep into the forest, only death would await them. Hei Ying saw the group of reality realm experts leave from afar. After informing Zichun, the latter heaved a huge sigh of relief. As the number of times he committed crimes increased, it was obvious that Zichun had encountered the most danger. Nearly 20 years had passed. Zichun had visited almost all the nearby tribes using various methods. However, there were still one or two tribes that Zichun had yet to visit. Next, it was time for him to recover from his injuries. During this period, Zichun would naturally seize the time to cultivate. During these 18 years, his cultivation level had also increased. He was currently using the virtual realm fragment to break through to the virtual realm. This time, after 2 years, Zichun had reached the peak of Earth Prime. He was only one step away from the virtual realm. Next, Zichun decided to give it his all and use the pressure to quickly break through to the virtual realm. Hei Ying's strength had also reached the peak of general level. He was only one step away from the spiritual level. 2 years later, the two of them set off again. This time, Zichun was about to head to the Edo tribe. This would also be his last crime. He had already made up his mind. After this crime, he would immediately head to Zhangtown. Then, he would transfer from Zhangtown to the city. Zichun felt that he should be able to break through during the trial along the way. The Edo tribe was clearly recorded on the Wopython's map. It could even be said that it was deliberately marked. This proved that the Wopython attached great importance to this tribe. This was also the reason why Zichun had not gone to the tribe yet. It was said that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zichun had robbed for 20 years and succeeded every time. This caused his greed to grow stronger and stronger. Even if he sensed that it would not be easy to go to the Edo tribe this time and that it would be filled with danger, he still decided to go and take a look. He constantly reminded himself in his heart that he was only going to take a look. If there was any danger, he would immediately retreat. Zichun was bold, but he always had a sense of caution in his heart. When he was still 2 days away from the Edo tribe, he put away the airship and then separated from the Black Hawk. He carefully moved forward towards the Edo tribe. The 2-day journey took Zichun 4 days. He hid in the dark and secretly observed the Edo tribe. This tribe was not big. Looking at the size of the tribe, there were less than 5,000 people. However, they had a lot of resources. Outside the tribe, there were more than 10,000 fruit trees. In addition, there were also more than 1,000 virtual realm fruit trees. Although there were a lot of resources, there were only a few people. However, the Edo tribe was still standing. Obviously, it was strong. Zichun was far away, but he could feel a pressure coming from the tribe. This was Zichun's keen perception. In this world, his keen perception had saved him many times. Zichun stood in the void and stared at the Edo tribe in the distance. The great pressure suddenly increased, making Zichun feel a sense of suffocation. Zichun's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and was about to leave. "Little friend, since you're here, why don't you sit down and talk?" A slightly gentle voice suddenly sounded when Zichun turned around. From the voice, it was obvious that the other party was a person who was easy to get along with. However, the truth was that a huge palm print appeared in the sky. With a terrifying power, it crashed down on Zichun's hiding place. This attack contained an extremely strong power. In an instant, Zichun felt the threat of death. Thunder wings appeared on his back. He then used the fastest speed possible and rushed backwards. Boom! The palm print exploded in front of Zichun, and a terrifying energy swept out. Zichun's figure was exposed by the impact of the energy. The aftermath of the energy injured Zichun in one blow. This made his expression change. Obviously, the person who had just attacked was an expert who surpassed the early stage of the corporeal realm. Whoosh! However, even though Zichun's expression changed, he didn't stop moving. His thunder wings flapped at a high frequency as he used his extreme speed to rush forward again. That was the path he had taken to come here. He was certain that no one from the corporeal realm had set up an ambush there. Therefore, that path was the safest one. Zichun summoned a flying boat under his extreme speed. However, before he could step on the boat, a powerful force attacked him again and destroyed the boat with a bang. Zichun was affected and coughed up blood. However, he still rushed forward. After rushing through the aftermath of the energy, his injuries worsened. However, his speed didn't decrease at all. It was as if he had ignited his life's potential. "Stay!" Ito's voice sounded again. His figure appeared, and he struck out another palm at Zichun. He was short and stout with a kind face. However, every time he attacked, it was a fatal attack. It could be said that he was vicious and merciless. After the palm strike, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He believed that no matter how extraordinary his opponent was, he would still die under this full-force attack. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the sky. Zichun summoned his pill cauldron. The cauldron suddenly enlarged and blocked the incoming palm print. The two collided with a deafening sound. The pill cauldron smashed towards Zichun. The powerful force once again shook Zichun until he coughed up blood. However, Zichun used the momentum to increase his speed. At the same time, the pill cauldron rapidly shrank and followed after Zichun. Ong, the black eagle hiding in the distance, also rushed over at the first moment and carried the heavily injured Zichun away. In the blink of an eye, Zichun and the black eagle had disappeared. Chapter 1233. The exchange just now had been very simple. Ito had only attacked 3 times, but he had used all his strength in those 3 attacks. Even an early corporeal realm cultivator would not feel good after taking those 3 attacks, let alone a mere Earth Prime cultivator. However, such an Earth Prime cultivator had actually dodged his first attack in advance and decisively gave up on dodging the second attack. Just as he was about to launch the final attack that he thought would be the most fatal, his opponent actually took out a fire cauldron to block it. Although his opponent was injured, he was still alive. This was what surprised Ito. He murmured, "Vigilance, speed, and defense are all not bad. It seems he really is extraordinary." Just then, the corporeal realm cultivators in the distance arrived. They had originally been guarding the surroundings like catching a turtle in a jar, waiting for Zichun to enter their encirclement. But they had not expected Zichun to detect it in advance and decisively leave. How was it? Tai Lu asked with a trace of dissatisfaction in his voice. He was dissatisfied with Zichen's escape and dissatisfied with Ito letting Zichen go. In his opinion, Ito had not used his full strength. The others also thought so. But they had misunderstood, really misunderstood. Although Ito had spoken disdainfully, he had not held back when he attacked. He had used all his strength. He ran, Ito said indifferently. Everyone was speechless. They all knew that Zichen had run, but what should they do next? Were they going to let him escape just like that? After all, it was practically impossible for them to catch Zichen again once he ran away like this. Ito said again, but he can't run. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Ito. Being hit by my attack is equivalent to having my mark on his body. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Tai Lu said, so you mean you can sense where he is? Of course, but that's only if he doesn't disperse the power I left on him. This kid is strange. We have to leave quickly. If we're too late, he might disperse it and escape. Everyone had fought Zichen for more than 10 years, and naturally had some understanding of Zichen. The group of corporeal realm cultivators, led by Ito, chased after Zichen. Of course, they used airships as transportation. Zichen, who had escaped, sat on the back of the Black Eagle and exclaimed inwardly, what a close call. The danger was not over yet. The Black Eagle continued to run while Zichen mobilized the power of the natural order on its back to heal its injuries. There was an indescribable power in his body. This power was very difficult to deal with and dispel. This made Zichen feel slightly irritated. After running for some distance, Zichen called out the flying boat. One man and one eagle stayed on the flying boat and moved forward. Half a day later, Zichen, who had just recovered from his injuries, suddenly felt a dangerous aura. His expression instantly changed as he shouted, let's go! With a loud shout, Zichen jumped out of the airship. At the same time, he shot out a beam of energy, which swept the Black Eagle away from the airship. Boom! A powerful force landed on the flying boat after the two of them fled, instantly shattering the flying boat. Although he reacted in time, Zichen was still hit by the impact of the power. He coughed up blood again, and his injuries that had yet to recover acted up again. Black Eagle was also sent flying, but he fared better than Zichen. Roar! The eagle's cry rang out, and hundreds of black eagles appeared between heaven and earth in an instant. These black eagles filled the air in all directions, then fled in all directions. A palm print appeared in the sky again, and a terrifying aura spread out. As the palm print fell, many of the clones were destroyed. After all the clones were destroyed, Ito found that the Black Eagle's true body had already taken Zichen far away. A gale eagle that can clone itself. A look of surprise appeared on Ito's face. It was obvious that this human was extraordinary, but he did not expect this gale eagle to have some strange means as well. Moreover, it could think of using this method to escape with Zichen in an instant. Ito was the fastest. After his attack, the others arrived. They only saw blood but no corpse. Obviously, Zichen had escaped again. What sharp senses! It will be difficult to kill him in a short time. After everyone arrived, Ito said this, and then pursued again. Indeed, Zichen's perception made Ito feel terrified. This was because this kind of perception allowed him to detect danger in advance, giving him time to avoid it. Damn it, we must catch Zichen. Catch him, then kill him. The group of realms were flustered and exasperated. They wanted nothing more than to eat Zichen alive. At the same time, Zichen, who was fleeing at this moment, was also cursing angrily. Damn it, these guys just won't leave me alone. Zichen's heart was already filled with regret. If he had known that there was such a strong opponent, he would not have gone looking for trouble. He would have escaped at the first opportunity. But it was too late for regrets now. The most important thing now was to shake them off and find a place to heal. However, Zichen did not know Ito's methods. It was undoubtedly a dream to shake him off. Go! Zichen shouted again, and fled to the side with the Black Eagle. Boom! Another flying shuttle shattered. This time, because of experience, the Black Eagle jumped out of the airship and fled with Zichen. What a cunning brat! What a sharp perception. Ito appeared again. He could not help but praise Zichun, and in the pursuit that followed, he also had a deeper understanding of Zichun's sharp perception. As long as he approached the opponent, Zichun would definitely be able to detect him. Then, he would react in advance, take away the airship, and suddenly accelerate. This was under the condition that he did not attack and did not attempt to approach. However, as long as he attacked, the opponent would be able to sense it in advance. He would even be able to sense the direction of the attack, and thus make the most effective and fastest response. Ito admired this very much. However, as the pursuit continued, he became more and more confident in killing Zichun. Because he was more or less injured every time, Zichun's injuries were getting more and more serious. Damn it, how did he find me? Zichun, who was fleeing, was very puzzled, because his tracks were always detected by others time and time again. Helpless, Zichun could only choose to use the old method. Let's go to the jungle and find a war beast. This was Zichun's most common method. Everyone had long since figured it out. After sensing Zichun's direction of movement, Ito frowned slightly. Then, he motioned for a few of the realms to take a detour and intercept Zichun. Zichun was about to reach the jungle soon. He could almost see the flustered and exasperated faces of the realms. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted, "Don't go. Hurry up and take a detour." Following Zichun's shout, the black eagle turned around and fled. However, it did not enter the jungle. As soon as Zichun and the black eagle escaped, a few realms appeared. Their faces were flustered and exasperated. Next, Zichun tried to make the black eagle continue to enter the jungle. However, the other party seemed to be able to sense his path every time. Zichun did not succeed even once. The other realms were responsible for blocking him. As for the strongest realms expert, he was responsible for chasing after Zichun. The pursuit lasted for half a month. However, Zichun was unable to shake off his opponent. He gradually suppressed his injuries, but he did not have the time to recover. The flies behind him made Zichun very angry. Little did he know that the realms hated Zichun even more. The pursuit continued for another half a month. It was as if the two parties were playing a game, chasing each other. For an entire month, all the airships Zichun had on him were destroyed. After that, he and the Black Eagle took turns to escape. When the Black Eagle was escaping at top speed, Zichun would hide in the purple gold gourd and vice versa. This was also the reason why Zichun was able to suppress his injuries despite being chased repeatedly. The pursuit continued. This time, it seemed that it was Zichun's turn to be lucky. The number of times he was discovered became fewer and fewer. In the end, the realm's expert did not catch up to him for several days. Have they finally lost track of me? Zichun thought to himself. However, he did not deliberately let down his guard. Instead, he continued to escape. Finally, Zichun and the Black Eagle successfully broke into a dense forest. Furthermore, they kept going deeper and deeper. There were also very powerful beasts in this forest. The two of them were finally safe. The pursuers behind them no longer appeared. Zichun also heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was to recover from his injuries. This time, Zichun used a full half a month to heal his injuries. After half a month of recovery, Zichun did not continue to stay here. This was because he could sense that danger was approaching. Or rather, the danger had not been eliminated. Could it be that they can still lock onto me? Zichun was not too sure about this. This time, he clearly did not hesitate. He decisively let the Black Eagle carry him out of the forest. As soon as Zichun left, two realms appeared at the place where they had been healing. Zichun did not see them. However, when he rushed out of the forest, he saw a figure moving in the distance. It was Ironforge of the Hearthstone tribe. They really came. Zichun's expression changed. He secretly rejoiced that he had escaped fast enough. Then, he entered the forest again and fled along the edge of the forest. The pursuers behind him were closely following. Although the two sides were no longer facing each other, the tension and pressure still existed. After escaping for several days, Zichun felt that the danger seemed to be a little further away from him. This was a rare opportunity. Therefore, Zichun summoned his doppelgangers, and began to use his usual hallucinatory methods to confuse the enemy. Among the numerous doppelgangers, there were two that possessed great strength comparable to the real body. As for Ziqin's real body, he had retracted some of his strength. Then, the doppelgangers split up and fled. The other doppelgangers would disappear soon. However, the two main doppelgangers could exist for a very long time. This period of time was enough to confuse the enemy and give Ziqin time to truly escape. This time, Ziqin's target was Zhangzhen. Zhangzhen had its own rules. No fighting was allowed in the town. Ziqin did not dare to guarantee that this rule would not be effective against the realms. The main reason he had gone to Zhangzhen was to buy a flying boat. He had lost almost all of his flying boats. The remaining ones were simply too slow. Ziqin wanted a flying boat like He Zi's, which was extremely fast. Chapter 1234. Zhangzhen was a small town founded by several mid-corporeal realm experts. The rules of the town were set by these experts. The name Zhangzhen came about because of an expert called Zhang Chongming. He was the one who had the final say here. At this moment, Zhang Chongming was standing in the square. There seemed to be a hint of other emotions in his indifferent expression. Outside the square, there were many residents of the town. They knew that the mayor standing here today meant that it was a special day. Out of curiosity, they all came to watch. Today, it was time for the city to sell people again. However, in the past few decades, many forces had never come to buy people. This included the rumored disappeared rich Python tribe and some other powerful tribes that were not as strong as the Hearthstone and Jiasi tribes. A beam of light flew over from the horizon. When it got closer, everyone saw that it was a flying boat. The front of the boat was engraved with a fierce tiger. This flying boat represented the fierce tiger army of Huping City. It belonged to the official force, and very few people dared to have any ideas about this force. Seeing the flying boat, Zhang Choming's expression changed slightly. Beside him, the other corporeal realm experts also had a hint of surprise on their faces. Soon, the flying boat arrived above the square. Then, a group of people jumped down from the boat. The leader wasn't the usual He Zi, but a middle-aged man. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Zhang Choming's expression turned cold. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he stepped forward and said, "What wind blew the captain here?" The middle-aged man was very big. He was even taller and more muscular than He Zi. He said in a low, muffled voice, "Long time no see. Mayor Zhang, how have you been?" Zhang Choming stepped forward and smiled. "Captain, are you preparing to go back?" The middle-aged man sighed. "Yes. I have guarded the passage for 500 years. It is time to go back." When Zhang Choming heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then, "Congratulations to all of you." This time, 20 corporeal realm experts came down from the flying boat. On the contrary, there were fewer earth and virtual realm experts, less than 20. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Choming and said, "This is the last transaction before we leave. We will give you the people." Zhang Choming was startled. "How can we accept this?" The middle-aged man smiled. "You and I have known each other for as long as 500 years. Sending these people to you did not violate the rules of Shuntian Prefecture. We are also tired and want to go back and rest. Moreover, there are no resources in this broken place. It really affects our progress." Zhang Choming nodded and said, "Since Brother Wang is so forthright, then I won't be pretentious. Everyone, stay here today, and let me treat everyone well." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "No, we will leave immediately." Zhang Choming felt slightly regretful. After that, Blackie signaled for these people to scram. Everyone had clearly been tamed. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they walked towards Zhang Choming. Looking at the few Earth Yuans among them, He Zi snorted in disdain. Clearly, compared to that person back then, these Earth Yuans were too weak. He was strong, but he kept a low profile. On the other hand, these people didn't have any strength at all, but they kept a high profile. They wanted nothing more than to carve the words, "I'm looking for death," on their heads. Thinking of that person, Blackie naturally thought of that person's name, Zichun. After that, he also told his big brother, because Zichun was like his big brother. They were both people with sharp senses. If this kind of person was careful, he should be able to live for a long time. The middle-aged man noticed that Blackie was a little distracted and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about that person called Zichen again?" Blackie nodded and said, "Indeed, I didn't think much of it at first, but after that, I realized that this person should be very extraordinary." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Although you only exchanged a few words, according to your description, we did indeed underestimate him." Blackie shook his head again and said, "But so what? It's only been a few decades. Even if he's extraordinary, his growth is limited." Suddenly, Blackie's voice paused, but his eyes were staring outside the square. At this moment, Zhang Choming was letting people handle the arrangements for these people, but no matter how one looked at him, he seemed a little distracted. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, these city guards should have left after the handover was completed. However, they didn't leave this time. Zhang Choming glanced at Reality, who nodded and then walked over to the middle-aged man. "Our lord gave this to you all. It's some money for drinks." Reality took out a bag, which contained some law fragments. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Thank Brother Zhang for me, but we won't take this." Reality was slightly startled. Blackie said indifferently, "Take it, we don't want it." Blackie's voice was very loud, but it sounded like he was quarreling. Reality had no choice but to leave. After Reality returned, Zhang Choming glanced at him and the latter shook his head. Zhang Choming didn't say anything. Blackie looked forward with a trace of surprise on his face and said, "I didn't think that he would appear just as I mentioned him. Is this a coincidence?" The middle-aged man nodded, but a meaningful smile appeared on his face and said, "You can say that. There should be a good show here soon." "A good show?" Blackie was clearly startled and looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. The middle-aged man smiled but didn't say anything. Behind them, the other city guards saw the person Blackie was looking at and said in surprise, "Look who that is." Isn't that the punching bag? Wasn't the punching bag sold back then? Why is he here? It's only been a few years, but the punching bag's strength has reached the peak of the Earth origin stage. Looks like he's doing well. These city guards were very bored and would usually tease some outsiders. There was no fun in bullying the Emptiness Realm experts, so they treated teasing the Earth origin stage experts as their only entertainment. Among all the Earth origin stage experts who survived being teased, the punching bag was the one who left the deepest impression on them. So today, they recognized the punching bag at a glance. The punching bag was naturally Zichen. He used his doppelganger to escape the pursuit of a group of Reality Realm experts and then came to Zhangtown. He wanted to buy a flying boat here. However, he had been here for a long time and had seen a few flying boats, but their speed was just barely satisfactory. Zichen was very dissatisfied. Blackie watched Zichen from afar as he shuttled through the various shops. He said, "He seems to be buying something." The middle-aged man said, "He's buying a flying boat, one that's very fast." Blackie was even more surprised. He said, "Flying boats are very expensive, but he actually wants a fast one." "He doesn't want a fast one. He wants the fastest one," the middle-aged man corrected. "The fastest one? He's just an Earth origin stage expert. Could it be?" Blackie's expression was naturally doubtful. The middle-aged man said, "He's dissatisfied with every flying boat. Clearly, he doesn't care about the price, but the speed. He seems to be in a hurry, as if he wants the flying boat to escape. Perhaps he's being chased." Blackie was surprised and curious. Who's chasing him? He actually wants to use a flying boat to escape. The middle-aged man glanced at Blackie and asked, "You really want to know?" Blackie nodded and said, "Yes, I'm very curious. If I can help, I don't mind giving him a hand." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "If you really want to know, then open the flying boat." "What do you mean?" "You'll know when you open it." Blackie nodded and opened the flying boat according to his elder brother's instructions. This was a flying boat used by Huping City's army. It was very fast. After it opened, it floated in the air like a large ship. The middle-aged man said again, "Release your aura." Blackie released the aura unique to the flying boat. Then, a wave of pressure was emitted from the big ship. This pressure spread in all directions, and many people looked over curiously. When Zhang Choming saw this, his face became a little ugly. Zichen walked out of another shop. He didn't care about the price. He only cared about the speed of the flying boat. However, he had visited many shops, and none of them had a flying boat that was comparable to the one Blackie took him on. Suddenly, Zichun felt an aura coming from afar. He was almost instinctively alert and wanted to run away. However, he suddenly remembered that this was Zhang Zhan, and fighting was forbidden. Only then did he relax slightly and look in the direction of the aura. At a glance, Zichen saw a big ship. The ferocious tiger head on the big ship was very eye-catching. The moment he saw the big ship, Zichen's eyes immediately lit up. This was because from the aura emitted by the big ship, this flying boat seemed to be even faster than the one Blackie used. The big ship was in the air. Zichun was a little tempted. He then looked below the big ship and saw Blackie and the people from before. It's them. Zichen's expression became surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood. In this area, who else could make such a flying boat other than them? The leader and Hazy both looked at him and smiled. Zichen also nodded in response. Then, he looked around and flew towards the flying ship. However, something strange happened at this moment. Boom, boom. Surging auras suddenly began to surge. Wave after wave of powerful auras appeared around Zichun. In the blink of an eye, 6 people appeared around Zichun. The power of space surged around these people. With the power of space, it meant that these people were all in the corporeal realm. 6 corporeal realm experts had appeared all at once. Moreover, they were all unfamiliar corporeal realm experts. This shocked Zichen greatly. However, 6 wasn't all. It was just the beginning. As the 6 corporeal realm experts surrounded him, wave after wave of corporeal realm auras came from afar. This time, more than a dozen corporeal realm experts appeared. They then flew towards Zichun at the fastest speed possible. Zichun, let's see where you can run to this time. Haha, I finally caught you. Among the dozen corporeal realm experts, Zichun saw Tai Lu, Jiasi, and the others. He knew that things weren't going well. However, he was already surrounded. It was unrealistic for him to escape. Nearly 20 corporeal realm experts surrounded Zichun. However, that wasn't all. Another person appeared from the shadows. This person had the aura of a mid-stage corporeal realm expert. It was Itro. In the distance, Blackie was dumbfounded when he saw so many corporeal realm experts surrounding Zichun. Chapter 1235. Not only were Hazy and the others dumbfounded by the scene before them, but the other cultivators in the town were also dumbfounded when they saw such a lineup. More than 20 corporeal realm cultivators had actually surrounded an earth realm cultivator. Judging from the corporeal realm cultivators' expressions, they were clearly very serious. Let's see where you can run to this time. Tai Lu sneered as he stared at the surrounded Zichun. The others also stared fiercely at Zichun. Zichun raised his head and looked at Ito O in the air. Ito O had been chasing him all this time, but this was the first time he had seen his true appearance. He was a very ordinary person, but he had almost killed him several times. He was very strong. Seeing Zichun's gaze turn towards him, Ito O laughed softly. Little friend, you won't be able to escape this time. Zichun didn't say anything. He looked at the other corporeal realm cultivators around him. Zichun knew more than half of them. Although he didn't know their names, he had known them for more than 10 years. However, Zichun felt that some of them were very unfamiliar. The crowd didn't immediately make a move, but the group of corporeal realm cultivators gathered together naturally formed an oppressive aura that couldn't be erased. Zichun's forehead was already covered in sweat. This was caused by the immense pressure. As for the other cultivators, they had long since noticed that the situation was not good. They ran into the distance and watched from afar. There was no one around Zichun except for the corporeal realm cultivators. However, Zichun very keenly sensed that in another direction, Hazy and the others hadn't left yet. The tiger-headed flying boat was still floating. The runes on the flying boat lit up and emitted an indescribable pressure. Faintly, the pressure on the flying boat seemed to be resisting the pressure of the corporeal realm cultivators. Zichun's mind spun rapidly. He quickly wiped away the distracting thoughts in his mind and a smile appeared on his face. He deliberately ignored the group of corporeal realm cultivators and looked at Hazy in the distance and greeted him loudly. Hey, Hazy, it's me, Zichun. In the distance, Hazy's already slightly dark face darkened even more when he heard this. The corners of the other corporeal realm cultivators' mouths twitched. This kid was indeed bold. You wanted to ask for help, but you shouldn't have been so direct. You could have at least called him Brother Hay. It's you. However, regardless of how dark his complexion was, Blackie still chose to speak. It's me. Long time no see. Zichun smiled. It's been a few decades, Blackie said. That's right. We haven't seen each other in so many years, so it's only right that we greet each other today. Zichun had an expression and attitude of, you are my friend. Then, he ignored the strange looks around him and swaggered forward. Zichun chose to ignore these realms, but they obviously would not ignore him. Each of them stepped forward and blocked Zichun's path, staring coldly at Zichun. Zichun stopped when he was 3 steps away from reality and said angrily, What are you doing? Can't you see that I'm greeting my friends? With that, Zichun took 2 more steps forward, but reality still had no intention of leaving. At this moment, there was only a single step between them. Reality remained silent, but the aura around him gradually grew stronger, indicating that he wanted to kill someone. The others all sneered at Zichun, looking at him as if he was a clown. Everyone could see that Zichun was randomly making friends, but it was useless because they had never seen the city army help an outsider. However, in the next moment, Blackie shouted loudly, causing everyone's mocking expressions to freeze. What are you doing? That's my friend. This was Blackie's voice. It was a simple sentence, but it carried a lot of weight. When Zichun heard this, a look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on his face. He did not expect Blackie to be so loyal. Let my friend come over, Blackie said again. However, these realms did not respond at all. Blackie frowned slightly, and behind Blackie, the group of city army soldiers also began to release their auras. The city army soldiers were all wearing high-quality armor and had gone through many rounds of screening during the selection process. Their combat strength was much stronger than the average realms. At this moment, there were a total of 20 city army soldiers here. Even if there were more than 20 of them, they were not afraid, not to mention that there was a captain here. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Blackie's face immediately darkened. He then walked over without another word. The group of realms' expressions became more and more ugly. The city army had a strong background, and they did not want to and did not dare to have a conflict with them. However, they could not let Zichun go, so they appear to be very conflicted. Only O's expression did not change, and there was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Blackie did not succeed in stepping forward and was stopped by someone. Of course, it was not their captain, but the mayor of Zhang Town. Blackie, what are you doing? Zhang Choming asked, his attitude somewhat indifferent. Blackie glared and said, What am I doing? What do you think I am doing? Zichun is my friend. This is Zhang Town, Zhang Choming said. So what? Zhang Choming, don't stop me, or I won't go easy on you. Blackie was not afraid of the other party at all. Zichun was only at the Earth Prime level, but there were more than 20 corporeal realms surrounding him. Such a huge difference in strength had already made Hazy unhappy. Now, even Zhang Chongming had come to stop him. It was obvious that he was the one who had ordered this attack. Naturally, he was furious. Of course, Blackie's anger was not related to justice. It was only because he was a little bit of a friend with Zichun. If one were to look deeper, perhaps they could not even be considered friends. The reason he was angry was because he was part of the city army, so he was happy and angry. He wanted to interfere in this matter partly because he thought highly of Zichun, but mostly because he was happy. Zhang Chongming ignored the furious Blackie and looked at the captain, who had not said anything, and said, Brother Wang, this is my Zhang Town. Captain Wang smiled faintly and said, So what? This is Huping City, and we are the city army. Zhang Choming's expression changed as he said, Brother Wang wants to interfere in this matter, but this is a small town after all. We have our own rules. Since Brother Wang is here, I'm afraid you have to follow the rules. We are guarding Huping City, and we are guarding the rules of Shuntian Prefecture. The captain's voice was still calm, but the eyes of the corporeal realm experts behind him were filled with murderous intent. Someone had provoked the city's army. As long as the captain gave the order, they would raze the town to the ground. In the distance, the residents of the town heard the conversation between the two sides. Their hearts tightened, and their faces turned pale. Panic appeared in their eyes. In the entire Jianwu continent, who dared to be rude to the city army? They were law enforcers with the right to kill. They could kill at will and did not need to follow any rules. Most importantly, they were all very powerful. It was not just the residents. Even the realms surrounding Zichun became very nervous. This was because if both sides did not handle this well, what awaited them was Zhang Zhan's disappearance. Zhang Chongming seemed to be calculating the gains and losses. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Very well. Since we are guarding Huping City and following the rules of Shuntian Prefecture, there should be a rule above that the city army is not allowed to participate in private fights." Private fights were also private battles. Private fights naturally represented grudges. To put it bluntly, the city army was not allowed to participate in grudges between factions. It is true that the city army is not allowed to participate in private fights, but Zichen is our friend. What grudges do you have between you? Or did he offend you? The captain said. Offend you? Zhang Choming said, he did not offend me, but as Zhang Zhan's territory, he has personal grudges with many factions. The reason why I stopped him today was because of a request from the other factions. What personal grudges? Tell me. If there is anything that does not match, don't blame the city army for being impolite. This time, it was Heizi who spoke. Zhang Choming glanced at Heizi, smiled and said, "You know the rich python tribe, right?" Heizi shook his head. Zhang Chongming said again, "It's the tribe you sent him to for free." Heizi nodded in understanding. Zhang Chongming pointed at Zichen and said, "He killed more than 80% of the cultivators in the rich python tribe. He also killed the chief, rich python, and stole the tree of law of the rich python tribe." As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed. However, other than shock, their expressions were more skeptical. He's only at Earth Prime. Do you think I would believe that he could kill a reality realm cultivator? Heizi sneered. Zhang Chongming smiled bitterly and said, "I can't believe it either, but it is the truth. But since the rich python is dead, the grudges are naturally over. What does it have to do with them?" Heizi pointed at the reality realm cultivators. This time, even Zichun smiled bitterly. He knew that Heizi couldn't help him. Zhang Chongming said, "This is only the beginning." More than 10 years later, he used the rich python tribe's fruit of law as bait to make a deal. In reality, the deal was fake. His main goal was to take a fancy to the fruit of law of the other tribes. In the past few decades, he stole a total of 8 tribes' fruit of law. The number of fruit of law he took was as high as 20,000. As for the fruit of law of the Void Realm and Earth Prime cultivators, there were more than 2,000 of them. As for the fruit of law of the Void Realm and Earth Prime cultivators of the tribes, he killed countless of them. Zhang Choming paused and said, "These people have been chasing after Zichun for several decades. They have continued to chase after him until now." Heizi was a little dazed when he heard this story. The other reality realm cultivators were also speechless. As for the truth, judging from the righteous indignation of the reality realm cultivators and Zichen's bitter smile, it was obvious that this was the truth. There was no doubt that everyone was stunned. The city guards, who had originally called Zichen a punching bag, looked at Zichen with strange and complicated gazes. In the past few decades, he had robbed 8 tribes one after another, seized more than 10 million resources, and killed many Void Realm and Earth Prime cultivators. This kind of battle record could no longer be described as glorious for an Earth Prime cultivator. The others were completely shocked by Zhang Choming's story, but Heizi still didn't dare to believe it. He could only look at Zichun and ask for confirmation. "Is this true?" Zichun said bitterly. "Would you believe me if I said it's false?" "Yes, why wouldn't I?" Heizi said. "Unfortunately, this is true. I did rob them." Zichun admitted. An uproar came from afar, and everyone's hearts were incomparably shaken. Beside him, Zhang Choming sneered and said, "How about it? He admitted it. Do you still want to participate? Hazy was suddenly at a loss. However, the captain at the back said, although Zichun is in the wrong, you may not be in the right. This is your territory. You set the rules, and you have the final say. However, outside is our territory. Chapter 1236. The captain's voice wasn't loud, but his words were sonorous and forceful. If there was a conflict between the two sides, the captain would give the other side a chance to resolve it, but only within the town. If Zichen made it outside the town, then the city army would protect him. Zichen, we'll wait for you outside the town. With that, the captain waved his hand, indicating for the city army to leave. Blackie glanced at Zichun, then turned and left. Zichun looked gratefully at the group of corporeal realm experts. The fact that they were willing to do such a thing for him made Zichun feel both surprised and touched. After the city army reached the outside world, they didn't stay together. Instead, they dispersed the group of corporeal realm experts around the town. The meaning behind this was that Zichun could choose any place to break through. As long as he made it outside the town, then Zichun would be safe. This arrangement was clearly intentional. However, the group of corporeal realm experts didn't care because Zichen was just a puny earth realm expert. Even if he had a treasure that could raise his cultivation level, he would only be at the void realm. At this moment, there were more than 20 corporeal realm experts present. Zichen's only path was death. As a mid-corporeal realm expert, Itro shrugged and retreated in the air. Zhang Choming rose into the air and fought side by side with Itro. The two of them didn't even bother to participate in this battle. All they needed to do was stand guard. Whoosh! As soon as the two of them retreated, Zichen below flapped his lightning wings, summoned many clones, and fled into the distance. Boom! The group of corporeal realm experts' attention had been on Zichen. As soon as Zichen moved, they moved as well. At this moment, a powerful force instantly formed a storm that swept towards Zichen. Many of the clones were instantly shattered by this storm. Immediately after, Zichen's true body was blasted out. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. It was a miracle that one person didn't die when facing the attacks of more than 20 corporeal realm experts. After his true body appeared, Zichen ran again. At this moment, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts automatically transformed into 9 figures. These 9 figures seemed to be illusory. If Zichen was up against a single corporeal realm expert, the latter wouldn't be able to do anything to Zichen. But now, Zichen was up against 20 corporeal realm experts. On average, at least 2 attacks would land on each phantom. Bang! Bang! The 9 phantoms were shattered one after another, and the terrifying power continued to wreak havoc. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed by this power, and thick smoke and dust rose into the air. However, there were no longer any cultivators in the building, so the aftermath of the energy would not harm the innocent. Zichen was hit and coughed up blood again. He had been surrounded before, so it would be difficult for him to kill his way out now. Zichen's attacks were neutralized time and time again, and every time they were neutralized, Zichen would cough up blood. Outside the town, a group of corporeal realm experts watched this scene in the air. They looked at Zichen, who was constantly trying to break through. The captain sighed and said, "We made a mistake. He is indeed amazing, but his realm is still a little low. It will be difficult for him to break out." Hazy said unwillingly, "Are we just going to watch him die like this? He is already so extraordinary at Earth Prime. He will definitely be famous in Huping City in the future." The captain said firmly, "This is the rule, one of the few rules in the Zhanwu continent." Hazy was stunned, but he didn't say anything else. There weren't many rules in the Zhanwu continent, but each of the few rules had to be followed. The only outcome for those who didn't follow the rules was death. Therefore, rules were rules. Even the city's army had to follow them. In the town, everyone was extremely shocked. This was because the Earth Prime was still alive and was still holding on. Zichen successfully broke out of the encirclement at the cost of serious injuries. However, as soon as he broke out, an attack landed on him and knocked him to the ground. Under the push of the force, Zichen's body rushed forward while sticking close to the ground. A deep gully was left behind him, and Zichun's golden blood flowed out from the gully. Zichun was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and stood up because hope was right in front of him. However, as soon as he stood up, another attack landed and hit him. Boom! Zichun lay down again, and a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust rose from the crater, and at the same time, the sound of Zichun vomiting blood could be heard. "Run! Keep running," Huefo said in a ferocious voice. At the same time, he struck out a palm at Zichun, who had just gotten up. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Weren't you very good at running in the past? Why aren't you running now? Continue." Zichun got up again and looked out of the town with a determined gaze. That was where his hope of survival lay. Due to the serious injuries on his body, he could no longer display his extreme speed. The light on the lightning wings on his back had also dimmed a lot. He could only walk out of the town step by step, looking like a pitiful birdman with wings. Zichun looked forward, his eyes filled with determination and hope. Strands of the precepts of life appeared in his body and healed his injuries. Pung! Tai Lu attacked again. He directly sent Zichun flying 1 meter away. He sneered and said, "I'll send you off and let you get out alive." As he spoke, he swooped down and kicked Zichun, sending him flying several meters away. Zichun's body drew a long gully on the ground, which was stained with blood. "It's my turn." Zichun stood up tenaciously and unyieldingly. Then, Black Rock excitedly stepped forward and knocked Zichun to the ground again, leaving a long gully behind Zichun's body. Zichun walked out of the town in a straight line. This straight line was undoubtedly the most effortless, but there was a glaring gully stained with blood on this straight line. At this moment, Zichun no longer had the slightest ability to resist. The group of corporeal realm experts could humiliate him at close range. They were recklessly venting their anger and venting the grievances that had been suppressed in their hearts for many years. In the past, Zichun had played them in circles and made them so angry that they wanted to commit suicide. Now, it was finally time for them to retaliate. Curses and angry beatings followed one after another. In the face of such humiliation, Zichun's gaze remained resolute. His eyes flashed with the desire to live. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to live. A chance of survival was right in front of him. He didn't want to die. But in the eyes of the crowd, Zichun didn't have any chance of survival. This was because if the corporeal realm experts wanted to kill him, they only needed one strike. But he still hadn't died. Apart from his extremely strong defense, the main reason why the group of corporeal realm experts didn't kill him. Instead, they chose to torture Zichun. Zichun's injuries were very serious. It was rare for someone to be seriously injured. He was extraordinary, but there were just too many enemies. In the outside world, the group of city guards was furious. Hazy even shouted at the town, "You damned bastards. If you want to kill someone, do it quickly. Why do you have to torture him?" He asked for it. When Jia Si heard this, anger appeared on his face. He said angrily, "He stole all of our resources and killed many of our people. Our tribe almost disappeared. It's too easy for us to just kill him. We're going to torture him to death." Hazy was furious, but he couldn't attack. Zichun slowly got up. He coughed up blood again in the process, but he still stood up. When he stood up again, he didn't continue forward. Instead, he chose to turn his head. This was the first time he had turned his head. He turned his head to stare at Jia Si and said mockingly, "I deserve to die, but don't you all deserve to die? If you weren't greedy and wanted to steal my things for no reason, I would have attacked you all." Jia Si was furious. He turned around and attacked Zichun, sending Zichun flying back several meters. They had a good grasp of their strength. They wanted to slowly torture Zichun to death. Many people around couldn't bear to see a group of corporeal realm experts torture an earth realm expert. However, there were also some who looked carefree. It was as if the scene in front of them was just a simple show. Zichun was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He fell down again and again, but stood up again and again. However, this time, Zichun didn't look outside the town like before. He didn't walk out of the town either. He realized that he was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. He was afraid. He had placed his hope of survival on the city guards. This was equivalent to placing his life on someone else. He wanted to live. He longed to live. Living, this was the pursuit of most people in the Zhangwu continent. They longed to live, and not wanting to die was a normal mentality for everyone. However, Zichen's mistake was to pin his hopes on others. This was not Zichen's style at all, and naturally, it was not in line with his Tao. His life should be in his own hands. However, Zichen had placed his life on someone else. He didn't even believe in himself at first. Therefore, he was wrong. He wouldn't run. Even if he died here, it was his choice. Therefore, before he died, he would fight for his life. Zichen's life was full of vigor. He was constantly creating miracles. Therefore, even if he died, he would die standing. He would die in battle. He absolutely couldn't tolerate dying while escaping. Therefore, he stopped. He wouldn't run. Run. Why aren't you running? Tai Lu's gloomy voice rang out. Zichen looked at everyone and slowly shook his head. He said in a hoarse voice, I'm not running. Are you in despair? Heisher sneered. But you want to die smoothly? You're dreaming. After saying this, Heisher rushed towards Zichen. He sent a palm strike towards Zichen's chest. Zichen, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, suddenly emitted a fierce aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A curved blade instantly appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards Heisher. This strike wasn't a move, but Zichen had practiced it countless times. He had used countless lives to prove the power of this strike. This made the strike very fast. It was so fast that Heisher didn't have time to react. Before Heisher's strike could land on Zichen, the scimitar was already at Heisher's throat. At such a close distance, Zichen's strength wasn't weak at all. He naturally chopped off Heisher's head. Slash. Just like that, Heisher's head was chopped off. Blood sprayed from his neck as his head flew high into the sky. However, his palm strike had also struck Zichen. Zichen was sent flying backwards. Behind the flying Zichen, two balls of fire appeared. They were like ropes that wrapped around Heisher's body. Then, they dragged him away. Chapter 1237. This scene happened so quickly that it was unimaginable. By the time Heisher reacted, his head had already left his body. Damn it! An angry curse came from Heisher's flying head. After all, Heisher was of the corporeal realm. Although his head was chopped off, the heavily injured Zichen could not destroy his soul. Then, he saw his body being swept away. With his body swept away, his combat strength was reduced by 90%. Even an Earth Prime could kill him now, but even without his body, he still had his head and soul. Heisher was still alive. But at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky. The black shadow was like a bolt of lightning that went straight for Heisher's flying head. The black shadow was naturally the black eagle. It had arrived just in time. Its sharp eagle claws were like sharp blades as it grabbed Black Rock's head. Then, the eagle claw exerted force. With a bang, Black Rock's head shattered and his soul was destroyed. Roar. At this moment, Heisher's high-pitched voice resounded throughout the world. Such a turn of events was clearly out of everyone's expectations. The group of corporeal realm experts was stunned. However, Zichen did not take advantage of the moment to escape. He only held his scimitar and used the instant burst of speed to charge toward the corporeal realm expert. This time, Zichen arrived in front of Jia Ming and chopped at his head with his scimitar. Pong! Jia Ming saw Zichen's eyes. They were indifferent and filled with killing intent. There was no emotion in them. Thus, he reacted quickly and used the power of space to attack. This attack was not powerful, but it was a separate attack. It hit Zichen first and sent Zichen flying. But at this moment, the scimitar also slashed past, leaving a line of blood and almost chopping off his head. After this attack, Jia Ming's head and body were only connected by a layer of skin. Jia Ming screamed in horror and jumped away from the battlefield. His face was full of shock and fear. Seeing Jia Ming's appearance, Zichen sneered, "You really are like a clown." It was clearly unrealistic to want to go up and deal the final blow. Zichen had only counterattacked twice, but in these two attacks, one of the realms had died and the other had been injured. It had to be said that this counterattack was both sharp and shocking. Terrifying, Truly terrifying. Hazy sighed. There was naturally shock in his eyes. The captain said, "No wonder they wanted to kill him. He was simply too terrifying. That blade contained some sort of trajectory. Although it was visible to the naked eye and wasn't fast, it was still very difficult to dodge. If he wasn't injured, neither of the two corporeal realm experts would have been able to escape." Hazy said, "He is actually so terrifying. We made a huge mistake. If we had known earlier, we would have directly brought him back to Huping City." The captain shook his head and said, "It's not that there's a problem with our eyesight, but that this person is truly extraordinary. Existences like us can't see through him at all." The other realms were clearly stunned by Zichen's counterattack. They simply could not imagine that the person who had just slashed out with those two blades was the punching bag who had once laughed at them foolishly. However, the heavily injured Zichen only had 2 chances to counterattack before being suppressed. As for the Black Eagle, it was also enveloped by many forces after appearing and was completely suppressed. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder you guys couldn't take him down after so long. Zhang Choming indifferently swept his gaze across the battlefield and said coldly. Beside him, Ichiro said indifferently, "But this is as far as it goes." Zichen had been sent flying, but the battle intent around his body was incomparably high. Moreover, the power within his body was boiling like boiling hot blood. The yuan energy within his body vibrated at a high frequency. Strands of the rules of life appeared one after another, constantly healing Zichen's injuries. At the same time, they destroyed the rules and provided him with great power. Zichen's counterattack had already been unimaginably powerful, but his opponents were too many and too strong. In the end, Zichen was powerless to reverse the situation. Everyone could see that Zichen was done for. Death was only a matter of time. However, he was unwilling to give up and continued to launch fearless counterattacks. Everyone had already despaired for him, but Zichen did not despair. His blood was still hot and boiling. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling quietly appeared in Zichen's mind amidst the rising battle intent in Zichen's body. It was a mysterious feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was indescribable, but it made Zichen feel very comfortable. This feeling was as if Zichen had suddenly integrated into this world, into the entire Zhanwu continent. At this moment, he was like a part of the Zhanwu continent, or rather, a part of the Zhanwu continent. He had touched upon the rules of the Zhanwu continent. Within these rules, an illusory power appeared. This power integrated into Zichen's body and fused with the rules of destruction. After the fusion, it became a destructive void force. Immediately after, this destructive void force was fed back from his body to the outside world. The power that was fed back did not dissipate but condensed together. With Zichen as the center, this power condensed into an illusory space. This space was called the void space. This void space was also the foundation of every cultivator who had stepped into the peak of the realm in the future. That's right. At this moment, Zichen felt the void force and was about to break through to the void realm. With Zichen as the center, a void space slowly appeared. It was like a seed. Under the irrigation of Zichen's power, it sprouted and slowly expanded. At this moment, Zichen seemed to feel the existence of some kind of Tao. He seemed to see an illusory small tree. The small tree began to sprout and then grow. It grew its first leaf, followed by a second, and then a third. Between heaven and earth, the void force was like a storm that swept through the entire town. At the center of this storm was Zichen. Bang, bang. This illusory power carried substantial power and powerful offensive power as it swept past the small town. An Earth Prime cultivator stared at Zichen in front of him in shock. He did not notice the situation around him at all. When he noticed it, he saw the cultivator beside him suddenly split into pieces. Moreover, the cultivator did not notice this at all. This was a very strange scene. The Earth Prime cultivator's expression changed drastically. He was even more terrified. He wanted to shout and scream, but he realized that he could not open his mouth at all. This was because the Earth Prime cultivator no longer had a mouth. Poof, 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 poof. The Void Realm storm carried substantial power attacks from outside the town. At this moment, All the Earth Prime cultivators were killed by the Void Realm rules. They died suddenly and strangely. They did not even have time to scream. At the same time, many Void Realm cultivators' bodies were also torn apart by this void force. There were wounds on their bodies, but they were not fatal. This scene shocked everyone. The Void Realm cultivators had a bad feeling and fled out of the town. As for the Reality Realm cultivators inside and outside the town, they were even more confused and shocked when they saw this scene. They were shocked by this unforeseen event, but they did not know why this happened. Boom! The Void Realm rules came from outside and rushed towards Zichun. Everywhere it passed, all the buildings were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Zhangzhun was reduced to ruins. The storm caused by the Void Realm rules made the clothes of all the Reality Realm cultivators flutter. Their eyes were fixed on Zichun. Zhang Choming's expression was extremely ugly because Zhangzhun was destroyed in an instant. Zichun, the instigator of all this, stood in the air. He was the center of the entire Void Realm storm. However, such a terrifying storm was like a ferocious wolf that had turned into a lamb in an instant. It became very docile in front of him. Zichun's body was like a bottomless pit. It began to devour this unparalleled power. This power was stronger than all the Earth Prime cultivators who had broken through to the Void Realm. However, the effect it brought was weaker than everyone else's. This was because the Void Realm around Zichun's body only expanded to 1 meter. If it were anyone else, they would have expanded the Void Realm to 1,000 meters long ago. However, Zichun only expanded it to 1 meter. This situation was as strange as the Void Realm storm. Zichun's injuries had not recovered from this breakthrough. The surface of his body was filled with destructive power. At this moment, there was only one type of rule in his body. He was breaking through, but his injuries were still there. It could be said that he was all bark and no bite. However, Zichun's breakthrough had caused such a huge commotion that it was enough to scare all the Reality Realm cultivators. The group of Reality Realm cultivators also chose to kill him because they were too frightened. Kill! Zhang Chongming ordered. Kill! Ito also shouted. The other Reality Realm cultivators reacted. With the two of them taking the lead, the group of Reality Realm cultivators launched powerful attacks. Spatial power vibrated in the sky. This was a power that was 1 level higher than Void Realm. Stop, you bastards! Hey Z's roar came. Zichun's breakthrough had caused such a huge commotion. It clearly proved that Zichun was extraordinary. How could such an existence be killed just like that? Do it! Zhangzhun was already destroyed, so the original rules were obviously no longer valid. The captain waved his sleeve, and the group of Reality Realm cultivators rushed towards Zichun from all directions. However, their reaction was clearly 1 step slower. At such a close distance, the group of Reality Realm cultivators' attacks were extremely terrifying. This was a storm formed by Reality Realm cultivators. This storm instantly destroyed the Void Realm storm that Zichun had summoned because of his breakthrough. After tearing apart the Void Realm storm, many powerful forces rushed towards the center of the storm, where Zichun was. Zichun did not have time to react. He was hit by many forces, and then many spatial powers entered his body. Boom! Many forces entered his body, and Zichun's body instantly grew in size. Then, it became bloated. Finally, it reached its limit and exploded with a boom. Zichun's body exploded, but the Reality Realm spatial storm still existed. At the center of the storm, there was a pill cauldron, a pair of lightning wings, a purple gold gourd, a dim dragon-shaped spear, and the scimitar from before. However, the scimitar was now covered in cracks. Zichun was killed in 1 blow. The earth weapon on him was destroyed, and only the dragon soul spear was left. The captain and the others rushed over, but the battle was already over. Hazy was furious. Haha, this was Jia Si's laughter. He laughed without restraint. Haha, this was Tai Lu's laughter. He laughed without restraint. Immediately after, the other Reality Realm cultivators also laughed. They laughed happily and excitedly. Chapter 1238. Dead, haha. He's finally dead. Seeing Zichun's death, the group of corporeal realm experts laughed loudly. Hazy and the rest of the corporeal realm experts had already rushed to the sky above the ruins of the small town, but they didn't immediately move forward. At this moment, the gazes of the corporeal realm experts all fell on the captain. Zichun was already dead, so the city army naturally wouldn't pursue the matter. It was already extremely difficult for them to protect Zichun before, so of course they wouldn't seek justice for a dead person now. The captain glanced at the items in the storm. Zichun's death was not only because of some grudges, but also because of these items. Hazy transmitted his voice to the captain. What should we do with these items? The captain chuckled and transmitted his voice. There are too many people here, so we naturally can't participate. As he spoke, the captain took a few steps back, using his actions to indicate that he wouldn't interfere. The other city soldiers were slightly startled, but quickly understood the captain's meaning and took a few steps back. The items that Zichun left behind after his death were indeed coveted, but with so many people here, it was impossible for the city army to kill all of them. The power of the city army was limitless, but at the same time, under this enormous power, they also had to abide by the rules. Zhang Choming and Aitro took a few steps forward at the same time, both of their gazes falling on the Thunder Wings. The pill cauldron looked even more extraordinary than the Thunder Wings, but it wasn't as practical as the Thunder Wings. The Thunder Wings could raise one's cultivation by a large realm, so once they broke through, it would naturally be much easier to seize the pill cauldron. The combined attack of more than 20 corporeal realm experts was extremely terrifying. The destructive spatial storm was still ongoing, and the items that Zichun left behind after his death were still at the very center of the storm. The storm was still terrifying, so even though everyone was greedy, they didn't dare to casually step forward. The group of corporeal realm experts all stared at the items at the center of the storm, then swept past them one by one, finally stopping on the dragon-shaped spear. The spear hadn't shattered even after being ravaged by spatial power, so it was clearly very extraordinary. However, when everyone sensed that the spear was only an earth spirit weapon, their faces revealed a strange expression. How can it be an earth spirit weapon? A corporeal realm expert voiced his doubts. Everyone knew that an earth spirit weapon coexisted with its master. As long as its master died, the earth spirit weapon would definitely shatter. But the situation before their eyes exceeded common sense. Could it be that Zichun was still alive? This guess was not valid. Zichun had clearly been blasted into smithereens, so the moment this guess appeared, it was dispelled by the crowd. The only possibility was that this weapon was too miraculous and did not want to disappear with its master. Just as everyone was speculating, the void power between heaven and earth suddenly appeared once more. Just like before, a large amount of void power appeared from all directions and then reformed into a void power storm. The storm formed again, but it was still in its original direction. This attracted a lot of sidelong glances, as well as cries of alarm. Could it be that Zichun is still alive? This is a void energy storm, just like the one before. That's impossible. Zichun is already dead. What's with this storm? Everyone cried out in alarm, unable to comprehend the scene before them. However, at that moment, the spatial storm suddenly disappeared. It was as if someone had absorbed all the power of the storm. And that was indeed the case. It was the heavenly thunder wings that had absorbed the power of the spatial storm. After absorbing the spatial storm, the originally slightly dim heavenly thunder wings suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Streaks of lightning circulated on the thunder wings. Just as everyone was guessing whether this was caused by the thunder wings, a golden light suddenly appeared in the center of the thunder wings. The golden light was first a dot, but then it enlarged and gradually turned into a small golden person. The moment they saw the small golden person, the crowd of corporeal realm experts was shocked. This was because the small golden person's appearance was actually the same as Zichun's original appearance. The void power around them frantically gathered towards the small golden person. When the surging power landed on the small golden person's body, it immediately disappeared. The small golden person stood there, its body like a black hole that was filled to the brim. With the infusion of void power, the small golden person's body also began to grow, as if it was growing. However, at that moment, the small golden person had its eyes closed, as if it did not know what was happening in the outside world. Zichun, it's Zichin's aura. He's not dead. A shocked voice sounded. Hurry up and kill him. The crowd of corporeal realm experts reacted and joined forces to attack Zichin once again. Boom. The sky shook as a surging power appeared once again. The spatial power was like an avalanche as it rushed towards Zichun. The illusory force that had just formed in the surroundings was pushed away by this force. However, before the frightening spatial force could land on Zichin's body, a powerful suction force was emitted from the lightning wings on his back, and all of this force was absorbed by them. The spatial power disappeared, and the void power reappeared. Then, it was absorbed by Zichin. Everyone around them was dumbfounded. What's going on? Zhang Chongming's face turned gloomy as he shouted, "Attack with all your might and kill him first." The golden figure was still growing. He now looked like a teenager, and the thunder wings behind him were a little too big. Boom, boom. The crowd of corporeal realm experts once again launched powerful attacks, but when the attacks landed, the suction force on the thunder wings reappeared. Not a single force landed on Zichin's body. When the same scene happened, everyone was even more shocked. Immediately after, many more attacks appeared. However, these corporeal realm experts were unwilling to give up. As these attacks were launched, the amount of void power absorbed by the golden figure decreased greatly. The young Zichin immediately opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash across his golden eyes. He glanced indifferently at the crowd of corporeal realm experts. They suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. As Zichin waved his hand, many void realm fragments appeared around him. There were complete fragments of the emptiness realm, complete emptiness realm fruit trees, and even more fragments of emptiness realm laws. These fragments emitted resplendent and dazzling light as they floated around Zichin. They were gorgeous, dazzling, and breathtaking. The smallest of these void realm fragments was equivalent to 100 law fragments, while the largest was equivalent to 1,000. At this moment, they were densely packed around Zichin. The total value of these fragments had already exceeded 1,000,000. In this place, 1,000,000 was definitely considered a great fortune. It was even wealthier than many corporeal realm experts. However, in the next moment, these $1,000,000 law fragments exploded. Bang, bang, bang. Nearly 10,000 fragments shattered immediately. The rich void power within instantly filled the surroundings. A powerful suction force emerged from Zichin's body as he began to frantically absorb the void power. Zichin, who was originally a youth, rapidly grew up and soon became a young man. At the same time, a powerful aura appeared on Zichin's body. This was the aura of the Void Realm. The many Void Realm fragments allowed him to break through to the Void Realm in one fell swoop. However, the Void Law did not dissipate. Behind Zichin, a 1-meter Void Realm space appeared. However, it was only 1 meter. As more void power was absorbed, this 1-meter Void Realm space began to expand. However, the expansion speed was extremely slow. When nearly half of the power contained in the 10,000 Void Realm Law fragments had been depleted, the Void Realm space behind Zichin had only expanded to 2 meters. What's going on? In the distance, He and the others had clearly noticed the abnormality. The captain frowned and then shook his head. It was obvious that he did not know either. During this time, the group of corporeal realm experts were still attacking. However, they could not harm Zichin at all. In addition to the lightning wings on Zichin's back absorbing the power of space, there were also rays of golden light emitting from Zichin's body. If one looked closely, they would discover that these golden lights were flames. Rumble. The sound of Zichin absorbing void power was like thousands of thunder and thousands of galloping horses. When the many Void Realm experts saw the speed and amount of void power Zichin absorbed, they were even more astonished. It should be known that when they broke through, they absorbed less than 1/10,000th of Zichin's. However, the Void Realm they expanded was dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times more than Zichin's. However, where did all the power Zichin absorbed go? Why did it only expand by 2 meters? Although it was still expanding, why was it so slow? At this moment, in the depths of Zichin's mind, the illusory image of the small tree had disappeared. Instead, that mysterious feeling appeared once again. Amidst this mysterious feeling, Zichen seemed to understand a principle of Tao. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, three gave birth to all things. Tao is illusory and ethereal. Zichen could not grasp it at all, nor could he sense it. However, he had another understanding. Tao was this world, this illusory world around him. The void space was his Tao. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two became three. This was the expansion of the void space. It went from 1 meter to 2 meters, then to 3 meters, and finally grew infinitely. During this period, Zichen seemed to see 3 rays of golden light. These 3 rays of golden light did not have a shape. They were like some kind of golden liquid that merged with the entire illusory world. In a daze, Zichen seemed to see that the 3 rays of golden light were the 3 pages of the heavenly book. The 3 rays of golden light merged with Zichen's illusory world. With the support of the illusory world's power, Zichen's illusory world expanded to 3 meters. 3 meters seemed to have reached its limit. The surrounding illusory world's power began to disappear, and the storm also began to dissipate. In a short period of time, Zichen's surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the golden light around Zichen's body was still blazing. At the same time, his body exuded the aura of the illusory world. Zichen had succeeded in breaking through, but the group of reality realm experts did not feel any danger. Instead, their expressions became very strange. This was because Zichen's illusory world was only 3 meters. A 3-meter illusory world was nothing. It was the smallest illusory world in history. As everyone knew, the size of the illusory world directly determined how much power one could absorb from it. However, Zichen's 3-meter illusory world was not much. It was probably only a little more than Earth origin. Originally, Zichen's breakthrough had caused a huge commotion and caused everyone to feel a lot of pressure. However, at this moment, after seeing that Zichen's illusory world was only 3 meters, the pressure disappeared. 3 meters? Haha, a 3-meter illusory world. This is too funny. It is very funny. 3 meters. When I first opened the reality realm, it was dozens of times bigger than his. My illusory world was 1,000 times bigger than his. The group of reality realm experts laughed wantonly. Their expressions became even more disdainful. Chapter 1239. Zichen's aura was not strong, but the moment he opened his eyes, everyone felt a dangerous aura. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, and the mocking laughter instantly stopped. Is it funny? Zichen looked at the crowd and said indifferently. A black robe appeared on his body. It's funny. Of course it's funny. I've never seen or heard of a 3-meter emptiness realm in my life. Haha, this is the smallest emptiness realm in history. Jiaming suddenly laughed and stared at Zichen with an unfriendly gaze. Just now, he had almost been beheaded by Zichen. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he was not afraid of Zichen at all. Zichen looked at Jiaming again. His cold eyes made Jiaming feel danger again, but he pretended to be calm and laughed. Zichen ignored him. Now, he urgently wanted to prove one thing: the existence of the 3 pages of the heavenly book. In his days, he seemed to have seen the 3 pages of the heavenly book fuse with the emptiness realm. The reason why his emptiness realm was only 3 meters wide seemed to have something to do with the 3 pages of the heavenly book. Zichen began to look inside himself. His spiritual senses probed every corner of his body, searching carefully. However, after a thorough search, Zichen did not find any trace of the heavenly book. It's gone. It's really gone. Zichen's emotions became very complicated. He did not know whether this situation was good or bad. After fusing with the heavenly book and many emptiness realm rules, his emptiness realm had only grown to 3 meters. Zichen could not imagine how his emptiness realm would grow in the future. Zichen fused with the thunder wings again. The pill cauldron returned to Zichen's body, and the dragon soul spear was put away by Zichen. Zichen had just broken through, and the dragon soul spear had also absorbed a huge amount of emptiness energy. The dragon soul had fallen into a deep sleep, and the next time it woke up, it would become an illusionary spirit weapon. As for the scimitar, it was tightly held in Zichen's hand. Above the ruins, All the realms stared at Ziqian with serious expressions. Only Jia Ming was laughing disdainfully. However, his laughter suddenly came to a stop when Zichun once again unfurled his lightning wings. Zichun unfurled his lightning wings and began to release the power of his lightning wings. Behind him, the 3-meter-long virtual realm gradually materialized due to the release of the power of his lightning wings. The surging power of space poured into the virtual realm, and Zichin's 3-meter virtual realm turned into a real realm. However, the original 3-meter realm was reduced by 1 meter. The reality realm was only 2 meters. However, such a scene was enough to shock everyone. This was because Zichin had just broken through to the emptiness realm. However, with the help of his thunder wings, he was able to advance to the next realm. As cultivators, it was only natural for them to understand that this was not a simple increase in cultivation level. Rather, it would allow Zichin to comprehend the corporeal realm in advance. This way, Zichun would not encounter any bottlenecks in his growth and strength. In other words, once his ethereal power reached a certain limit, Zichun would be able to break through on his own. This was because he was no stranger to the power of reality. Everyone's attention shifted away from Zichun and landed on the lightning wings behind Zichun. Their expressions instantly became complicated. Among the many complicated expressions, the only one that was the same was greed. Zichun was still surrounded, but there was no trace of fear on his face. He was also holding his scimitar with ease. At this moment, he was carefully sensing the power of reality. This was an unfamiliar power. He needed to carefully sense it before he could unleash its greatest power. The heavenly book was no longer there, but his perfect spiritual sense still existed. At this moment, Zichun was deducing the power of reality in his mind. The expressions of the group of people in the reality realm were very complicated, but they did not immediately make a move. It was unknown whether they were afraid of Zichun or the city guards who had surrounded them. Outside the ruins, when all the emptiness realm experts saw Zichin's transformation, their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Many people sighed. This kind of treasure was really wasted in Zichin's hands. Everyone's attention was focused on Zichun or the lightning wings. Naturally, no one paid attention to the black eagle below the ruins. At this moment, the black eagle stood there motionless. There were no aura fluctuations around its body, but the power in its body was changing at this moment. Just like the fire python's breakthrough, the black eagle's breakthrough was also silent. Good kid, this treasure on you is really good. It's a pity that it's in your hands. Jia Ming was the first to break the silence. Zichin's spiritual sense had already finished deducing a 3-meter emptiness realm and a 2-meter reality realm. Zichin's current realm looked very strange, but the power in his body was not strange at all. Instead, it directly transmitted a message to Zichin. It was powerful. Zichin looked at Jia Ming and asked, "Why do you say it's a pity? Isn't it a pity? This thing is only for you to support a 2-meter reality realm. If you give it to us, we can reach the domain realm," Jia Ming said. Zichin smiled and said, "So that's what you think?" "Of course." Zichin said, "Actually, you're wrong. The true purpose of my lightning wings is not to increase one's realm." "What is it?" Jia Ming asked. The others also looked at Zichin. "It's speed," Zichin said indifferently. As his words fell, everyone saw Zichin's body sway slightly. Just as they were wondering what Zichin meant, they suddenly heard a soft sound. The soft sound came from beside Jia Ming. Everyone turned their heads in puzzlement and saw an extremely shocking scene. They saw Jia Ming's head leave his body and fly towards the sky. Beside Jia Ming stood another Zichin. This Zichin held a scimitar in his hand, and there seemed to be a hint of ridicule in his indifferent expression. Zichin, who had just been surrounded, was actually slowly dissipating. Seeing this scene, everyone was aghast. Zichin's expression was still cold. He took a few steps forward with his 2-meter reality realm and slashed at another reality realm expert. This person was Hoover, a member of the Hearthstone tribe. Hoover could see Zichin's trajectory with his naked eye, which proved that Zichin's speed was not fast. However, Hoover found that he could not avoid his opponent at all. He shouted loudly and mobilized the power of space. At the same time, he raised his reality realm to block in front of him. Facing Zichin, He actually chose to defend. Just as he finished his defense, Zichen arrived in front of Hoover. When he was 2 meters away, he slashed down with his scimitar. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn apart rang out. It was very ear-piercing. Zichen's blade had directly cut through Hu Fo's reality, then broke through Hu Fo's defense and slashed across his neck. Puffed! With another sound, Hoover's head left his body. The stunned and terrified expression on his face had already frozen. Several fire dragons rushed out from behind Zichen and rushed towards the corpses of the 2 Reality Realm experts. In the blink of an eye, Zichen had killed 2 people. The other Reality Realm experts' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Ito, O, and Zhang Chongming, however, took a step forward. Their cold expressions carried a hint of shock. Big brother. Further away was Blackie's group. At this moment, Blackie was looking at the captain. The captain said indifferently, "Follow the rules." With that, the captain took the initiative to walk out of the ruins. When the other Reality Realm experts saw this, they all retreated. When the army in the city retreated, Zichen avoided Ito, O, and Zhang Chongming and flashed towards the other Reality Realm experts. Zichen took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Reality Realm experts. His strange speed was almost like teleportation. With the help of the Thunder Wings, Zichen was now in the Reality Realm. Therefore, he could mobilize the laws of space. The final strike of the 9 fleeting thunderbolts required him to mobilize the power of space. With the power of space, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts moved as if they were teleporting. Seeing Zichen suddenly appear in front of him, Tai Lu's expression changed dramatically. He roared angrily and swung his weapon at Zichen. Puff! However, before his attack could land on Zichen, the cracked curved blade in Zichen's hand slashed across his neck. Another head flew into the air. The boss of the Hearthstone tribe, Tai Lu, was killed. After Tai Lu, Zichen once again moved towards Jia Si. Scram! Scram! Jia Si had long been scared out of his wits by Zichen's killing methods. He roared angrily and attacked with a powerful force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, this power was nothing in front of Zichen, who was also in the Reality Realm. Zichen stood 2 meters away from the Reality Realm and directly passed through the attacks. Then, he raised his blade and slashed. Puff! Another sound was heard, and another slash was made. Boom! Boom! 2 loud tremors came from behind Zichen. 2 mid-corporeal realm experts had launched their most ferocious attacks at Zichen. At the same time, 2 types of power of space pressed towards Zichen. Zichen sneered and released a powerful force from his body. Breaking the laws, he rushed out and broke through the spatial pressure. Then, Zichen took another step and dodged the 2 powerful attacks. He moved towards another corporeal realm expert. Seeing Zichen kill one with a single slash, all the corporeal realm experts were terrified. At this moment, they finally understood how Zichen felt when he slaughtered the emptiness realm experts. At the same time, they also understood how Zichen could kill thousands of emptiness realm experts by himself. Because Zichen could kill one with a single slash and no one was willing to be killed, it was natural that the situation became chaotic. The group of corporeal realm experts began to flee, but Zichen's speed was many times faster than before. The speed of the 9 fleeting thunderbolts was also on full display. No one was able to escape successfully. Even the 2 mid-corporeal realm experts chasing after Zichen couldn't outrun Zichen. Puff! Puff! With a single slash, 1 corporeal realm expert died. With another slash, another person was killed. As Zichen killed, the fire dragons continued to appear. They swept up one corpse after another and headed towards the pill cauldron. Such a crazy massacre completely shocked the emptiness realm experts in the distance. Even the city guards were shocked. They believed that they were very strong and could kill an ordinary corporeal realm expert. However, they didn't dare to imagine what it would be like if they faced Zichen. That slash without any special moves gave them a feeling that they couldn't dodge it. "Kid, don't run if you have the guts," Zhang Chongming shouted. After killing the last early corporeal realm expert with a single slash, Zichen sneered at Zhang Chongming. "I won't run before I kill you." "Shameless boasting," Zhang Chongming said angrily. Chapter 1240. Ziqian had taken care of a group of early corporeal realm experts, leaving only 2 mid-corporeal realm experts. The shock on Heizi's face did not dissipate. When he saw Ziqian facing 2 mid-corporeal realm experts, he asked, "Can he do it?" As the captain of the late corporeal realm experts, he was naturally shocked as well. However, he did not understand Ziqian's true strength. One had to know that the difference between early and mid-corporeal realm experts was 1 level. In the eyes of ordinary people, this gap was like an insurmountable chasm. Since he's so confident, he might be able to fight 1-on-2. With the strength that Ziqian had displayed earlier, they did not doubt that Ziqian could win 1-on-1. As for whether he could fight 1-on-2, they did not dare to be certain. The 2 mid-corporeal realm experts stared at Ziqian with sinister eyes as sinister smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. "Die!" The 2 shouted and prepared to attack. Roar! Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry rang out. The black eagle above the ruins suddenly emitted a powerful aura. The expressions of the city guards changed greatly when they felt this aura. Spirit rank. It actually broke through. Spirit rank battle beast. Although a spirit rank battle beast was equivalent to a corporeal realm human, its true strength was much stronger than an ordinary corporeal realm human. The former general-level Black Eagle could fight 1 or 2 corporeal realm experts without being at a disadvantage. Now that it had broken through to the spirit rank, its strength was comparable to a mid or late corporeal realm human. Originally, Ziqian alone was enough to deal with 2 mid-corporeal realm experts. With the addition of the spirit rank Black Eagle, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. This crisis had been reversed because of Ziqian's breakthrough, but now it was a complete victory because of the Black Eagle's breakthrough. Zhang Choming and Aitro's expressions turned extremely ugly because of the Black Eagle's breakthrough. The 2 looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes, a deep fear. However, since things had already reached this point, a battle was inevitable. Therefore, after looking at each other, the 2 found their respective targets. Zhang Choming rushed towards Ziqian with a longsword in his hand. An extremely powerful aura surged from the long sword as he stabbed towards Ziqian. Ziqian slashed at Zhang Choming with his blade. Blade and sword collided. Bang! The powerful force wreaked havoc, and the cracks on Ziqian's scimitar finally spread to the limit, and it instantly shattered. After shattering Ziqian's weapon, Ziqian didn't even wait for Zhang Choming to reveal a happy expression before he punched out. Tyrannical Fist. This was once a Xiantian-level technique, and its power was extraordinary. At this moment, the fist light no longer contained Xiantian Yuan force, but instead, it contained destruction laws. Boom! The scimitar shattered as Ziqian's fist light arrived. It struck the long sword and caused a shockwave of energy. Immediately after, the energy passed through the long sword and surged towards Zhang Choming. Zhang Choming's face suddenly turned red and then white. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, he held his sword and flew backwards. Facing Ziqian head-on, he was defeated with 1 punch. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In the distance, the group of corporeal realm experts and emptiness realm experts all looked at Ziqian in disbelief. How is this possible? Your combat power. Zhang Choming was extremely shocked. Ziqian glanced at Zhang Choming and said indifferently, "You and I have no enmity between us. Unfortunately, you are too greedy, so you have to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziqian took a step forward. Zhang Choming saw the trajectory of Ziqian's advance. He shouted loudly and mobilized his void energy to slash forward. The space trembled, and the surging power of space filled the space in front of him like seawater. However, a golden fist broke through the power of space and hit Zhang Choming's chest. Buffed! Zhang Choming flew backwards and coughed up blood for the 2nd time. Compared to Ziqian's complete victory, the Black Hawk, who had the absolute upper hand on the other side, didn't surprise the crowd too much. This was because beasts almost always had a complete victory over humans. This battle no longer had any meaning. Everyone had already predicted the outcome of this battle. However, what surprised everyone was that Ziqian's side had won too easily. This level of combat power is truly terrifying. Seeing Zhang Chongming being firmly suppressed, Hazy exclaimed. He was confident that he could win in a battle between the two of them, but he definitely wasn't confident that he could defeat his opponent so easily. In the field, only Hazy was at the middle stage, and the captain was at the late stage. The rest of the early stage city guards were very impressed by Zichun. One of them said, "The wings on his back are also very powerful." Hearing this, the captain smiled and said, "It's his body that's powerful. Of course, those wings are also a rare treasure." Hazy sighed again. "I've never heard of a treasure that can raise one's cultivation level. Zichen is only at the void realm, but he can use it to reach the corporeal realm. Once he reaches the corporeal realm, won't he be able to reach the domain realm? This thing is simply heaven-defying. It shouldn't even exist in this world." This time, the captain's smile became mysterious. He said, "There is no such heaven-defying treasure in this world, and there is no such thing as an item that can raise one's cultivation level. The situation before us can only be described as an accident. Moreover, I can guarantee that the wings on Zichen's back are ineffective against other corporeal realm experts." "Why?" The others looked at the captain in confusion. The captain explained, "The power on Zichen's body and the wings complement each other. Presumably, the two powers come from the same source. This means that the wings are compatible with Zichen. Besides that, the corporeal realm only involves space, but the domain realm involves the real world. The two are not the same concept. I think that even if Zichen reaches the corporeal realm, the wings will only increase his power by a very limited amount. At most, he will reach the peak of the corporeal realm." "That's still very powerful." The crowd sighed. This time, the captain didn't explain. From Zichen's point of view, the wings were naturally powerful. However, if an outsider obtained them, the two powers wouldn't be able to merge. Whether they were powerful or not was another matter. The battle on the ruins ended quickly. Both Zhang Chongming and Aitro were killed without any suspense. Zichun took the two corpses and placed them into the cauldron to refine. The battle ended, but the emptiness realm experts in the distance still didn't dare to step forward. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of reverence. Zichen glanced at Black Eagle. His expression seemed to say, "Good job." The thunder wings on his back disappeared and his power instantly retreated. He turned into a real emptiness realm expert with a space of 3 meters. Zichen walked in front of the city guards and said, "Thank you for your help earlier." The captain nodded kindly. Hazy laughed and said, "We are all friends. Friends don't need to be so courteous." What followed was a round of greetings. Zichen also got to know this captain named Wang Jun. The captain was in the late corporeal realm and was very strong. Hazy was in the mid-corporeal realm, and his battle strength wasn't weak either. After the greetings, Hazy asked, "Zichun, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to establish a tribe here and take care of this mess, or do you want to come back to Huping City with us?" Zichun looked at Hazy in surprise. "You want to go back to Huping City?" "That's right. We have been here for 500 years. Time is up. Naturally, we should go back." Hazy was clearly happy to be able to go back. "You change your people every 500 years? Zichen asked again. Hazy sneered. "That's not necessarily the case. Sometimes, when we meet someone who is even more unlucky, we can replace them early on." "Even more unlucky? This is the city guard's business. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Zichun didn't continue this topic. He was very interested in Huping City. Therefore, he asked, "Can you bring me along when you go back to Huping City?" Hazy smiled and said, "If you are willing, we can go together." The distance from Huping City to Huping City was more than 10 million miles. If this was the Tianwu continent, 10 million miles was nothing to Zichun. However, in this world, it would take years for Zichen to travel 10 million miles just by flying. Furthermore, there weren't any flying boats that were better than the city guards. Going back to the city with them would naturally save him a lot of trouble and effort. Hazy agreed, but Zichun was a little hesitant. Hazy asked, "What's the matter? Is there something else?" Zichun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can you take a detour?" "A detour?" Hazy was even more confused. Zichun explained that Ito was the leader of a tribe. I didn't have any grudges with him before. He was the one who attacked me first. Since I killed him, I naturally can't let go of the things in his tribe. This was an extremely small request. Hazy didn't even need to ask for Wang Jun's permission to agree. After Hazy agreed, Zichun went to find Haiying and asked directly, I'm going to a human city. Do you want to come with me? Zichun already knew that Haiying was a Gale Eagle. It was famous for its speed and powerful combat power. However, the two of them had been together for a long time. Zichun had already treated Haiying as a friend. Even if Haiying was just an ordinary beast, Zichun would still ask for its opinion. Gale Eagle was also very curious about a human city. It nodded without hesitation. Then, the group set off. On the flying ship, the group of Reality Realm experts looked at Zichun with complicated expressions. Decades ago, Zichun on the flying ship was the target of ridicule. They didn't expect that after decades, Zichun's combat power would be stronger than theirs. In order to thank everyone, Zichun took out the good wine on him. The rich aroma of wine spread, and the group of Reality Realm experts' eyes lit up. The flying ship headed straight for the Edo tribe. Along the way, they passed by other tribes. When they saw the situation of these tribes, the group of Reality Realm experts was stunned. Everyone knew that if a tribe wanted to develop, it was essential to have a fruit tree of law and some other industries. However, Zichun had directly snatched away the fruit tree of law. However, there was no right or wrong in this matter, because there was no right or wrong in this world. The flying ship of the army in the city was very fast. It could travel about 50,000 miles a day. In one day and one night, it would be 100,000 miles. On the other hand, Zichun's original flying ship could travel 20 to 30,000 miles a day at most. And this distance was only covered by Zichun's instantaneous acceleration in the Tianwu continent. When they arrived at the Edo tribe and saw the many resources below, the group of Reality Realm experts was moved. Roar! Haiying was the first to let out a cry. Then, it swooped down. Zichun followed closely behind. One man and one eagle went straight for the resources. Chapter 1241. Zichun's method of robbing was undoubtedly the fastest way to gain wealth. However, in the Jiangwu continent, there were only a few Zichun like him. Even if there were, they were from some large forces. These people did not need to worry about resources at all as they grew. As for those in the middle stage of the corporeal realm, although they had some means, they could only conquer one or two tribes at most. Those in the late stage of the corporeal realm like Wang Jun could, but at his level, he naturally did not care about these resources. One man and one eagle swooped down, heading straight for the resources of the Edo tribe. Who is it? Stop! The group of virtual realm experts quickly noticed Zichun's arrival and shouted one after another. Roar! The black eagle roared and released the aura of a spirit-level battle beast. When the group of virtual realm experts felt this aura, their expressions changed drastically. Swoosh! The black eagle suddenly turned back and attacked these virtual realm experts. Zichun had already landed on top of the law fruit tree. He looked back at the black eagle and said, Don't kill the earth elementals. Zichun was now in the virtual realm and needed to refine the void fragments. There was no point in killing the earth elementals. Moreover, killing an earth elementals was only worth 1 yuan. He was now very rich and did not care about a mere 1 yuan. It had to be said that there were still some loyal people in the tribe. As soon as Zichun swooped down, the virtual realm experts attacked him one after another. In this regard, Zichun naturally would not show mercy and killed decisively. Looking at the killing scene below, the group of city guards did not say much. This was a world that lived by war. Killing was normal. The killing did not last long. The entire tribe collapsed and many cultivators began to flee. Next was time to collect the resources. Zichun took all the resources without any hesitation. The group of reality experts above sighed. This speed of obtaining wealth was indeed very fast. The man and the eagle returned to the flying ship again. The black eagle had transformed into a pet and stood on Zichun's shoulder. Next, they went straight to Huping City. Along the way, Zichun also became familiar with the group of corporeal realm experts. The fact that Zichun could easily kill a mid-corporeal realm expert was enough to win the respect of everyone present. The area of the flying ship was very large. Staying inside was like staying in an independent space. Blackie rolled up his sleeves and put on his battle armor as he went to find Zichun. Zichun, come and spar with me. During this period of time, Blackie had already sparred with 18 people. After suppressing them to the same level, Blackie still won completely. Over time, the 18 corporeal realms stopped looking for trouble. Only then did Hazy find Zichun. Zichun was sitting there drinking with Wang Jun. Hearing this, he turned around and asked, "How do you practice?" Blackie walked forward and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He picked up a jug of wine and gulped it down. Only when he had downed half of the jug did he put it down and say, "Good wine. Zichun, I won't bully you with my realm. Aren't you at the early illusory realm? I'll also suppress my realm to the same level. Let's spar and see who's stronger." Zichun's expression became strange. He asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Saying this, Blackie finished the remaining half of the jug. Zichun had developed the habit of drinking tea when he was in the Tianwu continent. However, that habit was clearly not suitable here. This was a world of fighting and killing. Everyone had a manic and warlike heart. Tea was not suitable for this environment. "All right," Zichun agrees. Without waiting for Zichun's reply, the corporeal realm experts who had been abused by Blackie began to jeer. Using the crowd's jeering, Blackie looked provocatively at Zichun. Zichun shook his head and laughed. "All right then. All right, come." Blackie gestured for Zichun to come to an open area. "Zichun, good job. Get rid of him. Get rid of Blackie, and one of my precious bottles of wine will be yours. Let's bet on how many moves Blackie will lose. I bet on 5 moves. I bet on 8 moves. I bet on 10 moves." The crowd of corporeal realm experts surrounded the two of them and loudly placed their bets. Blackie was indeed somewhat extraordinary. However, no one thought highly of him if he wanted to fight against Zichun, who was at the same level as him. Thus, everyone placed their bets that Blackie would lose. Of course, there was also a big reason for this. They were deliberately taking revenge on Blackie. Blackie glared at the crowd and said angrily, "Wait until I get rid of Zichun, then I'll deal with all of you." Zichun smiled faintly. "Can we begin?" "Begin." Blackie, who had suppressed his realm, shouted loudly. Then, he mobilized his illusory realm power and clenched his fist as he charged towards Zichun. Zichun clenched his fist and counterattacked. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud sound. Both of them swayed, and then each took 3 steps back. Blackie stared and praised. "Your strength is not bad." Zichun said, "You're not bad either." As they spoke, the two of them once again flashed forward. Then, there was a series of bangs. The battle was very exciting, but it was not intense at all. Blackie had obviously used a lot of strength. He stared with wide eyes and panted heavily. Every strike caused energy vibrations. Zichun was still smiling faintly as if he did not use much strength. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 20 moves. "Zichun, I say, you should use your full strength. If you continue like this, we'll lose miserably. Yeah, although we're just playing, our bets are not small. Each of us has bet a corporeal realm fragment. Zichun, do your best. Let us see what Blackie looks like when he's beaten to the ground." The group of corporeal realm experts spoke one after another. Zichun was still smiling faintly. On the other hand, Blackie could not stand these people's provocation and shouted, "Zichun, are you out of strength? Bring it on. I don't believe that you, a mere virtual realm expert, can have much strength." Zichun knew that Blackie was trying to provoke him, so he smiled and asked, "You really want to see it?" "Of course, come on." "I don't think you're that strong," Blackie shouted in a low, muffled voice. Zichun still had a smile on his face. Then, he stepped forward again and threw the same punch as before. However, this time, it contained a powerful force. The air screamed because of Zichun's strength. A force spread out with Zichun's fist as the center. Ha! Feeling the threat of this punch, Blackie roared and mobilized the strength of the peak of the early stage of the virtual realm. He clenched his fist and punched at Zichun. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the energy spread out. This time, Zichun did not retreat a single step. On the other hand, Blackie was sent flying by a powerful force. Blackie was sent flying for dozens of meters. He slid 7 or 8 meters on the ground before he stopped. Yeah, I won. A total of 31 moves. I guessed it was 30 moves. I won. A reality realm expert shouted excitedly. 31 moves my ass. It was clearly one move. That's right. Those moves don't count. Zichun didn't use his full strength. All the reality realm experts were dissatisfied. Wang Jun looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. These people came out with him 500 years ago and stayed here for 500 years. Although they didn't have any complaints, they were clearly unhappy and couldn't feel at ease. Now that they were on their way home, they were clearly very happy. Although the army in the city had the name of Huping City, it was more like being exiled. Thinking of the scene from 500 years ago, Wang Jun's expression changed. In front of him, Blackie stood up. He seemed very unconvinced and wanted to fight again. Zichun smiled when he heard this. You don't have to suppress your realm. How about the two of us fight with our full strength? The reality realm experts jeered again, but Blackie frowned slightly. Zichun knew what Blackie was worried about and said, Don't worry. It's just a spar. No weapons will be used. Blackie was very wary of Zichun's saber that had no moves. Not only was Blackie wary, but everyone was wary. Even Wang Jun had once said that Zichun's saber contained some kind of mysterious trajectory. Once one stood within the range of Zichun's reality realm, it was impossible to avoid this saber, unless one used an extremely powerful realm to suppress the opponent. Now that he heard that Zichun would not use a saber, Blackie immediately became spirited and said loudly, Okay, I'll fight with you with my full strength. Haha, don't worry. I'll definitely treat you well. Saying this, Blackie said to the 18 reality realm experts, Is there anyone who wants to bet? Let's continue. This time, count me in. I bet 10 reality realm fragments on myself. One reality realm fragment was equivalent to 10,000 law realm fragments. 10 was equivalent to 100,000. Blackie's bet was obviously a heavy one. Standing opposite Blackie, Zichun said, Very well. I'll also bet on myself. I'll win with 10 pieces. Saying this, Zichun took out 10 reality realm fragments. The two sides were tied. Immediately after, the other reality realm experts began to place their bets. However, it was obvious that both sides had their bets. Zichun's combat strength was strong, but he was still one level lower than Blackie. Furthermore, he could not use a saber. After the bets were placed, the battle began. Zichun and Blackie charged at each other. Using the same moves as before, both of them punched out. Boom! Under this powerful punch, Zichun's figure swayed, and he took 2 steps back. Blackie took 5 steps back, his face pale. Again. Zichun had a smile in his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he charged at Blackie. Boom! A dazzling fist light appeared again. It contained destructive power as it attacked Blackie. This time, Blackie could not react in time and was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Next, Zichun launched a fierce attack. The rest of the people widened their eyes and looked at Zichun in shock. There was no suspense at all about the outcome of this battle. Blackie was completely defeated, and he admired Zichun even more. Zichun won and earned another 10 reality realm fragments. Along the way, everyone laughed and moved forward. Along the way, they encountered some bandits. However, when these people saw the tiger head in front of the flying boat, their expressions changed drastically and they quickly fled. The city's army was the largest in the entire Huping City. No force dared to have any ideas about the city's army. On the way back, Blackie and the others were not worried about their safety at all. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. They were only half a year away from Huping City. During this half a year, Zichun used sparring to familiarize himself with the virtual realm power and reality realm power in his body. It was worth mentioning that Zichun had refined many rule realm fragments during this half a year, but the 3-meter virtual realm did not show any signs of expanding. In Wang Jun's words, once the virtual realm was formed, it would not expand anymore. The next step was to let the virtual realm stabilize and transform into the reality realm. However, those virtual realm spaces were at least 100 meters long. A 3-meter virtual realm like this had never appeared in the world. Zichun was also puzzled by this. The flying boat flew forward. There was a huge canyon below. As soon as the flying boat arrived at the canyon, Zichen's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1242. Zichen's senses were extremely sharp. Everyone present knew that. Wang Jun was the same. Just as Zichen sensed the abnormality and looked at Wang Jun, the latter's expression also became extremely serious. The two of them were undoubtedly the most powerful people on the flying ship. As their expressions fluctuated, the atmosphere around them changed as well. The group of realms who hadn't noticed anything unusual were able to sense the two's abnormalities. "What's wrong?" Hazy asked, puzzled. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I feel like we're being spied on." "We're being spied on." Hazy frowned and said angrily, "Where are the bandits from? Who dares to target our city army?" Wang Jun looked out of the airship and retracted his gaze after a while. He said, "We're in trouble." Trouble? Who would be so bold? Everyone still did not understand. The city army was the world's greatest protection. Who would be so bold as to attack the city army? Wang Jun did not speak. His expression became extremely gloomy. The surrounding air suddenly dropped and a killing intent faintly appeared. After sensing Wang Jun's killing intent, Zichen was clearly surprised. He had been with Wang Jun for half a year and had never seen Wang Jun reveal such killing intent. Even when they met some evil bandits along the way, Wang Jun had never been so angry. Immediately after, the expressions of He Zi and the others turned ugly. He Zi said angrily, "Could it be them? Those damned bastards. Is it not enough that we were exiled?" After hearing this, the other realm experts' expressions turned even uglier. Seeing everyone's expressions and attitudes, Zichen already had a vague guess. Since they dared to target the city army, they must have a huge faction behind them. In the entire Huping city, the biggest faction was the city army. Zichen did not ask about the grudge between the two sides. He looked at Wang Jun and asked, "What do we do now? Are we still going to continue forward?" The airship continued to advance rapidly above the canyon without stopping. "Yes, trouble will always come. We can't avoid it." Wang Jun looked at Zichen and said, "Zichen, this matter has nothing to do with you." Without waiting for Wang Jun to finish, Zichen said, "Captain Wang, don't tell me you're going to kick me out at a time like this." Wang Jun's expression became very solemn. He was about to speak again when he heard this. Zichen sat on the stool like a rascal and said, "You drove me out halfway. Where do you want me to go with Black Eagle? Don't think about driving me out. I won't go no matter what." No one was disgusted by Zichen's shameless attitude. Instead, the gazes of the corporeal realm experts towards him became even more respectful. If it was said that everyone had treated Zichen as a friend for the past 6 months, then now they treated Zichen as a brother. "Zichen, from now on, you are my brother." Blackie stepped forward and patted Zichen on the shoulder. He said, "When you surpass me one day, I will call you Big Brother." Zichen looked at Blackie and said, "You don't seem to be able to beat me." There was no embarrassment on Blackie's face. He said earnestly to Zichen, "I'm talking about your realm. Young man, you still have a long way to go." Zichen replied seriously, "When my realm catches up to yours, I will be able to defeat you with a single finger. Let's talk about it when you get there." At this moment, everyone treated Zichen as a true brother. In order to get to know this brother again, everyone took out the few private stashes they had on them. Their private stashes were of course wine, and only wine. A group of 21 people rarely sat together to drink and chat merrily. They ate the meat of general-level war beasts. In the past few decades, Black Eagle had killed many of them. During the meal, the flames of gossip in Zichen's heart burned fiercely. He asked curiously, "What's going on? Why are your enemies the city's central army? And what does exile mean?" Zichen looked at Blackie, waiting for an answer. Unexpectedly, Blackie shook his head and laughed bitterly after hearing this. Then, he gave an answer that shocked Zichen. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Zichen naturally didn't believe him. He then looked at the other realms. These people also shook their heads one after another. "I don't know what grudges there are. We only know that the commander wanted to send Big Brother to the outside world, so we followed Big Brother here," Blackie said. Hearing this, Zichen's heart trembled again. When he looked at the group of realms again, there was an additional admiration in his eyes. Blackie had once told Zichun that the city's central army was considered training outside, and the rewards were pitifully small. Moreover, they would only be paid when they returned to the city after 500 years. In other words, Blackie and the others didn't know the reason and had willingly left with the royal army. Whether it was this trust or this brotherly love, it was admirable. Seeing the strange look in Zichun's eyes, Blackie said, "Don't re-evaluate this world because of this. Let me tell you, there were 1,000 realms who followed Big Brother back then, but only 19 of us were willing to leave with him." Zichun shook his head and said, "That's not a small number. It's already a lot to have a few people like that." "That's right, a few is already a lot, not to mention 19 of us. Therefore, I'm very glad that I met these brothers," Wang Jun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Wang Jun looked at the crowd and said, "All these years, none of you have asked me about what happened before, and I'm very grateful. However, I believe that you must be very curious, or rather confused, as to why I fell out with Zhou Chong to such an extent." The crowd didn't say anything. In fact, they were also very curious. Wang Jun and Zhou Chong were both captains. Although they couldn't be considered brothers, they were definitely friends. However, the two of them had fought fiercely at that time, and the city's army had suffered casualties. This angered the higher-ups, and one was exiled while the other was imprisoned. The main reason for our falling out was because of the Void Tree. As soon as Wang Jun finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. If there were any priceless treasures in the Zhanwu continent, then the Void Tree was definitely one of them. This was something that even Earthrealm cultivators dreamed of. No one wouldn't covet it. At that time, I was still a captain. One of my subordinates came to me and gave me half a jade slip. At the same time, he told me that it contained the secret of the Void Tree. He found this thing when he went out to train, and he also got half a jade slip like his companion. The city's army also had time to rest. Usually, they would go out to train or look for opportunities. The matter was very simple. The two of them went out to train together and then found a jade slip with the secret of the Void Tree. However, it was very dangerous, and with their strength, they couldn't reach it alive. Therefore, the two of them divided the jade slip equally and decided to look for powerhouses at the same time. They didn't dare to look for commander-level powerhouses, so they could only look for captains. However, because the two of them didn't trust each other, they looked for their respective captains. After getting half a jade slip, Wang Jun brought his subordinates to look for Zhou Chong. They originally wanted to discuss it, but they didn't expect Zhou Chong to be greedy. Therefore, a fierce battle broke out in the city. In this battle, the two corporeal realm cultivators who got the jade slip died. Wang Jun and Zhou Chong fought fiercely and finally attracted the attention of the commanders. The commanders asked about the reason for the battle, but naturally, no one told them, so they punished the two of them. The cause of this matter was the Void Tree. This surprised and shocked Zichun. Wang Jun was willing to share this secret because he trusted everyone and treated everyone as his brothers. The Void Tree was very important. Even if the two of them were punished, it was normal that they didn't tell the commanders. In that case, the person hiding in the dark is Zhou Chong, Zichun said. Wang Jun shook his head and said, "It can't be Zhou Chong himself, but it should be someone he found. He's a captain like you, so he's naturally at the same level. What methods does he have to find someone else?" Zichun asked curiously. This time, Blackie answered Zichun's question. He said coldly, "He's just a captain, so he naturally doesn't have such methods. However, his father is a commander in the city's army. He's the commander who punished Big Brother." When Zichun heard this, his mouth opened slightly. He was somewhat surprised. His grandfather was once the commander of the city's army. After he left his post, he established a family clan in Huping City, the Zhou family. Zichun's mouth was wide open. He found it hard to believe. Was there going to be 3 commanders in one family? It was no wonder that both parties had made a mistake. One was exiled, while the other was imprisoned. As for whether it was seclusion or actual imprisonment, no one could say for sure. However, this made Zichun even more puzzled. He asked, if that's the case, why didn't Zhou Chong tell his father or grandfather about this? With them appearing, the chances of them obtaining the jade slip are very high. The group of reality realm experts looked at Zichun with strange expressions. Blackie said directly, if he told them, wouldn't he lose his share? That can't be. One is his father, and the other is his grandfather. They're related by blood. Could it be that they want to snatch something from their own child? Zichun asked curiously. Blackie sneered. They're related by blood, but they're also cultivators. In front of the void tree, mere blood is nothing. Let alone the fact that one is his father and the other is his grandfather. Even the city lord would disregard his status and personally take action. In this world, there's never any kinship. There's only interest. In front of interest, what's kinship? Zichun understood this very well. Although there were such people in the Tianwu continent, there were not many of them. However, in the Zhangwu continent, this situation seemed to be too common. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. There were many experts in this world, and they were bent on becoming stronger. As for enjoyment, it was only secondary. The opportunity to become stronger was right in front of them. They naturally would not give up or miss it. Of course, Zichun did not believe that this was all. Just like how Zichun had met Blackie and the others, there were definitely people in this world who valued their blood and family. This canyon was very large. The flying boat flew for half a day without flying across it. When they passed by a towering mountain peak, the surrounding space suddenly began to tremble. Following that, rays of light lit up in all directions. These rays of light were materialized energy. After they rose, they connected together and formed a spatial restriction. The tiger-headed flying boat happened to be enveloped by the spatial restriction. Chapter 1243. This sudden change did not cause any panic. Zichun and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, were very calm. As expected of the somewhat famous Wang Jun, you're not panicking in the face of danger. You must have sensed our presence long ago. An indifferent voice sounded from the restricted space as a person walked out from the shadows. It was a man wearing dark armor. His eyes were very small but very bright. At this moment, he was staring at Wang Jun with eyes as cold as those of a poisonous snake. This was a late corporeal realm existence. The moment he appeared, other cultivators appeared in the restricted space. A total of 11 people appeared. Aside from the man in dark armor, there was another late corporeal realm cultivator. The other 9 were mid-corporeal realm cultivators, 2 late corporeal realm cultivators, and 9 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. It was obvious that they were prepared to leave no survivors. Wang Jun looked at the man in front of him and said indifferently, "Zhou Chong sent you." The man suddenly smiled and said, "Is that important?" Wang Jun shook his head and said, "It's not important. Only one side can survive." The man swept his gaze over the 20 people in the city and said mockingly, "Do you think you can survive?" He did not pay any attention to Zichun because Zichun was only at the Void Realm. Not only did the man ignore Zichun, even the other corporeal realm cultivators chose to ignore Zichun. A smile appeared on Wang Jun's face as he said indifferently, "We'll only know if we can survive after we fight." Spatial power surged around Wang Jun as he said this. He clenched his fist and charged at the man. The moment Wang Jun moved, the 2 late corporeal realm cultivators on the other side also moved. The 3 of them were like 3 rays of light as they instantly tangled together. Immediately after, the 9 mid-corporeal realm cultivators on the other side also charged towards them. "Huh!" Hazy roared. Powerful energy surged around his body and blocked the 2 of them. He was fighting 1 against 2. The other 18 early corporeal realm cultivators attacked the 7 mid-corporeal realm cultivators. Although these 18 people were very nervous, they still charged forward. Besides being unafraid of death, it was more because of the powerful Zichun. Zichun's battle strength was second only to Wang Jun. It was obviously a good thing for them that such an existence was ignored. However, in the eyes of the enemy, this kind of disregard was too terrifying. Boom! Waves of energy surged as the battle broke out. No one paid any attention to Zichun, nor did anyone look at Zichun. An early corporeal realm expert coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The huge gap between their realms made it impossible for him to resist. Pooh! Immediately after, the second person was sent flying. This time, The 9 mid-corporeal realm experts had come with the sole purpose of killing these early corporeal realm experts. Then, the third early corporeal realm expert was sent flying backwards. Looking at the soldiers flying backwards, the intermediate stage expert coldly laughed, and then quickly rushed towards them with his weapon. From the beginning of the battle, just as they had planned, they had long since figured out the strength of their opponents, and this time, they had come to silence them. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked him from behind. The middle stage corporeal expert's expression changed drastically as he quickly turned around and slashed behind him. After turning around, he saw a person. It was the emptiness realm expert he had previously ignored. At this moment, the emptiness realm expert was looking at him indifferently. The weapon in his hand was already in front of the emptiness realm expert. He only needed to move his weapon half a meter forward, and he would be able to kill the emptiness realm expert in front of him. However, he obviously didn't have the chance. An even faster blade light swept past his neck. With a puff, the middle stage corporeal realm expert's head flew high into the air. The middle stage corporeal realm expert's expression froze as a surge of corporeal realm energy surged into his consciousness through the long blade, destroying his soul. An emptiness realm expert had killed a corporeal realm expert with a single slash. This scene caused the battle on this side to pause for a moment. The group of middle-stage corporeal realm experts subconsciously looked towards this side. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert's body fell towards the ground. His head, which had flown high into the air, also fell to the ground due to exhaustion. His face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he had lost all signs of life. "Damn it! Everyone be careful." A cold voice rang out from the mouth of a middle-stage corporeal realm expert. He decisively abandoned his opponent and rushed towards Zichun. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichun's killing of the middle-stage corporeal realm expert was merely an accident. They wouldn't think highly of him because of this, but at the same time, they would absolutely not allow this accident to live. The lightning wings on Zichun's back did not appear. He displayed his footwork and rapidly retreated backwards. His face was also filled with surprise, but even more so with shock. At this moment, he was like a person filled with fear. He had long since lost his will to fight and was desperately trying to escape. It was normal for an early-stage corporeal realm expert to have such a terrified expression when facing off against a middle-stage corporeal realm expert. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert charged towards Zichun. Zichun was so frightened that he retreated backwards. He was extremely flustered, and the hand holding his long blade was trembling. At this moment, the lives of the early-stage corporeal realm experts were in imminent danger. Naturally, no one had the time to watch Zichun's exquisite acting. If they had the time, they would definitely praise him. This was because Zichun was already strong to begin with. Now that he was deliberately acting weak, it was very obvious that these corporeal realm experts would die a miserable death. Zichun, who was retreating, almost tumbled through the air due to his fear. The middle-stage corporeal realm expert, who had originally been slightly wary of Zichun, completely relaxed his vigilance when he saw Zichun's expression. His face was filled with disdain and mockery as he sped up towards Zichun. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zichun. The power of space on the weapon in his hand was channeled as he viciously stabbed it towards Zichun's chest. His acceleration was very sudden and very strange. He arrived in an instant as if he had teleported. In his opinion, this corporeal realm expert would definitely be scared witless by his extreme speed. However, when he indifferently looked towards the corporeal realm expert, he saw a calm and indifferent face. This face was filled with confidence, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What's going on? The middle-stage corporeal realm expert felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. At this moment, a blade light appeared in front of his eyes. The blade light blocked the corporeal realm expert's indifferent expression. After this block, the middle-stage corporeal realm expert never saw that indifferent face again. Another soft sound rang out. The second head that flew backwards attracted the attention of the others. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Then, they looked towards the corporeal realm expert once more. The corporeal realm expert's face was filled with fear. The illusory weapon in his hand was also trembling in fear. However, this seemingly helpless corporeal realm expert had used his illusory weapon to kill two corporeal realm experts. This seemed to be something that defied common sense. This was unscientific. However, when the crowd recalled the previous scene, it seemed that their comrade had sped up and killed the enemy. However, this corporeal realm expert couldn't withstand the pressure and directly slashed forward with his blade. It was this slash that took their comrade's life because his comrade didn't defend himself. Filled with doubt and some vigilance, the third middle stage corporeal realm expert charged towards Zichun. This time, Zichun turned around and began to flee. As he fled, he was still screaming in fear. This was clearly a well-acted act. The middle stage corporeal realm expert let out a roar and chased after Zichun. Soon, the two disappeared one after the other. The corporeal realm expert's speed surprised the corporeal realm expert. However, the distance between the two of them was closing. Suddenly, the fleeing corporeal realm expert stopped running. He turned around and smiled at the corporeal realm expert. The smile was very strange. The corporeal realm expert subconsciously stopped running. His vigilance towards the corporeal realm expert increased by a notch. Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind him. The corporeal realm expert subconsciously turned around. When he turned around, he saw the corporeal realm expert standing behind him. However, the corporeal realm expert was no longer the corporeal realm expert. The corporeal realm expert could clearly sense the power of space from the weapon in his opponent's hand. The corporeal realm expert's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he mobilized a large amount of space energy to block in front of him. At the same time, the weapon in his hand stabbed towards Zichun. Zichun's expression was indifferent as he slashed down with his blade. Pfft! The blade light bypassed the corporeal realm expert's weapon at an extremely fast speed. It then cut through space energy and headed straight for the corporeal realm expert's neck. Another head flew into the air. Out of the 7 middle stage corporeal realm experts, 3 of them had been killed by Zichun in the span of a few breaths. When Zichun reappeared in the crowd's line of sight, he attracted the attention of the crowd. It was obvious that killing 3 people in a row was no longer as simple as a coincidence. Among them, the 2 middle stage corporeal realm experts looked at each other and then charged towards Zichun in unison. On the entire battlefield, Heizi and Wang Jun could still hold on, but the group of early-stage corporeal realm experts could not. Even though they had done their best to defend, 4 of them had still died. The 2 corporeal realm experts charged towards Zichun from the left and right. Zichun glanced at the 2 of them, then turned around and continued to flee. This time, the 2 corporeal realm experts were clearly much more careful. When he reached the end of the space, Zichun stopped. Thunder wings appeared on his back, revealing a 2-meter corporeal realm. Seeing this scene, the 2 were naturally stunned. However, their faces quickly turned into mockery. So this is what you're capable of? A 2-meter corporeal realm, haha. Zichun did not respond to their mockery. He only waved his hand and a black shadow silently descended from the sky. The longer the black eagle followed Zichun, the more it understood the principle of keeping a low profile. Under normal circumstances, it almost did not need to cry out in battle. The black eagle's aura descended from the sky. When the 2 raised their heads, their expressions changed greatly. A spirit-ranked beast. The 2 exclaimed and prepared to attack. At this moment, Zichun stepped forward with his blade. This battle lasted for a very short time. Zichun once again appeared on the battlefield. This time, Zichun directly attracted the attention of the late-stage corporeal realm expert. After the 2 of them looked at each other, one of them charged towards Zichun. This time, Zichun did not run away. A corporeal realm opened and enveloped Zichun. Zichun and the late-stage corporeal realm expert disappeared one after the other. The battle on the battlefield continued. Wang Jun indifferently glanced at the corporeal realm in front of him, then opened his own corporeal realm. He did not know how long Zichun could last, so he had to end the battle quickly. There were 9 mid-stage corporeal realm experts on the battlefield. Zichun had killed 5, so there were 4 left. Heizi would lead the group and kill the remaining 4. Within his own corporeal realm, Zichun, who was hoping to reach the corporeal realm after entering the corporeal realm, had a strange glint in his cold eyes. Chapter 1244. In the realm of reality, the materialized space energy formed a pressure that enveloped Zichen like a space shackle. Facing the pressure of the space energy, Zichen raised his own 2-meter realm of reality and blocked most of the space energy outside. Seeing Zichen's realm constantly rising, reaching the early realm of reality in an instant and even blocking his space shackle, the late realm of reality's indifferent expression gradually turned into one of astonishment. Not bad at all. The late realm of reality's eyes gradually turned fiery as he nodded in satisfaction. Being able to kill the late realm of reality proved that the other party was extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary he was still only at the early realm of reality. Moreover, his true realm was still at the virtual realm. It was inevitable that the late realm of reality would see through Zichen. Time was of the essence. Killing Wang Jun was the most important thing. The scene before him was just a passing thought. Without saying anything, the late realm of reality launched an attack. The entire realm of reality began to tremble as a large amount of space energy was absorbed by a long sword. Immediately after, a stream of sword chi shot out from the long sword. The sword chi moved as fast as teleportation and arrived in front of Zichen in an instant. Zichen raised his blade to block. Bang! The space energy turned into ripples that spread in all directions. Cracks immediately appeared on the longsword in Zichen's hand before it exploded with a bang. As for Zichen himself, he used the remaining force of this attack to quickly retreat. Soon, Zichen retreated to the edge of the realm of reality and attacked the space in front of him. Boom! The powerful force bombarded the space barrier, causing the entire realm of reality to tremble. It's useless. With your current strength, you can't break through this place. Seeing Zichen trying to escape, the mid-realm of reality sneered. In this realm of reality, he was the master. Whether it was speed or attack, he was much stronger than the outside world. As he slashed down with his sword, another powerful attack rushed towards Zichen. Zichen had no choice but to take out another virtual weapon to block. Bang! After one attack, the virtual weapon shattered again. Zichen took this opportunity to escape again. However, in the real world, Zichen's position had been locked onto, and there was no way for him to escape. One attack after another appeared from the horizon, heading straight for Zichen. The powerful force caused the entire space to tremble. Zichen's virtual weapons shattered one by one. These illusionary weapons were all left behind by the original Emptiness Realm cultivators. At this moment, they were completely defenseless against the attack of a late corporeal realm cultivator. In this situation, Zichen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to take out the Dragon Soul Spear. Every time Zichen escaped, he would attempt to attack the spatial barrier. In the eyes of a late-stage corporeal expert, it was only natural that Zichen was afraid. Aside from being afraid, the late-stage corporeal realm expert had also discovered that his opponent was afraid of close combat and was constantly trying to increase the distance between them. Come to think of it, the other party was only at the early corporeal realm. Whether it was in terms of spatial control or strength, the other party was far inferior to him. If he were to attack at close range, the other party would not be able to resist and would die in one blow. After coming to this conclusion, the late-stage corporeal realm expert sneered and charged towards Zichen. In this period of time, he attacked less frequently and increased his speed. The distance between the two grew smaller and smaller. Zichen's expression didn't change, but the late-stage corporeal realm expert could clearly see a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. He immediately sneered in his heart. Bang! Another attack destroyed the virtual weapon in Zichen's hand. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the late-stage corporeal realm expert's eyes, and he suddenly accelerated towards Zichen. Using the power of space, the late-stage corporeal realm expert appeared in front of Zichen in an instant as if he had teleported. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Now is the time. A smug smile appeared on the late-stage corporeal realm expert's face. He seemed to be able to see the scene of his sword breaking through the space of reality and stabbing his opponent to death to obtain the Thunder Wings. Now is the time. Zichun had also been waiting for the right moment. Now, the time had come. Just as the virtual weapon shattered, a long sword appeared in his hand once again. The long sword was completely black in color and was a demonic blade. The moment it appeared, a powerful energy spread out from it. The longsword was no longer a virtual weapon, but a real one. It wasn't an ordinary one either. It was a weapon forged by the fusion of several real weapons with the help of the everlasting Pill Cauldron and Wang Jun. There were fine runes on the surface of the demonic blade. This was a formation that increased attack power. It was personally carved by the late-stage corporeal realm expert, Wang Jun. The already extraordinary demonic blade's power increased yet again. After the demonic blade entered his hand, Zichun swung it forward. This slash was as simple and casual as the countless slashes he had made before. When Zichun swung his blade, there was no one in front of him. After the blade light descended, the figure of the late-stage corporeal realm expert appeared in front of him. In addition, there was also a sword. The tip of the sword pierced straight towards Zichun's forehead. Due to the enhancement of his own space, the sword was faster than Zichun's blade even though it came later. Before the long sword could land, the sword had already arrived. However, Zichun's expression didn't change. He simply swung his blade, but this strike was already a desperate one. The late-stage corporeal realm expert had naturally calculated all of this. He laughed sinisterly as he thrust his sword forward. The longsword did indeed land first, but it didn't pierce through Zichun's 2-meter corporeal realm. When it reached the surface, a golden light flickered. The golden light on the surface of the space flickered. The longsword was met with a great resistance and was unable to continue forward. This scene caused the late-stage corporeal realm expert's expression to change. He immediately chose to retreat without a second thought. If they were in the outside world, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short amount of time. However, he was in his own space, which was equivalent to him being the master, so his speed was much faster. However, Zichun's blade wasn't slow either. It slashed down as the late-stage corporeal realm expert retreated, cutting open his throat. More than half of the late-stage corporeal realm expert's throat was cut open. Blood gushed out from the wound. The late-stage corporeal realm expert retreated with a face full of fear. Fortunately, this was his space. If they were in the outside world, this slash would have definitely beheaded him. Even so, this slash had caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, before he could rejoice, he saw a black bolt of lightning charging towards him from the front. He didn't have time to see the bolt of lightning clearly, so he could only raise his sword to block. Clang! A resounding sound rang out as sparks flew everywhere. The late-stage corporeal realm expert only felt a strong force hit him before he was sent flying along with his sword. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the Black Eagle's attack, Zichun suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the late-stage corporeal realm expert. He swung his blade again. The late-stage corporeal realm expert was indeed worthy of his title. Facing Zichun's flawless attacks, he let out an explosive roar and shook the power around him. A surge of power rushed out in all directions. Zichun was the first to bear the brunt of the power and was directly pushed back by the power. However, his slash had left a long gash on the late-stage corporeal realm expert's body. Just as Zichun retreated, the Black Eagle noiselessly descended from the sky and attacked once again. The man and eagle's cooperation became flawless. From this moment on, the late-stage corporeal realm expert could only parry and was unable to retaliate. However, the opponent still managed to block more than 10 attacks from their combined attack, allowing Zichun to seize the opportunity and cut off the opponent's head. The moment the head flew into the air, the everlasting Pill Cauldron suddenly appeared and collected the head. After doing all this, Zichun felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out in an instant, and he almost collapsed. Zichun didn't need to control it. A fire dragon rushed out and disappeared with the late-stage corporeal realm expert's corpse. The late-stage corporeal realm expert had been taken away, but he didn't die. Soon, a trembling sound came from the Pill Cauldron. The surrounding corporeal realm space slowly dissipated as Zichun and the Black Eagle appeared in the air. The Pill Cauldron followed behind them as a series of trembling sounds came from time to time. The battle between the mid-stage corporeal realm experts was still going on outside. When they saw another figure appear in the air, they all looked towards the sky. Their expressions changed drastically in a single glance. The one who had appeared wasn't the late-stage corporeal realm expert, but the illusory realm expert from before. Shock immediately appeared on everyone's faces as they were extremely shocked by the ominous guesses in their hearts. As for the surviving city guards, they were also stunned by the scene before them. Zichun had expended a lot of energy after the battle, but the Black Eagle was much less exhausted. It immediately charged towards the other mid-stage corporeal realm experts. Moments later, Wang Jun and another late-stage corporeal realm expert also appeared. Wang Jun's face was somewhat pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, the late-stage corporeal realm expert had a bloody hole in his chest and was missing an arm. "It's useless. You will die today," the late-stage corporeal realm expert coldly said. "That may not be the case." A smile appeared on Wang Jun's pale face when he saw Zichun. The late-stage corporeal realm expert naturally saw Zichun as well. His expression changed as he asked, "Where is he?" Zichan gestured for him to look towards the pill cauldron. It was still shaking at this moment, but it was much weaker than before. How is this possible? The late-stage corporeal realm expert's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the Black Eagle that had just finished its battle charged towards the opponent. Zichun also raised his chi and charged towards the opponent. Wang Jun smiled coldly and stepped forward with his weapon in hand. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. After the late-stage corporeal realm expert died, the restricted space immediately collapsed. It was worth mentioning that Zichen's sharp senses had discovered a hidden person when the restricted space collapsed. After discovering the target with his yin-yang eyes, Wang Jun blasted this person out with his gaze. To everyone's surprise, this person was also a late-stage corporeal realm expert. However, this person seemed to have just broken through not too long ago and had barely stabilized his cultivation. A trace of astonishment appeared on his face when he saw Wang Jun and the rest. Next, he was besieged by 2 people and 1 eagle until he died. The enemy was completely annihilated and Zichen's side had achieved a complete victory. However, no one was happy because they had also lost people on their side. Out of the 18 early-stage corporeal realm experts, 8 had died and only 10 were left alive. This was even after Zichun had finished off his opponents beforehand. If it wasn't for Zichun, all of them would have been completely annihilated. After cleaning up the battlefield, everyone's expressions were very heavy because no one knew if there would be another ambush like this one. Since they hadn't succeeded this time, it was obvious that more people would come later. The flying boat continued forward. No one spoke as the atmosphere was oppressive and silent. Chapter 1245. The silence was broken by Zichun. The oppressive atmosphere eased a little. Wang Jun shook his head and said, "Huping City is half a year's journey from here. It's unlikely that they arrived here half a year ago. They should be the city's army in charge of the teleportation station nearby. Now that they're dead, what about the teleportation station?" Zichun asked, puzzled. Wang Jun smiled bitterly. Although the city's army has a lot of power, it doesn't mean that they can't die. After all, not everyone in this world respects the city's army. At the very least, beasts don't care about this. There was once a city's army outside the teleportation station that was slaughtered by a passing king-level beast. Within the area of Huping City, every city's army has a life plate before they're appointed. Once they die, the life plate will crumble and a new city's army will arrive very soon. Of course, the cause of their death will still be investigated, but it's just symbolic. Zichun nodded and then fell into silence. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing behind the glamorous city's army. After a while, he said, "There was an ambush once. Maybe there will be a second or third time. We were lucky to have escaped once. Luck may not be with us in the future. I think we should take a detour." "That's the only way now." Wang Jun obviously agreed. The others naturally had no objections. Wang Jun took out the map again and deliberately took a detour according to the map's directions. For the rest of the journey, they didn't encounter any ambushes, perhaps because they took a detour. In the remaining time, Zichun continued to cultivate. The speed at which he refined the emptiness fragment was astounding. Of course, in his spare time, he would talk to Wang Jun about some cultivation problems or other problems. What Zichun desperately wanted to know now was whether those big trading points in the city would be able to buy this batch of goods in his hands. Wang Jun smiled and said, "As long as you're in Huping City, any trading point will be able to buy your goods. However, I need to remind you that it's best to pick all the fruits on them when you trade. That way, you won't suffer a loss." Wang Jun's words were a reminder. He meant that those people weren't so easily fooled. If they wanted to increase the price by using mutated varieties to cheat them, they would definitely fail. In that kind of place, those who dared to open a trading place naturally had a background. If they were found to be cheating people there, they would have to pay a huge price. Zichun nodded. He clearly understood what was going on with his items. It was all thanks to the purple gold gourd. Once he left the purple gold gourd, these items would become normal items again. The more he understood about Huping City, the more urgent Zichun was to raise his realm. While they were chatting, Wang Jun suddenly asked, "Are you interested in joining the city's army?" "Me?" Zichun was stunned. After seeing Wang Jun nod, Zichun asked in confusion, "Isn't the minimum requirement for the city's army at the reality realm? It's true that the corporeal realm is the standard, but that's not all of it. With your current combat strength that can instantly kill an early corporeal realm expert, you definitely qualify to join the city's central army. You're even qualified to be a captain, let alone an ordinary soldier. The promotion path of the city's central army relies on combat strength. Whoever has the strongest combat strength will be promoted. When the time comes, all you need to do is directly challenge a captain." In the face of Wang Jun's invitation, Zichun seemed a little hesitant. Wang Jun continued, "It's not bad to be a city's central army. Everyone in the city respects you, and no one dares to interfere. In your free time, you can even go out and earn some extra money like a hunter. The most important thing is that the city's central army's treatment is very good. If you become a captain, you'll get 100 pieces of reality fragments a month, which is equivalent to 1 million law fragments. You should know that for us, 1 month is just a snap of the fingers." Wang Jun's persuasion and enticement were all due to Zichun's combat strength. If it was an ordinary virtual realm expert, they wouldn't even have the right to talk to Wang Jun. The reward Wang Jun mentioned made Zichun a little tempted. 100 pieces of reality fragments a month, which in Zichun's opinion was equivalent to killing 100 corporeal realm experts. Zichun couldn't guarantee that there would still be corporeal realm experts for him to kill when he reached Huping City. Moreover, Wang Jun had clearly told him that aside from the deathmatch arena, no one was allowed to fight in Huping City. Violators would be punished. Of course, the strongest person, the city lord, was an exception. There were many benefits to being a city's central army, but Zichun wasn't in a hurry to agree because there was still a long way to go before he reached the city. "What's the hunter you mentioned just now?" Zichun suddenly remembered Wang Jun's words. "It's a very free job. You need to go to Hunter's Castle to sign up for an assessment. There are many experts there who can compete with the city's central army. However, some people say that it's actually a kind of official force." Wang Jun explained, "The city's army is only divided into ranks. As for battle power, there is no clear division. Hunters are different. They have a clear division of ranks, starting from level 1. However, the Hunter's Castle does not have a level 1 hunting order. The lowest is level 2. Level 2 is equivalent to the emptiness realm, level 3 is equivalent to the reality realm, level 4 is equivalent to the Hunter King, and level 4 is equivalent to the domain realm. The hunter's main job is to kill beasts and take on some escort missions, just like mercenaries. What's the assessment for hunters?" Zichun asked curiously. He still yearned for the life of a hunter. The content of the assessment is not fixed. Relatively speaking, you have more freedom than the city's central army, but there is no guarantee. Moreover, the Hunter's Castle will deduct your earnings from the missions. Sometimes, you won't be able to receive any missions for a long time, so naturally, there is no guarantee for your livelihood. If you are interested in being a hunter, you should join the city's central army. Usually, you will stay in the city and have a guaranteed life. In your spare time, you can take the hunter assessment and go out on missions. By the way, I am a level 3 hunter. Zichen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, "The city's central army can also be a hunter, of course, but there are restrictions. It's not as free as a hunter. This is my level 3 hunting order." Wang Jun took out a token and handed it to Zichen. It was an ancient bronze token with a sword and saber carved on it. The sword and saber crossed each other, and there was a huge beast head at the intersection. This means that you can hunt beasts. In the Zhanwu continent, there are many hunters who hunt beasts as their main source of income. Wang Jun explained, Level 3 is the ancient bronze token, and Level 4 is the Hunter King's token. At that time, the Hunter's Castle will give you a reward. Even if you don't go out on missions, you will receive a considerable income every month. Zichen nodded when he heard this. A Hunter King was equivalent to a domain realm expert. This kind of existence had already opened up their own domain and became the ruler of their own domain. Naturally, their strength was extremely powerful. Such a powerhouse was naturally worthy of being roped in by those forces. Although Zichen had the strength of a corporeal realm expert, his actual realm was only at the emptiness realm. His realm was relatively low. This time, the detour would take nearly half a year. Zichen had become very diligent in his cultivation and consumed a lot of resources along the way. Having just stepped into the emptiness realm, Zichen did not have any bottlenecks. As long as he continued to refine the fragments of the emptiness realm, his strength would continue to break through. Because the refining speed was very fast, Zichen's realm improved very quickly as well. The 3-meter emptiness realm did not expand along the way. However, with the accumulation of resources from Zichen, the emptiness realm also absorbed a huge amount of emptiness realm energy. Once the emptiness realm energy reached a certain level of saturation, it would begin to transform into a corporeal realm. Zichen's emptiness realm was only 3 meters wide. However, whether it was before he opened it or after he absorbed it, he needed a huge amount of energy to maintain it. This was something that no one could understand. It could be said that Zichen was the emptiness realm expert with the smallest void space in history. However, he might also be the strongest emptiness realm expert. Zichen's realm was constantly improving. Soon, another few months had passed. Even with the detour, they were getting closer and closer to Huping City. Except for Zichen and Black Eagle, the others stopped cultivating and became very alert. Just like that, they traveled for another 2 months. In Wang Jun's words, there was still half a month's journey to Huping City. Everyone who was previously nervous heaved a sigh of relief. This was because the number of flying boats they encountered gradually increased along the way. All the flying boats revealed a fearful expression when they saw the tiger-headed flying boat. Under such circumstances, no one dared to have any ideas about the city's army. When they were 3 days away from Huping City, Wang Jun woke up Zichen, who was in closed-door cultivation. "We're here," Zichen said as the energy surging around him slowly dissipated. "There are still 3 days' journey. I'm here to ask you if you've thought about joining the city's army," Wang Jun said. "I haven't thought about it yet. I don't think I'm in a hurry. I want to go to the city and sell my things first," Zichen said. "That's good too. However, I'll sign you up first. The quota will only be approved after a few days. By then, you'll have finished selling your things." "All right then." Zichen thought about it seriously. Actually, joining the city's army was not a bad idea. It also gave him freedom. Since he was not familiar with this place, he might as well work for a while first. Sure enough, after walking out of the room and onto the flying boat, Zichen found that there were more flying boats around. Under such circumstances, apart from battle beasts, no one would dare to make a move on the city's army. Moreover, Zichen also saw many flying boats from the city's army. During the 3 days, everyone gathered again. Wang Jun told them that they needed to keep the jade slip a secret. However, he also promised that once he communicated with Zhou Chong, he would take everyone to the city. Naturally, no one had any objections. Soon, they arrived at Huping City. It was a huge city that Zichen had never seen before. It was much bigger than the Heaven's Pride city in the world of the Ancient Road. The whole city looked like a crouching tiger. When they were 500 li away from Huping City, all the flying boats stopped in advance. Then, a group of cultivators left the flying boats and flew towards Huping City. The city's army stood guard at the city gate. All the cultivators who came and went had to pay an entrance fee. Of course, the city's army did not have to pay. It was said that hunters did not have to pay either. Zichen paid 10 law fragments and followed Wang Jun and the others into Huping City. Chapter 1246. Zichun entered the city that day and stayed in an inn. This place gave him a very warm feeling. As for the second feeling, it was expensive. Everything here was linked to the nomological fragments. In this world where Earth Prime was only worth 1 piece and Virtual Realm was worth 100 pieces, Zichen deeply felt that the life of an ordinary Virtual Realm expert was not easy. Zichen had killed hundreds of Virtual Realm experts. From the spirit rings of these people, Zichen could clearly feel that more than half of these people did not have the qualifications to live in Huping City. The annual accommodation fee was as high as a few thousand Virtual Realm experts. This was completely enough to make the remaining half of the Virtual Realm experts retreat. In addition, cultivation was also an indispensable expense. More than 90% of the people who could stay in the inn were Corporeal Realm experts, while the other 10% were some staff members. As for Virtual Realm experts like Zichen, there were very few of them. They could be considered outliers. That day, Zichen stayed in his room and did not come out. He also relaxed and had a good rest for the day. Private fights were prohibited in the entire city. If one had enough resources, this city was enough to protect one's safety. The next morning, Zichen woke up, washed up, and left the inn. He originally wanted to eat something, but after seeing the strange gazes of the people around him, he immediately gave up on the idea. In this place, taverns were synonymous with luxury goods. It was already surprising that Zichen, a mere Virtual Realm expert, stayed in an inn. If he also went to eat, many people would be concerned. The miniature Stormwind Eagle stood on Zichen's shoulder. Zichen began to look for some places to trade. The streets were filled with cultivators. So far, Zichen had never seen an Earth Prime expert. As for Virtual Realm experts, he had seen quite a few. However, these people were mostly businessmen. They had some good things on hand and were here to trade. Most of them would leave the city before dark. Along the way, he saw the most Corporeal Realm experts. Compared to Zhangzhan, this place was almost filled with Corporeal Realm experts. There were also quite a few trading places. There were big and small shops. Many Emptiness Realm experts had gone to those small shops, but Zichen was looking for a big shop. Zichen didn't know if there was a habit of double-crossing here, so he came to a bigger store. The other party's reputation was naturally higher. After all, what he wanted to trade was a huge sum. If the trade went smoothly, Zichen wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. When Zichen walked into a shop that he was satisfied with, he was slightly absent-minded when he saw the scene inside. There were many female service staff here. They were all wearing the same uniform. They were good-looking and had sweet smiles. When they saw Zichen come in, one of them walked towards Zichen leisurely. Zichen had seen his fair share of beauties. For example, Su Mingyao and the others were all peak beauties. Although these women were beautiful, they weren't on the same level as Su Mingyao and the others. But that was only limited to the Martial Heaven continent. It went without saying that these people were the most beautiful women Zichen had seen since coming to the Martial Heaven continent. Moreover, they were also the most beautiful women Zichen had seen. Just like resources, female cultivators were also an extremely scarce resource in this world. But Zichen didn't expect to encounter so many here. In fact, Zichen didn't know that on the teleportation platform under the jurisdiction of the city's army, whenever a female cultivator was found, the city's army would bring them to their respective cities. And because of the scarcity of female cultivators were destined to have a better life than male cultivators of the same level in this world. There were very few female cultivators outside the city. Most of the female cultivators in the city did some service work. As for beauty, at this level, which one of them wasn't beautiful and moving? The service staff looked at Zichen with a hint of imperceptible surprise in their eyes, but they still greeted Zichen politely. "I'm here to see what's here," Zichen said lightly. "Okay, but what do you need to see?" The woman always had a smile on her face. "We have pills, weapons, and some rare items here, but there are relatively few items that are suitable for the virtual realm." The woman was at the middle stage of the virtual realm, one level higher than Zichun. Her attitude was very gentle. Zichun's gaze swept across the hall, and his expression gradually changed. How was this relatively few? There were none at all. Zichun's eyes swept across. Almost everything was aimed at the reality realm. As for the virtual realm, there was nothing at all. The woman seemed to see Zichun's awkwardness and said kindly, "You can look at the things here. Maybe you'll find one or two useful things." Zichun nodded, and then the woman led him to look at the things here. The first thing that Zichun saw were real weapons. The only difference between real weapons and real spiritual weapons was that they didn't have souls. There are real weapons and real spiritual weapons here. There are both offensive and defensive ones. The woman pointed at a long sword and patiently explained, "This is made from the fangs of a spiritual grade war beast. It's worth 100,000. In the eyes of an ordinary virtual realm expert, 100,000 was definitely an astronomical figure. However, it seemed that the service staff here had undergone strict training, so they were very polite. They didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction or impatience because Zichun was an virtual realm expert. There is also a real spiritual weapon here. It is of the same origin as this sword, but because it has a spirit, its price is 10 times that of the long sword. 10 times was 1 million. This number surprised Zichun, but he wasn't shocked. After hearing this, he asked doubtfully, "As far as I know, real spiritual weapons can only be owned by the owner. They can't be traded." The woman smiled and said, "This is a real spiritual weapon that is forcibly sealed. It can't be upgraded." Zichun felt relieved and nodded. The cauldron spirit had once told Zichun that there was a way to fuse with an earth spiritual weapon. However, he didn't succeed after trying a few times, so he gave up. He didn't expect that in the Zhanwu continent, there would actually be someone who could fuse with a real spiritual weapon. In addition to weapons, Zichun also saw a defensive stomach. The price of a defensive stomach was more than twice that of a weapon. In other words, a defensive spiritual weapon would cost more than 2 million. In addition, there were also some medicinal pellets. Most of these medicinal pellets were healing medicinal pellets that contained extremely rich edicts of life. In addition to the edicts of life, these medicinal pellets also contain the energy of space. These medicinal pellets were extraordinary, so naturally, they were also very expensive. If Oder and Jesse had these medicinal pellets, they naturally wouldn't have died from the destruction caused by the energy of reality. Zichun didn't lack medicinal pellets. He was only interested in weapons. However, the first problem he had to solve was to sell the items on him. As Zichun learned about the items in the hall, Zichun discovered that not everyone's attitude was as good-natured as the woman beside him. When one of the attendants saw that Zichun was interested in some of the weapons, he approached Zichun with a smile and asked if he had just arrived in the city. Zichun calmly replied. The other party still had a smile on his face, but it was very obvious that his smile contained some other emotions. The instant he turned his head, Zichun keenly saw ridicule and contempt in the other party's eyes. Of course, the contempt was for himself. As for the ridicule, it was obviously for the woman beside him. Immediately after, Zichun noticed that the gazes of the others when they looked at the woman carried a different kind of emotion. This kind of emotion could be called ridicule because she was doing something meaningless. No one would think that this early-stage virtual realm expert would be a rich person. He was just an emptiness realm expert who had just arrived in the city and had a little bit of resources on him. The woman had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. However, her attitude towards Zichun remained the same. She was neither anxious nor impatient. She patiently introduced the items that Zichun was interested in to Zichun one by one. After looking through most of the items, Zichun lost interest in the rest. Thus, he asked, "If you sell things here, do you accept things?" "Sir, you have something to sell." The woman was clearly not surprised by Zichun's question. Zichun nodded and then asked, "What kind of things do you accept here?" "Sir, if there is anything you would like to sell, you can show it to me first." The woman led Zichun to a more spacious area. Then, she gestured for Zichun to take a seat. At the same time, she poured a cup of tea for Zichun. Zichun was a little surprised to see tea in a place like this. Since it was still early, there weren't many customers in the area. Thus, many of the attendants' gazes were focused on Zichun. It was obvious that they were very curious and expectant to see what good things this puny early-stage virtual realm expert could bring out. The woman arrived again. Just as Zichun was thinking about what he should take out for her to see, 2 more people arrived. One of the attendants led a reality realm expert over. The 2 of them headed straight for Zichun's area. Shaoli, this customer has something to sell. I need to appraise it. Please move aside, the second woman said with a sweet smile. The woman named Shaoli seemed a little nervous. She said, but, Sister Hua, I have something here too. The second woman glanced at Zichun and smiled. I'm really sorry. Sir, can you move aside? This woman was a late-stage virtual realm expert. There was nothing wrong with her attitude and tone. However, there was a slight disdain in her eyes. Zichun looked at her calmly. Then, he said calmly, if this is a place that specializes in appraising items, there are many places like this around. Why come to my place? The woman was stunned by Zichun's straightforward question. The smile on her face froze. She clearly hadn't expected this puny virtual realm expert to ask her such a question. In this world where strength was respected, a puny virtual realm expert should have tactfully moved aside under normal circumstances. Zichun looked at her calmly, causing the woman's expression to become a little unnatural. Fortunately, someone helped her out in the next moment. I say, you're just a puny virtual realm expert. Where did you get your confidence from? Move aside. I want to sell something. The one who spoke was a reality realm expert. Although he was only at the early stage of the reality realm, this realm was enough to make him look down on all early-stage virtual realm experts. Zichun looked at Reality and said calmly, I'm also here to sell something. Reality mocked. What are you here to sell? The corpse of a soldier-level beast. You've come to the wrong place. That kind of thing is only sold outside the city. Looking at the arrogant Reality, Zichun asked, what are you here to sell? Chapter 1247. The tooth that Reality took out was 1/2 meter long. It indeed belonged to a spirit-level beast. If it was refined, this tooth could be made into 2 short daggers. When the woman called Sister Hua saw the spirit-level tooth, her eyes lit up. However, she still used her professional eyes to analyze the tooth. After that, a clear voice sounded, this is indeed the tooth of a spirit-level beast. Its realm should be at the beginning of the spirit level. The tooth is very sturdy. We can buy it for 20,000. 20,000 for a tooth. Not to mention the profit, just this number surprised Zichun. The surprise on Zichun's face turned into shock in the eyes of some people. Reality said disdainfully, boy, hurry up and get lost. We don't even accept things from general-level beasts, let alone spirit-level beasts. Although the second woman didn't say anything, her expression was full of disdain. On the other hand, the woman called Shaoli kept apologizing to Zichun. At the same time, she indicated that Zichun could go to the side to make the deal. There was an argument here, but no one came out to stop it. It seemed that the woman called Shaoli was not very popular, or was often bullied. Zichun nodded and smiled at Shaoli, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then, he looked at Reality and said calmly, since your deal is done, you should be able to leave. Zichun's calmness made Reality very dissatisfied. He said sarcastically, what do you mean? Do you want to stay here and not leave? Why do you say that? I'm here to make a deal. Zichun said calmly. A deal? You're just a mere virtual realm cultivator. What can you take out to make a deal? I already said that we don't accept things from spirit-level beasts. Reality's face was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Beside him, the woman also said, I'm sorry, sir. We don't accept things from spirit-level beasts. If you want to make a deal, you can do it outside the city. Zichun's calm expression turned cold when he looked at the woman again. She seemed to be very polite, but in fact, she was targeting him. Zichun didn't know whether she was targeting him or the woman called Shaoli. However, Zichun could see that she didn't have good intentions. Sir, I'm really sorry. Why don't we go to the side? Shaoli apologized again, her eyes full of regret. Zichun's cold expression calmed down because of Shaoli's words. He said, if it weren't for your attitude, I would definitely have turned around and left. A place like this really isn't worth my time. Hearing this, The disdain on the faces of the other two became even stronger. Even the gazes of the other people in the distance towards Ziqian gradually became filled with disgust. This kind of person who didn't have any strength, didn't have any resources, and still wanted to save face was really annoying. But in the next moment, their expressions froze because the Void Realm expert took out an item that no one dared to believe. Actual soldiers. Zichun took out a real weapon. It was a long spear with many patterns engraved on it. Moreover, it was in perfect condition. This was a real weapon that could be used as soon as it was picked up. It was also a real weapon that could be used in the real world. Zichun put the real weapon on the table, looked at Shaoli and asked politely, "Excuse me, do you accept this item here?" Shaoli's face was obviously surprised, but she quickly reacted and nodded repeatedly. She said excitedly, "Yes, yes, this is a real weapon, and it's complete. We will buy it at a high price. 70,000. No, 80,000. The spirit-level beast tooth just now was only 20,000, but this real weapon was 80,000. This difference naturally made the real weapon's expression somewhat unnatural. Even the smile on the woman's face became forced. As for the service staff who originally hated Zichun, although they wouldn't like Zichun just because of a real weapon, their attitudes were also changing. What a lucky bastard. I didn't expect to get a real weapon. The real-world expert, who had lost face, said with slight ridicule. Zichun looked at him and smiled. His smile was very playful. If a real weapon can be called dog shit luck, then my dog shit luck seems to have run out a little too often. After saying this, Zichun took out another weapon. This time, it was a long sword. Naturally, a long sword was also a real weapon. Surprise appeared on everyone's faces again. The natural smiles on many of the service staff's faces became unnatural. Zichun stared at the real-world expert. The latter's face was clearly stunned, but Zichun took out another item. A real weapon, still a real weapon. Seeing the three real weapons, the real-world expert began to frown. But it wasn't over yet. Zichun took out the fourth, the fifth, a real weapon, still a real weapon. By the time Zichun received the seventh weapon, the expressions of the attendants had already turned into shock. Even Shaoli, who was beside him, looked at Zichun in shock. Zichun looked at the real-world expert and asked with a smile, "Last time I met a group of real-world experts fighting, and they all accidentally died. I picked these up. What do you think of my luck?" The real-world expert's expression was very ugly, but he couldn't say a word. Zichun looked at the woman again. The woman forced a smile, but her smile was very ugly. Zichun took out another item and said, "You should also accept this." Saying this, Zichun also took out a tooth. This tooth was burning with flames and was nearly 2 meters long. Seeing this, the woman couldn't even force a smile. "You don't recognize it? Please explain to her what this is." Zichun looked at Shaoli again. Shaoli had already recovered from her shock. After taking a closer look at the tooth, she said in surprise, "This is the tooth of a fire-type beast. It looks like the tooth of a fire python. It must have reached the spirit level. 7 real weapons and a fire-type tooth." Although this wasn't the shop's biggest order, it wasn't a small number. If combined with Zichun's current realm, this could be considered the shop's biggest virtual realm transaction since its opening. If the transaction was completed, Zichun could make a profit of hundreds of thousands. As for the service staff's commission, it was also not a small number. The others were more or less regretful. If they had known, they would have personally received the other party. Compared to them, the woman called Sister Hua by Shaoli had an extremely ugly expression. It was obvious that she had offended a big customer. "Sir, if the total value of these items is below 1 million, I can make the decision. I'll give you 80,000 for this tooth." In the slightly dead silent hall, Shaoli spoke again. Now, she could completely raise her head and stick out her chest, wantonly enjoying the envious gazes from all around. When Zichun heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "You can't make the decision if it's above 1 million?" Shaoli was startled, and then asked in disbelief, "Why? Do you have other things on you?" When Zichun heard this, he smiled and said, "Actually, my main purpose this time isn't to trade these things." When Zichun said this, everyone's expression changed again. Obviously, there was more ridicule this time. They thought that these things did not belong to Zichun. The other party took them out purely to show off and could not make the decision at all. However, Zichen continued, my original intention was to talk about a big business of more than 10 million. I didn't expect that after a few words from them, I would take out these unpresentable goods. Sigh, I can't stand the provocation. This temperament still needs to be cultivated. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed again, and they were all dumbfounded. A big business of more than 10 million, and he even said that the previous items were unpresentable. If something worth more than 1 million was not presentable, then what would be presentable? When Shaoli heard this, she obviously could not suppress the excitement in her heart. She asked in a trembling voice, Sir, are you serious? Zichen smiled, and then sent a voice transmission to the other party. When Shaoli heard this, her expression changed again, and then she said respectfully, we will naturally accept this item. Please wait a moment, I will come later. Wait. Zichen suddenly called out to her. What's wrong? Shaoli turned her head. Zichen glanced at the 7 weapons, then took out a long sword and said, I see that your footwork is light and agile, and your eyes are lively and sharp. You should be a sword user, right? This is for you as a thank you. As he spoke, Zichen threw the long sword to Shaoli. His expression was extremely casual. Shaoli subconsciously took the sword, but in the next moment, her face turned red, and she said in shame, I'm really sorry, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. As she spoke, Shaoli was about to return the item to Zichen. Zichen waved his hand and said, It's fine. It's just a sword. It's not anything valuable. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of a blade. No one could understand Zichen's words, or at least, no one could for the time being. However, his casual attitude was seen by everyone, and they began to envy Shaoli in their hearts. At the same time, they were naturally extremely regretful. In particular, the woman called Sister Hua by Shaoli was filled with regret. If she had known that the Emptiness Realm expert was so extraordinary, she would not have provoked Shaoli. After Shaoli left, the expressions of the crowd changed as they looked at Zichen. In the next moment, a total of 3 service staff came up to greet Zichen enthusiastically. However, no matter how enthusiastic they would not receive a gift from Zichen. A group of service staff surrounded them, making it impossible for Shi and the original woman to stand, and they could only helplessly retreat. Zichen looked at Shi and ridiculed. What, you're not leaving after the transaction? Humph, how do I know if you have a large transaction or not? Don't be deliberately mystifying. Shi coldly snorted, but did not leave. A transaction of 10 million was completely enough to alarm the manager here. Zichen originally thought that the manager of this store would be an extremely capable person. Zichen's guess was correct. The manager was indeed very capable, but he was not a man, but a woman. A woman whose beauty far surpassed the rest of the service staff. Her waist was very thin, and her legs were very long. She was very beautiful, and she wore a white dress, and her waist-length black hair was simply tied up. The woman's appearance caused everyone's eyes to light up. However, when the service staff saw her, they all lowered their heads, and the original woman's face turned even paler. After the woman in white appeared, she did not walk towards Zichen. Instead, she walked towards the original woman. Chapter 1248. The moment she arrived, she immediately asked him to leave. This woman was undoubtedly experienced and decisive. Sister Hong Ai. The woman raised her head. The white-clothed woman's expression was indifferent as she said, I don't care what grudges you have between the two of you, but the premise is that you are not allowed to offend the guests. This is the rule. The rules of Precious Weapon Pavilion must be followed. Here, in the entire Zhanwu continent, no one can ignore the rules. The manager's words were almost a death sentence. The woman's eyes immediately filled with despair. She was only at the late stage of the virtual realm. Once she left, where could she go? She was unwilling and even desperate. She wanted to make a final struggle. She looked at Zichen with a pitiful gaze and asked for help. Zichen smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Zichen thought that he was a good person, but he would never admit that he was a good person. He would never repay evil with good, but he would never repay good with evil. To put it bluntly, he was just an ordinary person. He also had his own selfishness. If he was really just a virtual realm rookie, the other party's actions would not only humiliate him, but also lead to a fatal disaster. For this kind of person, even if the other party was a woman, Ziqian would let the other party fend for themselves. Perhaps Ziqian could help her with one sentence, but he was unwilling to say it. After following Sister Hong for so many years, the woman naturally knew that Sister Hong meant what she said. Now that even a virtual realm expert would not help her, she knew that leaving was a foregone conclusion, so she despaired. However, she smiled in despair. She first bowed to Sister Hong and said, "Thank you, Sister Hong, for your years of cultivation." Sister Hong's expression was still indifferent. She did not respond. Then the woman turned around and looked at Ziqian, saying, "I'm just a little girl with no background. Sister Hong can drive me away because I accidentally offended you. I have no power or influence, so I can't do anything to you. However, I want to tell you that not everyone is like a little girl like me. If you only offended me today, I naturally would not retaliate against you, nor would I be able to. Unfortunately, you also offended the city's army, so I wish you good luck in advance." Ziqian naturally understood the woman's meaning. He looked back at the original virtual realm expert and asked, "You are the city's army?" "That's right. I'm from the city's central army. Kid, we'll meet again." Shizhan smiled coldly at Ziqian, then walked out of the door. The woman quickly followed. After the two left, Ziqian didn't say anything else. So what if they were city guards? Ziqian had killed quite a few city guards. He had even killed a late corporeal realm expert. The woman's final threat was ineffective against Ziqian. The woman in white walked towards Ziqian and said with an apologetic smile, "I'm really sorry that such a thing happened." Ziqian waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal. I heard from Shaoli that you have a batch of resources on you. If we complete the transaction and you don't mind, our precious tool pavilion will help you solve the problem just now." The white-clothed woman sat down near Ziqian, and a faint fragrance wafted towards Ziqian. Ziqian frowned slightly and asked, "Including the army in the city?" "Of course." This answer surprised Ziqian. He didn't think that precious tool pavilion would even dare to touch the army in the city. However, when he thought about it, the other party was only at the early corporeal realm. Even in the army, she was just a small character. "Let's talk about the transaction first. I'll take care of the rest myself." Ziqian indifferently refused. The white-clothed woman glanced at Ziqian in surprise and said, "Before the transaction, let me introduce myself. I'm Shangwan Hong, the manager of Precious Tool Pavilion. Usually, everyone calls me Sister Hong." Ziqian responded indifferently, but a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. This was the second time he had heard the surname Shangwan. "How many fruit trees do you have? If it's too little, I'm afraid it won't be worth much." Shangwan Hong asked directly, not noticing Ziqian's abnormality. At this moment, there were only two people nearby, and the two people making the transaction weren't speaking loudly. "How much will it take for a high price?" Ziqian asked. Shangwan Hong thought for a moment and said, "If it's 10,000, I can only give you 600 per tree. If it's 20,000, I can give you 700. If it's 30,000, I can give you 800. 800 per tree. If it's 30,000 trees, it'll be 24 million. Are you sure you can make the decision?" Ziqian looked at Shangwan Hong. Shangwan Hong's smile was somewhat charming. She said, "My authority is below 200,000 trees. If it was below 200,000 trees, it would be over 100 million. A mere manager could use such a large amount of money." Ziqian was somewhat suspicious of the other party's identity. Ziqian was satisfied with the other party's price. After all, the other party was also a businessman. Naturally, they would want to make a profit. "I have a total of 43,835 trees. Give me half of them in virtual boundary fragments and the other half in corporeal boundary fragments," Ziqian said after pondering for a moment. In addition to the law fruit tree, he also had some virtual boundary fruit trees. However, Ziqian didn't want to sell them all at the moment. Shangwan Hong was obviously a little surprised by the amount Ziqian gave. After seeing the real thing, she seemed very satisfied. The transaction went smoothly. After that, Ziqian also sold the original real soldiers. After the sale, Zichun bought a defensive armor. This was a real soft armor for real soldiers. It was as high as 2.6 million. With a transaction of tens of millions, Zichun had become a big customer here. When he left, Shangwan Hong personally sent him to the door. Zichun, you really don't need our help with the city's army, Shangwan Hong asked before leaving. Zichun laughed when he heard this. If you want to help me personally, I'm naturally happy. If it's you, then forget it. After saying that, Zichun left. Shangwan Hong watched Zichun leave. Obviously, this was a mysterious virtual boundary. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Zichun found that someone was following him. However, he didn't care. As long as he didn't leave the city, no one could do anything to him. After making a few more rounds at the other trading points, Zichun returned to the inn after failing to find anything useful. During this time, Zichun passed by Hunter's Castle. There were many cultivators there, both virtual boundary and corporeal boundary. However, Zichun didn't go in. After this transaction, Zichun had an extremely large sum of money. However, although the number sounded huge, it was pitifully small when exchanged for corporeal boundary fragments. One had to know that a corporeal boundary fragment was equivalent to 10,000 law fragments. Zichun's tens of millions could only be exchanged for a few thousand law fragments. If these several thousand law fragments were exchanged for virtual boundary fragments, it would still be a huge sum. It would be enough for Zichun to cultivate for a long time. However, he couldn't forget that there was still a storm eagle here. At this stage, the storm eagle needed to refine corporeal boundary fragments. Therefore, Zichun still needed resources. Zichun stayed in the inn for 2 days. On the third day, Wang Jun sent someone to deliver something to Zichun. The person who came was also a city guard. When he saw Zichun, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. You're Zichun. This is your token. Take this and register at the military headquarters at noon to participate in the examination. Remember, you can only arrive early and not late. If you're late, you'll be disqualified. The city guard handed a token to Zichun and said indifferently. Zichun took the token and nodded. The city guard was somewhat dissatisfied with Zichun's attitude and turned to leave. There were many corporeal realms in the city, but not all of them were part of the city's army. Therefore, when the other cultivators in the inn heard the conversation between the two, they looked at Zichun with a strange gaze. In their eyes, if a mere early-stage virtual boundary cultivator could participate in the examination, it could only mean that he had an extremely powerful backer behind him. Zichun's mind was still in a daze because he hadn't decided yet. However, since Wang Jun had already made arrangements, he had to go no matter what. This kind of examination quota was something that others couldn't even dream of. Zichun, however, didn't want to. If others knew about this, who knew what they would think? Zichun had just returned to his room when he remembered what the city guard had said before he left. He decided to go there in advance. If he really was disqualified later, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Wang Jun. Zichun walked out of the inn and headed for the military headquarters. The military headquarters was directly across from Hunter's Castle. It was very easy to find. It was a very large castle with the city guard guarding the entrance. Zichun arrived and took out the examination token at the entrance. When the city guard saw the token, he looked at Zichun with a strange expression. The token was genuine. No matter how surprised the city guard was, they still had to let him in. When Zichun arrived at the drill ground, he realized that he wasn't the first to arrive. There were already dozens of corporeal boundary cultivators here. It seemed that they were all waiting for the examination. In this world, it was very difficult to hide one's aura without a high-level concealment technique. Therefore, many people disdained to hide their aura. If one didn't hide their aura, the power in their body would naturally produce some kind of strong fluctuation with the air. When the crowd felt this fluctuation, they could naturally judge the person's realm based on the strength of the fluctuation. What Zichun brought about was the fluctuation of the void law. The fluctuation was very weak, indicating that he was at the early stage of the void realm. His sudden appearance here was destined to attract everyone's attention. You're here for the examination. The military headquarters wasn't like Hunter's Castle. Unauthorized people couldn't enter. It was naturally not a coincidence that Zichun was here. Therefore, someone asked. Zichun nodded. The next moment, There was an uproar. What? He's really here for the examination? How is this possible? You're only at the early stage virtual boundary. Even if you're related, it shouldn't be like this. I paid a huge price to get this spot. How can a mere virtual boundary cultivator get a spot? Didn't they say that the city guard's examination is extremely strict? How can this be? These corporeal boundary cultivators had more or less paid a price in order to get a spot. At this moment, when they saw Zichun, a virtual boundary cultivator, they naturally felt extremely unbalanced. This caused everyone's gazes to become unkind when they looked at Zichun. However, they didn't do anything too extreme. They just stood apart from Zichun. A group of corporeal boundary cultivators stood together while Zichun was isolated. Just like when he first came out of the teleportation platform, Zichun was also not welcomed here. Zichun had already foreseen this scene when he arrived, so he didn't find it strange. He just stood alone to one side and waited for the examination time to come. 2 hours passed quickly. One after another, candidates for the examination arrived. In the end, the number stopped at 300. Chapter 1249. Zichun had expected the two parties to meet, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The newcomer was the reality realm expert from the Precious Weapon Pavilion. He was walking toward the drill ground with a group of people. There were a total of 300 people in the assessment team. The other 299 people stood together neatly, forming a square formation. Only Zichun was left out. Standing there all by himself, Zichun looked very different, but also very attractive. It's him. The reality realm expert saw Zichun at first glance and recognized him. The faint smile on his face froze and his expression became cold. Why? You know him? Beside him, another reality realm expert sensed his companion's abnormality and asked. Humph. EY snorted and said indifferently, he's the arrogant virtual realm expert I told you about. Oh, so he's the one who did a business deal worth more than 10 million at the Precious Weapon Pavilion. Not just 10 million, but tens of millions. I've already asked around. It's said that the total value is more than 30 million. Hiss, 30 million. He's just an virtual realm expert, but he has so much wealth. Who knows? Our people have been watching him for a few days, but he hasn't come out of the inn. I didn't expect to see him here today. Right? Why is he here? Could it be he's the virtual realm expert recommended by Wang Jun? As the two of them conversed in a low voice, the others also noticed Zichun, and their expressions became strange. As part of the city's army, although they usually received extremely high rewards, it was still a far cry from tens of millions. This huge sum of money really shocked them. They also learned that an arrogant virtual realm expert had offended EY a few days ago. They also knew the cause and effect. He's just an virtual realm expert. It's impossible for him to have so much wealth. But now that he's here, I kind of understand where his wealth came from, EY said with a cold smile. You mean Wang Jun? It must be Wang Jun. But as the city's army, he must have a shady background. That's why he sold it to an outsider. As for the reward, it should be to get him into the city's army, EY said confidently. This Wang Jun is really brainless. Even if he wants to find someone to cooperate with, he should at least find someone decent. Why would he find an early virtual realm expert? EY said mysteriously, you don't understand. This kind of person is easier to control. Besides, with Wang Jun's connections, it's easy to get a subordinate. All of this was done in hushed tones. The late corporeal realm leader did not express his opinion and only listened quietly. However, his expression grew darker and darker. Finally, he coldly said, Bastards. What does the royal army think our city's army is? They even dared to send a mere early virtual realm expert here. After hearing the captain's words, EY lowered his voice and said, I can guarantee that he hasn't met with Wang Jun yet. The wealth is still in his hands. If we drive him out of the city now, then his wealth, the captain, who was about to walk towards the drill field battle platform, suddenly turned his head and walked towards the virtual boundary. He walked with a majestic gait, hurried and angry. Seeing the captain change his path, a cold smile appeared on EY's face. He thought to himself that his luck was really good. This virtual realm expert's luck was really bad. Seeing a group of people walking towards him, especially the leader's unfriendly expression, Zichun had a bad feeling. He had been sitting on the side, bored, but now he had stood up. The captain walked up to Zichun and glanced at him indifferently. The group of corporeal realm experts behind him also stared at Zichun. Zichun responded with a calm gaze. Bastard, why aren't you saluting the captain? EY took the opportunity to shout. Zichun ignored EY and continued to look at the captain. Good, very good. You're Zichun. The captain nodded, a cold expression gradually appearing on his face. To be able to say Zichun's name so quickly, it was obvious that this captain had been paying attention to this matter for a long time. He had purposely appeared here for Zichun. As for the matter with EY, it was purely a coincidence. This was also why EY said that he was lucky and the virtual boundary expert was unlucky. That's right. Zichun saw the killing intent in the captain's eyes, so his words were also very tough. You're at the early stage of the virtual boundary. That's right. Very good, you're disqualified, the captain said indifferently. Why? Zichun responded with the same indifference. Because of this? The captain took out a token. It was similar to Zichun's test token, but it was obviously not a real test token. It looked more like an invigilator's token. Seeing this token, Zichun was stunned for a moment. As for the 299 people in the distance, they sneered and pointed at him. Didn't you ask why? It's because of this. Now you think I have the right to disqualify you? The captain's indifferent eyes had a hint of mockery. The others also looked at Zichun mockingly. EY was even more pleased with himself. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Having a token doesn't mean that you are qualified. I don't know if others are qualified, but you, Zhou Chong, are definitely not. The moment the indifferent voice sounded, He Zi walked into the drill ground with his men. He first nodded at Zichun, then looked at Zhou Chong and said coldly, Zhou Chong, don't think that my brother doesn't know what tricks you are playing. You want to send him away and disqualify Zichun? Dream on. This time, Wang Jun had paid a huge price to persuade the city's army to let Zichun participate in the test. He was confident that Zichun could pass the test, but the prerequisite was that Zichun needed such an opportunity. When Zhou Chong knew that Wang Jun was protecting a virtual boundary expert, he naturally wanted to suppress him. This time, he took the opportunity to send Wang Jun away. Zichun didn't know what was going on. At the moment, all his attention was on Zhou Chong. Obviously, Zhou Chong was the one who had the other half of the jade slip. When the two jade slips merged, they would lead to the void tree. If Zichun killed Zhou Chong with one strike, it would save him a lot of trouble, but it would also cause him even more trouble. Moreover, Zichun didn't have the strength to kill a late-stage corporeal realm expert with one strike. He could sense that Zhou Chong's strength wasn't much weaker than Wang Jun's. It seemed that he had improved a lot in the past 500 years of seclusion. He Zi's words caused the nearby crowd of examinees to discuss even more loudly. In their eyes, this was clearly a battle between two factions in the city's army. He Zi's righteous words and the nearby discussions caused Wang Jun's expression to darken even more. Just when He Zi thought that Wang Jun was about to explode in anger, he saw a smile appear on Zhou Chong's gloomy face. Zhou Chong retorted, He Zi, do you think that I'm the one who can't get along with a mere virtual boundary expert? He Zi was holding the same token as Zhou Chong's, which represented his right to speak. He said directly, You wanted to expel Zichun as soon as you arrived. Is that not the case? Zhou Chong put away the token, held his head high and said, Of course not. Based on my relationship with Captain Wang, I wouldn't make things difficult for a mere virtual boundary expert. The reason I disqualified him was because of the commander's orders. Commander's orders? Which commander? He Zi frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Zhou Chong cupped his fists and bowed towards the void. Of course it was Commander Zhou's orders. Commander Zhou was very confused when he saw the list, so he sent me here. He told me that even if someone vouched for him, he must treat everyone equally. This is because the city's army has always treated everyone equally. Zichun is only at the early stage of the virtual boundary. Let's not talk about how powerful his combat strength is. Just based on his cultivation level alone, he is one realm lower than normal. After all, his cultivation level is too low, and he is too far away from the standard. Therefore, he is disqualified this time. He can come again when his cultivation level increases in the future. Hazy was furious when he heard this. He secretly thought that Zhou Cheng was despicable and shameless. What Commander Zhou? That was Zhou Cheng's father. Now, Zhou Cheng was using his father's name to expel Zichun. It was obvious that Zhou Cheng was determined to go against Wang Jun. However, if Commander Zhou was really the one in charge this time, then it would be difficult for Zichun to qualify for the assessment. Since the assessment of the commander was decided at the end, Wang Jun didn't know who it would be. However, among all the commanders, Commander Wang was the only one who had a conflict with Wang Jun. If it was really him this time, then it could only mean that Zichun and Wang Jun were too unlucky. Seeing that Hazy was deep in thought, Zichun knew that this matter would be troublesome. However, he didn't care. He didn't lack resources in a short period of time, and he didn't care about being in the city's army. Moreover, looking at Wang Jun and Zhou Cheng, he knew that there were internal conflicts in the city's army. He hated internal conflicts the most. A mere early stage of the virtual boundary dares to participate in the assessment. Is he here to die? This time, the one who spoke was EY. He said sarcastically, "Listen to our advice. Go back and train before you come again. Isn't it a little too early for you to come here to die? You are nothing in front of him. What right do you have to lecture him?" Hazy was furious. Zhou Cheng frowned. "Blackie, this is where you are wrong. We are all part of the city's army. How can you speak in such a tone?" This time, the person in charge of the assessment is Commander Zhou. I brought Commander Zhou here to take the assessment, so naturally, we will consider the issue of life and death. Not allowing him to participate is naturally for his sake. You. Hazy was furious. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock, Zichun finally spoke. He said coldly, "Hazy, since I am not in the assessment this time, I don't have to participate." Zhou Cheng smiled faintly and said, "Hazy, look. He knows his place. He is much more sensible than you." Zichun said sarcastically, "It is not that I know my place. I just feel that after I successfully become part of the city's army, I will have to stay with you in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel so disgusted that I want to throw up. Do you understand? I am not quitting. I am giving up." Zichun, you. Hazy looked at Zichun. Zichun said, "It is just a place in the city's army. It really doesn't matter." How arrogant. You are just part of the city's army. Do you know what crime it is to slander the city's army? EY shouted before Zhou Cheng could speak. What an idiot. Zichun glanced at EY. After leaving behind a sarcastic remark, he threw away the assessment token in his hand and walked out. Before he left, Zichun turned around and looked at the group of Reality Realm experts with an extremely provocative gaze. Zichun's provocation seemed to be saying, "If you are not convinced, then follow me." Chapter 1250. Due to his anger, EY didn't care about the assessment and directly rushed out. In reality, he wasn't part of the assessment anyway. He was just a follower. The other realms' expressions changed when they saw Zichun leave and EY rush out. A few of them were so angry that their faces turned red. They followed EY as if they had been greatly humiliated. At this moment, it was unknown how much of their anger was real and how much was fake. However, their desire for Zichun's wealth was real. Kuriko and the others didn't know that Zichun had a fortune on him, so they naturally didn't know what the crowd was thinking. They only had strange expressions on their faces when they saw EY and the others chase after him. Back then, a late corporeal realm captain hadn't been able to kill Zichun. The scene of Zichun slaughtering a group of early and middle corporeal realm experts was still fresh in their minds. These reckless fellows actually dared to cause trouble for him. However, Kuriko and the others were bad enough. They didn't even need to look at each other. The strange expressions on their faces disappeared in an instant. Then, they all revealed worried expressions, as if they were worried that something would happen to Zichun. They quickly chased after him. As a result, Kuriko and the others' actions gave off a false impression. They thought that Kuriko and the others were worried about the wealth. As for the lives of the virtual realm experts, no one cared. Gather outside. The group of city guards flashed out one after another, leaving only Zhou Chong behind. As the examiner who had brought his father along, Zhou Chong pondered for a moment before gesturing for the other corporeal realm experts to follow him. A series of footsteps rang out. Soon, there was no trace of the cultivators left. Zichun went straight to Hunter's Castle as soon as he came out of the military headquarters. He had inquired about the Hunters Guild from the staff of the inn over the past few days. Now, he was here to sign up as a hunter. As an early virtual realm expert, Zichun attracted some attention when he walked into Hunter's Castle. However, it was definitely not as obvious as the military headquarters. Inside the Hunter's Castle, there were many hunters going in and out. Although early-stage emptiness realm experts were rare, they were not non-existent. Everyone here was busy handing over their tasks, making the entire castle seem lively and busy. Zichun went to a few registration booths, but no one paid any attention to him. Finally, there was a person who was free. However, after glancing at Zichun, that person ignored him and went to help that emptiness realm late-stage student apply for the registration. The soldiers in the city could arrive at any time. Zichun seemed to be a little anxious. In the panicked hall, the noise seemed to have quieted down a little. "Young man, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Zichun looked up and realized that he had arrived at another registration area. Behind the counter sat an old man who seemed to have just woken up. There were still traces of saliva on the corner of his mouth. "I want to sign up as a hunter," Zichun said to the old man. "Oh, you want to be a hunter? But you're only at the early stage of the abyssal realm. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the hunter test." The old man kindly reminded him. "That's none of your business. You just need to give me the test mission," Zichun said anxiously. "All right, I'll give you a level 2 mission. Go and hunt down a general level beast." The old man said lazily. "Is there anything faster?" Zichun asked. "Faster? What do you mean?" The old man looked at Zichun with a strange look in his eyes. "For example, a mission to kill someone. Don't you feel that I'm starting to emit a murderous aura?" Zichun said anxiously and coldly. Just as Zichun was talking to the old man, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. All the busy hunters seemed to have finished what they were supposed to do at this moment. The original conversation also seemed to have ended at this moment. The whole hall fell into a state of dead silence. At this moment, everyone's gazes were also focused on the outside of the castle gate, except for Zichun and the old man. An oppressive aura passed through the castle gate and swept towards the inside of the castle. The city's army. A group of city's army had arrived. They seemed to have suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. They were very angry and full of murderous intent. In addition to the city's army, there was also a team of nearly 300 reality realm experts behind them. Although they didn't express much, the aura they released together made most people feel suffocated. These are the city's army. What are they doing? They're blocking the entrance of Hunter's Castle. Are they trying to start a war with the hunters? That's impossible. Many of the city's army are also from Hunter's Castle. The entire Hunter's Castle was in a state of suspended animation because of the appearance of the city's army. Many cultivators stood in the distance and discussed spiritedly, but they didn't dare to go forward. The person in charge of Hunter's Castle didn't go out. The old man didn't seem to notice anything unusual either. He was still talking to Zichun about the mission. A mission to kill someone. The old man frowned. Why? Is there no such test? Zichun also frowned. Of course not. Hunters mainly kill beasts. There's no reason for them to kill people, the old man said. The hunter test doesn't test one's strength and combat strength. Killing people can also test one's combat strength. I don't want to do this mission. I can kill people to prove my combat strength, Zichun said seriously. When the old man heard this, he laughed mockingly. He glanced at the entrance and said, "All right, I'll make an exception for you. Do you see the city's army blocking the entrance? If you kill one, I'll make an exception and give you a level 3 hunting order." Zichun looked at the old man and said, "Really?" The old man smiled faintly and said, "Name? Zichun." "Which Z? Which Chin?" As they continued to talk, the old man took out a token. On it was carved a sword and a beast head. It was a level 3 hunting order. On the other side of the token was carved the 2 words, Zichun. "Forget it if you die. If you come back alive, I'll give it to you, the old man said. All right, it's a deal. After saying this, Zichun turned around and left. The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zichun. He muttered, "What a strong, murderous aura. It even woke me up. What an interesting little guy." Time seemed to have stopped in the hunter's castle. No one dared to move. Even the sound of breathing was rarely heard. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the silent hall. The footsteps were very clear. They were neither fast nor slow. It was like some kind of melody that struck everyone's hearts. The group of hunters subconsciously turned their heads and saw the owner of the footsteps. He was only at the early stage of the abyssal realm. The person at the early stage of the abyssal realm was a young man. His expression was very calm. However, the moment everyone saw him, an uncomfortable feeling arose in their hearts. Most of them swept away this uncomfortable feeling and ridiculed him in their hearts. They thought that this was a reckless kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone was silent. Zichun walked forward. Such a unique move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zichun walked out of the hall and arrived in front of the castle gates. He looked at the group of city guards in front of him. Some of these people were familiar with him, while others were unfamiliar. Their expressions were all different. "Kid, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out." EY stared at Zichun with a cold gaze. "I only went to accept a mission," Zichun replied indifferently. "Indeed, with your skills, you're only fit to be a hunter." As soon as he said this, EY immediately regretted it. Although he didn't mean any harm, the meaning behind his words made others think that hunters were weak. As expected, some of the reality realm hunters looked at EY with a different gaze. Zichun said indifferently, "If being a city guard means being with you idiots, then I don't mind not being one." "Kid, do you dare say that again?" EY said angrily. The others' faces also turned ashen. In the distance, there was an uproar. Only now did they realize that the city guard wasn't targeting Hunter's castle, but a cultivator who had entered the castle. But when they sensed that this cultivator was only at the early stage of the virtual realm, their faces were filled with disbelief. It was very obvious that the army in the city had set up such a large formation just to deal with a mere early-stage emptiness realm martial artist. It was really overkill. This was like killing an ordinary chick, but taking an extremely powerful spirit weapon. But the most surprising thing was that the early-stage virtual realm cultivator was neither servile nor overbearing. In fact, it was even a bit unyielding. Was it confidence or despair? Everyone guessed. "In my eyes, you are all idiots. I was just speaking the truth." After saying this, Zichun walked around the crowd with a disdainful expression and walked away. "Stop!" EY shouted. "I have something to say." Zichun's expression became even more disdainful. "Do you dare to fight to the death with me?" EY said angrily. An uproar broke out again. An early-stage corporeal realm cultivator actually wanted to fight to the death with an early-stage virtual realm cultivator. This was unheard of. An early-stage virtual realm cultivator naturally had no chance of winning against an early-stage corporeal realm cultivator, so everyone thought that the virtual realm cultivator would refuse. But unexpectedly, the virtual realm cultivator said in the next moment, "What's the point of fighting to the death in the arena? If you have the ability, then do it outside the city." After saying this, Zichun turned around and walked away in an extremely carefree manner. His actions naturally caused another uproar. An virtual realm cultivator actually accepted a life and death challenge from a corporeal realm cultivator. Was this confidence or despair? EY couldn't take this kind of humiliation, so he quickly left with Zichun. Of course, the humiliation was fake. His real fear was that Zichun would take the 10 million and run away. After EY left, even more city guards chased after them. "Let's go." Kuriko also left with her people. During this time, Kuriko didn't try to persuade Zichun, nor did she try to talk to him. This made Zhou Chong feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out why. He could only follow along with the other examiners. The examination was going to take place outside the city, so this was also on the way. As soon as the city guards left, the other people who had come to watch the show immediately followed. A corporeal city guard was going to fight a life and death battle with an early-stage virtual realm cultivator. This scene was bound to be very attractive. What an interesting little fellow. He's full of confidence. The old man narrowed his eyes as he stared at Zichun. When Zichun left, he felt a little sleepy again. Beside him, a late-stage corporeal realm staff member walked over. He first bowed respectfully to the old man, then asked, "Sir, what did that young man come here for? Do you know him?" "I don't know him. He's here to participate in the hunter examination," the old man said indifferently. "Ah, he's here to participate in the examination." Corporeal was clearly startled. "What? You can't." The old man glanced at Corporeal. "No, of course not. But what kind of mission did you give him?" Corporeal asked carefully. The old man said, "It's not a big mission. I just said that as long as he can kill a city guard, I'll give him a rank 3 hunting order." Ah, Corporeal was clearly shocked. "What's there to be surprised about? I think that little fellow is very confident. This thing is for you. If he really wins and there are some small problems, you can deal with it." Chapter 1251. Reality took the token and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by the old man. "Wait, if there's any trouble you can't solve, remember to let me know?" "Yes." Reality nodded again and left. He sighed in his heart that the Emptiness Realm cultivator was really lucky to be favored by this lord. However, what he was more curious about was why this virtual realm expert had the guts to kill a corporeal realm expert. On a street in Huping City, 2 women were walking forward. "Sister Hong, it's that person." One of the women suddenly spoke. "It's him, Zichun." Shangguan Hong saw Zichun walking out of the city. "What's he doing?" From afar, Zichun's expression was very calm. However, it was this calmness that made Shangguan Hong feel that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Zichun left her sight, another person appeared. It was the city guard who had a conflict with Zichun. The city guard was very fast and emitted an undisguised murderous intent. Is he in trouble? Shaoli saw this scene and couldn't help but worry. She was very grateful that Zichun gave her a real weapon. Moreover, that transaction gave her a lot of commission. Seeing Zichun again, she couldn't help but worry. Shangguan Hong didn't speak. She just looked in the direction Zichun left. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, more city guards appeared. There were many of them, and their goal was very clear. They were all outside the city. "There are so many city guards. Sister Hong, that Zichun must be in danger. Can you help him?" Shaoli asked worriedly. Shangguan Hong shook her head and said, "I said that I would help him, but he didn't want to. This time, even if I want to help him, I'm afraid I can't, unless..." Shaoli didn't ask what unless, because she had already guessed that unless she had to pay a huge price. This price was not something Sister Hong was willing to pay. Soon, many more cultivators appeared on the street. Then, there was a burst of discussion. Hearing these discussions, the 2 women's expressions immediately changed. He actually took the initiative to fight. The 2 were very confused and puzzled. At the same time, they were also very curious. An emptiness realm cultivator against a corporeal realm cultivator. There was a difference of an entire realm between them. Since he promised it himself, he should be confident. Maybe he has friends waiting outside the city. Shaoli muttered. Shangguan Hong smiled and said, "No matter what it is, it's better to go out and have a look." With that, the 2 of them walked out of the city. Zichun quickly left the city and continued forward. "Kid, don't even think about running away," Ey shouted, and then quickly chased after him. "Idiot." Zichun glanced at him disdainfully, then suddenly sped up. "Damn it, he's running away." Ey knew that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. Zichun stopped 2.5 kilometers away from the city. He turned around and looked in the direction of Huping City with a black saber in his hand. The longsword was none other than the demonic blade jointly crafted by Cauldron Spirit and Wang Jun. It possessed unimaginable sharpness. Zichun held his saber and calmly looked at the person in front of him. "I thought you ran away." Ey stood 100 meters away from Zichun and said coldly. The sound of people rushing through the air could be heard continuously. One cultivator after another arrived. Soon, the area was completely surrounded. Most of these people thought that Zichun would run away. But when they saw that he was actually waiting here, they were all surprised. Many of the city guards had arrived. Kuriko and the others were also watching the show from afar. As long as Zhou Chong did not attack, no one would be a threat to Zichun. Zichun glanced at EY and then at the other city guards. He asked indifferently, "You idiots, are you going to come one by one or all at once?" Such a lofty provocation naturally caused an uproar. The others were furious. They threatened to charge forward and kill Zichun. EY waved his hand and said, "You don't have to do anything. I can kill him myself." After saying that, he walked step by step towards Zichun. Zichun, however, said mockingly, "What? Are you going to use your status as a city guard to kill me? Or are you saying that after I kill you, you city guards can legitimately join forces to kill me?" When they heard Zichun's contemptuous words, all the city guards were furious. "You're just a mere virtual realm cultivator. Who do you think you are? How dare you bargain with the city guards? Humph. If I use my status as a city guard to kill a virtual realm cultivator like you, it will be an insult to the city guards." After saying that, EY tore off an epaulette from his shoulder. This was the insignia of the city guards. Then, he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please be my witness. I am not a city guard. I am just an ordinary early-stage corporeal realm cultivator. Now, because of a personal grudge, I will kill this virtual realm cultivator." "Okay, we will be your witness." As soon as EY finished speaking, many voices echoed. EY nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Zichun. "Can we begin?" "Yes," Zichun said calmly. Then, he tightened his grip on the demonic blade in his hand. "Do you think that you can rely on a corporeal realm cultivator to fight someone above your level? Stop dreaming. The difference between a corporeal realm cultivator and a virtual realm cultivator isn't just a weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, EY pointed a finger at Zichun. Streaks of corporeal realm cultivator power appeared between his fingers. This power instantly enveloped Zichun. Zichun moved a few times, but he couldn't break free. In an instant, Zichun was trapped. This was very surprising. They thought that since this virtual realm cultivator was so arrogant, he would have some tricks up his sleeve. They didn't expect him to be so weak. When he saw that the virtual realm cultivator was trapped, EY sneered and rushed towards Zichun. "Sister Hong, what should we do?" Shaoli asked worriedly from afar. "Let's wait and see. He shouldn't be so weak," Shangwan Hong said calmly. However, she didn't have much confidence in herself. As for the corporeal realm cultivator who was in charge of dealing with Zichun, he kept shaking his head. Zichun was still struggling, but he couldn't break free from the corporeal realm cultivator's seal. EY walked in front of Zichun with a sinister smile. "Die." He didn't even use a corporeal realm cultivator's sword. He held his sword with one hand and shot out a corporeal realm cultivator's sword aura towards Zichun's heart. If this attack pierced his heart, Zichun would die without a doubt. EY still didn't use his full strength for this attack. This was because he still held back some of his strength in case Zichun counterattacked. As a corporeal realm cultivator, he naturally wasn't an idiot. Although his words were vicious, his mind was still very meticulous. Just when the sword aura was an inch away from Zichun and EY had completely let down his guard, Zichun made his move. A destructive power surged from the hand holding his blade. This power broke free from the corporeal realm cultivator's restraint. Then, Zichun raised his blade high and slashed down fiercely. Clang. During this time, the sword aura had already hit Zichun's chest. Under the powerful force, Zichun's outer clothes were torn apart, revealing the inner armor underneath. The inner armor blocked EY's attack and exploded into sparks. Biffed. After this attack, EY didn't have the strength to make a second attack. Perhaps he sensed that something was wrong and retreated. The demonic blade turned into a beam of light and slashed towards his opponent's throat. After a sound, EY's head was separated from his body. His greatly changed expression completely froze. His soul that wanted to rush out of his mind was instantly destroyed by a huge force. The headless corpse spurted blood. EY's head fell to the ground with a thud. The surroundings had long since become deathly silent. The battle started quickly and ended just as quickly. The outcome was unexpected. Looking at the corporeal realm cultivator's corpse, and then at the virtual realm cultivator holding the demonic blade, Everyone's faces were filled with shock. How could a virtual realm cultivator kill a corporeal realm cultivator? This was something that completely defied common sense. However, if one thought about it carefully, this was very likely. EY had underestimated his opponent. Not only did the virtual realm cultivator have an offensive weapon, but he also had a defensive weapon on him. Moreover, the last attack was too shocking. Furthermore, EY was exhausted, so he didn't have time to dodge. The field was still deathly silent. However, Zichun made a move. He first collected the corpse, then took a few steps forward and collected the head as well. After doing all this, Zichun's gaze swept across the distance again. He said coldly, "Are there any more idiots coming up?" The crowd, who had just regained consciousness, felt that their minds were in a mess because of Zichun's provocation again. Shouldn't he quit while he was ahead and leave immediately after winning by luck? But why was he still provoking him? Could it be that the virtual realm cultivator still thought that luck was on his side? Good lord, this is purely suicidal. Corporeal, who was in charge of dealing with Zichun's troubles, suddenly said this. In his heart, he didn't want to give the rank 3 token to Zichun. He could also see that Zichun had won by luck. Was it luck? Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Even Shang Guanhong didn't understand. Perhaps only He Zi and the others in the field knew what this was, but they all looked equally shocked. It had to be said that these people were really bad. The crowd didn't understand, but the city army was extremely angry. One person rushed out and said angrily, "Kid, I'll kill you." A trace of ridicule appeared on Zichun's indifferent expression. He glanced at the person's epaulette and said, "Don't you know the rules?" The city army was a huge monster. Even if he had the right, Zichun still didn't want to kill them openly. Everyone, please be my witness. I'm not the city army. I'm just an ordinary person." Corporeal tore off his epaulette and said to the crowd. Voices of agreement rose again. After receiving confirmation, the city army soldier rushed towards Zichun. This time, however, he learned from EY's lesson. Just as he was about to reach Zichun, he opened up his corporeal space and directly sucked Zichun in. There was suddenly no one in the field. This greatly disappointed the people who wanted to watch this battle, and many of the city army soldiers frowned. They were worried that after killing the virtual realm cultivator, that person would move the wealth inside ahead of time. However, this worry was obviously unnecessary. After about 10 breaths of time, the corporeal space opened up again and a person appeared from within. When the crowd saw this person's appearance, shock and horror naturally appeared on their faces again. How is this possible? It's still that virtual realm cultivator. He killed Corporeal again. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. No one could believe what they were seeing, but it was indeed the case. Chapter 1252. Who else? The cold voice spread throughout the wilderness, shaking everyone's hearts. Zichun stood in the air with his black saber in hand. His brand-new robes fluttered in the absence of wind. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes shot out cold lightning. Although he was only in the virtual realm, his battle record of killing 2 corporeal realm cultivators in a row was awe-inspiring. Who else? The cold voice sounded again. It was full of provocation, but to everyone's ears, it sounded firm and arrogant. At this moment, Zichun's tall and cold image attracted the attention of countless female cultivators. Zhou Chang's expression turned extremely ugly. Clearly, he did not expect the virtual realm cultivator to kill the second corporeal realm cultivator. No one had seen the entire process of the battle, so no one knew how Zichun had managed to win. "I'll do it." Another loud shout was heard, and a soldier from the city rushed out. This person was tactful. Without waiting for Zichun to speak, he tore off his epaulette, which meant that he was now an ordinary person. Then, he rushed towards Zichun. He took a step forward and the ground trembled. He rose into the air and raised the weapon in his hand. Then, he slashed at Zichun. A bright light shot out from the weapon. Then, with a powerful and terrifying aura, it slashed at Zichun. The moment Corporeal made his move, Zichun moved as well. Lightning flashed around his body as he rushed toward Corporeal at the fastest speed in the world. Just as Corporeal rose into the air, Zichun arrived in front of him. His strange speed shocked Corporeal. Corporeal's attack was so stunning that it caused ripples in the void. However, the attack did not hit Zichun. The spatial pressure was ineffective against Zichun. Instead, it allowed Zichun to appear in front of him. After dodging Corporeal's attack, Zichun slashed with the demonic saber in his hand. A bright light streaked across the sky. Puffed, another head flew. Corporeal's attack was still moving forward even after his head was chopped off. It flew several miles before landing on the ground, causing a rumbling sound. The third city guard was killed. This battle had been witnessed by everyone. Reality had attacked once, while Zichun had attacked once. However, no one had noticed anything amiss. On the contrary, the eyes of many Emptiness Realm experts lit up. They thought that they had found a shortcut to kill an enemy of a higher level. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had a decent real weapon. The rain of blood in the air didn't touch his body. Zichun gripped his saber and swept his gaze around again. This time, he didn't speak, but the surging fighting spirit on his body was enough to indicate his current stance. 3 city guards had died, and no one could tell what the other party was relying on. Was it a coincidence, or was it strength? No one could say for sure. As for the other city guards, they were also a little scared and didn't dare to step forward. Zichun seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking. He said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, feel free to come at me. It doesn't matter if you want to fight me one-on-one, or if you want to gang up on me." These words caused an uproar. The 2 city guards looked at each other, then rushed out of the crowd and charged towards Zichun. This time, Zichun uncharacteristically retreated. Moreover, he kept retreating and retreating. He didn't accept the challenge at all. It wasn't until boos came from all around that the 2 Reality Realm experts finally reacted. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The 2 of them tore off their epaulets and shouted, "Die!" The retreating Zichun sneered. He had been retreating all this time, but now he was charging forward. In the process of charging forward, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichun's back. After the heavenly thunder wings unfurled, a huge Emptiness Realm space was created and enveloped the 2 Reality Realm experts. Zichun's Emptiness Realm space was only 3 meters wide, but with the help of the heavenly thunder wings, he could create an Emptiness Realm space that was more than 1,000 meters wide. When the crowd saw the Emptiness Realm enveloping the Reality Realm experts, their expressions became incomparably strange. This was because everyone knew that the Emptiness Realm space couldn't do anything to the Reality Realm space. However, because Zichun had killed 3 Reality Realm experts, the crowd still had some expectations for him. They didn't expect that their expectations would come true. In just 5 short breaths, the Emptiness Realm disappeared and 2 corpses fell from the sky. Zichun rose into the air again. This time, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The heavenly thunder wings flashed with thousands of lightning bolts, making Zichun appear even more extraordinary. If anyone still thought that he had killed 5 Reality Realm experts in a row because of luck, then they were truly idiots. Thinking back to the Emptiness Realm experts' previous actions, it was obvious that they were confident in killing Reality Realm experts. This was why they were forced to give up their identities as city guards. At the same time, they moved the arena deathmatch to outside the city in order to kill more people. The current Zichun was undoubtedly intimidating everyone present. Many Emptiness Realm experts were even more curious about Zichun's battle prowess. At the same time, they were also thinking about the methods he had used to kill his enemies. They secretly thought that if they had the chance, they would also want to try it out. Zhou Chang's expression became more and more gloomy. The surrounding city guards didn't dare to step forward. Hazy and the others naturally didn't have any meaning in pretending anymore. Their faces were full of ridicule. "Sister Hong, he's actually this strong?" Xiao Li's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Zichun had said when he had given her a weapon. It wasn't anything valuable. It was just a matter of a single slash. It was indeed very easy to obtain a weapon by killing a Reality Realm expert with a single slash. Shangguan Hong's beautiful eyes flashed. It was obvious that she was also stunned by Zichun's battle prowess. The city guards didn't dare to step forward. At this moment, All their attention was focused on Zhou Cheng. It's one thing to bully others just because you're one realm higher, but if you bully others just because you're several realms higher, I'm afraid you'll become a laughingstock. An indifferent voice sounded from beside Zhou Cheng. It was Wang Jun. He had arrived at some point in time. I'll bully him. Zhou Cheng sneered when he heard this. Then, he sent a sound transmission to a reality realm expert. The latter's expression froze, but he quickly came to his senses. He shouted at Zichun in front of him. Zichun, are you trying to bully us because there's no one in the city guards? A trace of mockery appeared on Zichun's indifferent face. He said, do the city guards have a grudge against me? Zichun's meaning was very clear. There was no way he could use his status as a city guard to suppress him because the people he killed were all ordinary people. You're indeed a cunning brat. The reality realm expert spoke again. So you think that no one in the reality realm is your match? I didn't say that. If you really think so, I have no objections. You can come up and fight me. I guarantee that I won't let you live. The reality realm expert's expression turned even colder in the face of Zichun's threat. He said indifferently, good. What an arrogant brat. As he spoke, the reality realm expert turned around and looked at the group of reality realm experts who were preparing to take the exam. He said, what should we do in the face of someone's provocation? The group of reality realm experts shouted, kill. Very good. The reality realm expert decisively tore off the epaulette in his hand and said indifferently, I'm also an ordinary person now. Are you all willing to kill the enemy with me? Kill. The group of reality realm experts shouted again. All around them, everyone's expression changed. It was obvious that this move was meant to incite a group of corporeal realm experts to kill. Even if this void realm expert was extraordinary and could kill corporeal realm experts in a domineering manner, how could he be a match for hundreds of corporeal realm experts? What was even more shameless was that although the reality realm expert had taken off the epaulette of the city guard, he was still a city guard himself. It was only through his rallying power that he was able to mobilize these people who were preparing to take the exam. This was because everyone knew that this person was with the Invigilator. In the face of this situation, everyone felt that something was wrong for the emptiness realm expert. However, when they turned their heads to look at him, they found that his expression was extremely calm. This discovery made them even more confused. Seeing that the situation had become serious, neither Heizi nor Wang Jun had any intention of stopping it. Kill. The more he killed, the harder it would be for Zhou Cheng to explain himself. As for Zichun, how could these people kill him? The arena was so small that it was impossible for 300 people to attack together. Moreover, Zichun was no fool. How could he just stand there and not move? This kind of encirclement seemed very frightening, but if they could successfully charge in, it would become much simpler. Instead of saying that so many people were here to surround and kill Zichun, it was better to say that they were here to be killed by Zichun. He's confident. He's actually confident. Shangguan Hong felt that it was extremely inconceivable. The person from Hunter's Castle was so shocked that his eyes widened. After the reality realm expert had incited the crowd, he stared coldly at Zichun. Then, the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. In the end, the killing intent solidified. He shouted, kill. After a loud shout, there was a thunderous roar of killing. Then, a group of reality realm experts charged towards Zichun. A total of 300 reality realm experts charged towards an emptiness realm expert. This was the first time that something like this had happened since the establishment of Huping City. Those who were lucky enough to witness this scene today were destined to never forget it. 300 reality realm experts charged forward. Not only did the emptiness realm expert not retreat, he even charged forward. One emptiness realm expert charged towards 300. Everyone was completely shocked by the courage of the emptiness realm expert. The shocked crowd found it difficult to notice some details. If they had noticed, they would have felt the aura on the emptiness realm expert's body skyrocket as he charged forward. Soon, the emptiness realm expert's strength skyrocketed from the early stage to the early stage of the reality realm. A 2-meter reality realm expert propped up around his body. At this moment, his original extreme speed seemed more like teleportation. The first group of reality realm experts had already launched their attacks. Many powerful and terrifying attacks whistled through the air and rushed towards Zichun. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled. Terrifying energy ripples vibrated. The Emptiness Realm expert's body was instantly torn to shreds by the many forces. Everyone around him cried out in alarm. Could it be that the Emptiness Realm expert was killed just like that? Cries of alarm continued to rise and fall. No one could believe that the Emptiness Realm expert was killed in one blow. A mournful scream suddenly rang out amidst the cries of alarm. This scream came from the group of Reality Realm experts. As everyone turned their heads to look, they discovered that the Emptiness Realm expert had unknowingly charged into the group of Reality Realm experts. At this moment, the Emptiness Realm expert was on a killing spree. One slash was enough to kill a Reality Realm expert. Some observant people also discovered that a Reality Realm expert had appeared behind the Emptiness Realm expert. Although it was only 2 meters wide, this clearly indicated that the Emptiness Realm expert was in the Reality Realm. So he had concealed his strength. Everyone was relieved. But soon, they were unable to be relieved. Even if he was in the early stage of the Reality Realm, his combat strength was still too terrifying. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.